What's up, Earth Rockers? This one was tough to get through. Don't jump to conclusions. I have good things and bad things to say about this game, but Curse of Darkness is a very complicated game. It's a very long game. And my feelings for it are similarly complicated. But for now, I'm gonna have to be quiet and let this opening text crawl explain what the plot of the game is. Or the setup, I guess, not the plot.
1476, Wallachia. A great war raged between Dracula and humanity. Just when it seemed that there was no hope for mankind to prevail, out of the darkness and despair, a champion arose. A true-blooded vampire hunter named Trevor Belmont. Belmont and his comrades triumphantly slew Lord Dracula. A truly glorious victory for all. However, the evil one did not pass from this world in silence. With his final words, Lord Dracula left a demonic curse that enshrouded all of Europe in misery and torment. Ravaged by hideous plague and dire famine, the people's hearts turned black and murderous. The weak were slain without pity, while the land was pillaged and scourged without remorse. 3 years have passed since the death of Lord Dracula, and the invocation of Dracula's curse.
Not done yet. There's still some more cutscene to go.
Show yourself, Isaac! I know you're here!
Hector! Is that you?
I finally tracked you down.
You tracked me down. I was the one who lured you here. Hector, the fool who betrayed our Lord Dracula.
That matters not. I've come to exact my revenge upon you. For the death of Rosalie!
Oh, and how will you have this revenge? When you are utterly at my mercy, you relinquished your powers. You couldn't even protect your own woman. And now you think to defeat me? Lord Dracula is gone, but his powers are still here in Wallachia. Even you must realize.
Devil forging.
Indeed, with this the most forbidden of arts. A wisp of conjured matter can be transformed into a hellish devil. There are but 2 humans who possess this magnificent power. You and I.
Yes, to our lasting shame. But I shed that evil power. Never again will I use it.
But you will, Hector, and soon you have no choice. Without it, I could crush you in an instant. But that wouldn't be very satisfying, now would it? You deserve a most gruesome fate for the humiliation you brought upon me 3 years ago. Bereft of the power of devil forging, you cannot hope to pursue me. That is why you will reclaim your powers, and thence follow where I lead you. But, in the end, the glorious vengeance you seek will not be yours. It will be mine.
Wait! Isaac! Damn him. So be it. I must descend into darkness and reclaim that accursed power once more. Heed my words. I will hunt you down like the beast you are! I will have my revenge.
Okay, so I am almost at a loss as to where to begin with this game. Like I said at the beginning, this game is very complicated. There's a lot of like things going on. It has a lot of intricate systems, more than Lament of Innocence has. Or really, it just has one system, but the system is very complicated. And the game might explain a little bit of it, but I don't. But I'll do my best to explain it myself. I guess for the start, I'll just talk about a little bit about what this game is and how this game plays. And this game is made with the same engine as Lament of Innocence, and it plays very similarly to Lament of Innocence, except that the camera is much tighter. It's like closer in on you, which was actually something that I suggested would be helpful for Lament of Innocence, but which I think can have some downsides, which I'll talk about. And as a direct consequence of the fact that you're no longer getting this like bird's eye view almost of the action, the scale of the action has been pared down mostly. Usually you're not fighting like whole rooms of enemies at the same time the way you were doing in Lament of Innocence. It's a little bit more, a little bit smaller scale. And the baseline combat is still the same. It's combo based. Except in Lament of Innocence you had light attacks and heavy attacks. Here you just have like an attack and then a finishing attack, and depending on at what point in the combo you hit like the finishing attack button, you'll do different attacks. So it's, I mean, I think on its own that concept for the combat is fine. The difference though is that Hector has a sword, or he can use also other weapons, and there are reasons to use other weapons, which I'm going to have to talk about later when we get into the game's systems. But not having like a whip you can do really wide sweeping attacks with, it makes it a lot harder to control enemies in combat and to like keep basically keep enemies where you want them to and execute whole combos on them. And that's especially a problem for me because of something else that I'm going to have to mention in this footage, which is going to be apparent from the very beginning, I think, is that I'm not playing this game under ideal conditions. I'm playing this game on emulator, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is that I'm playing this game with a USB controller that is meant to... It's like a DualShock style USB controller, so it's not like a real DualShock. I do own some DualShocks, and I tried to hook them up with a USB converter, but the emulator just like wasn't playing nice with them. It just wasn't reading the controllers properly, so I had to switch back to this this other USB controller, and this USB controller has a very over-responsive control stick, which causes me to be stuck basically on 8-way run. So the game is supposed to have full analog movement. You're supposed to be able to turn in whatever direction you want, 360 degrees. I don't have that, and that can also create some problems in the course of combat when you're trying to like turn and attack things, and like catch enemies as they're moving past you. So that is going to make the combat more frustrating for me and probably more frustrating to watch. That's also why my movement might seem a little bit jittery and strange. I tried going into the PCSX2 analog stick settings and fiddling with them to try to make this better, make this go away, but nothing seemed to work, and fucking with the analog sensitivity too much almost seemed to make the control stick like function even worse. So I think that this controller is just fucked, and for some reason PCSX2 is not playing nice with either. I can understand the emulator not playing nice with this weird like fake DualShock USB controller, but the fact that it like wasn't reading a real DualShock 2 properly is very annoying. I think that in the future, if I ever play any other PS2 games for this channel, which I think I'm probably going to, then I'm gonna invest in in like a real controller that I know for a fact PCSX2 will play nice with. Anyway, that's like the baseline stuff out of the way. Now we got to talk about the game's central system, although actually there's another cutscene coming up, so I have to be quiet again.
This unearthly power. Is it coming from that tombstone? How conscientious of him. He carved the instructions into stone, along with the most difficult visualization. So, that's how badly he wants me to regain my powers. Very well. Heed my words, O great powers of darkness. Release him of the tortured souls. Let me infuse him with my life force and awaken him to the world of the living. Immaculate being, appear before me now!
Well, devil forging, isn't it? Never seen that before. Quite impressive. It's enough to make your blood run cold.
Who are you?
Oh, my apologies, my lord. I should have offered an introduction. I go by Zed. I'm here for one purpose only. To purify this land of the pestilent curse which infects it.
I see.
You, on the other hand, are pursuing the other Devil Forge Master, are you not? The one you seek fled toward the chapel on the other side of the mountain. He made his escape through the back of the castle.
What concern is this to you?
He is the one protecting the curse. Ergo, he is an impediment to me, and to all those who abide in this land.
I see. Very well. I, Hector, thank you for your help. Now, if you'll forgive me, I must be on my way.
So all these text boxes popping up are going to explain the whole innocent devil thing, which is at the center of Curse of Darkness, but I think I'm going to go through them too fast, so I'm going to, like, for you to read all of it, so I'm just going to explain it myself. The innocent devils are, like, at the core of Curse of Darkness. They're basically what the game is, like, all about, is the innocent devils. And what they are is they are, like, companion creatures that follow you around and, like, do things for you. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different, well, technically 6, but for now we'll just say there's 5 types of them. They help you out in 2 ways. Number 1, they, like, do things, they have abilities that you can make them use. And then number 2, they passively confer stat bonuses to you, and the different types of innocent devils will confer different bonuses. Just as a preface, or I guess as a warning, you are not really going to see me use most of the innocent devil types. There's 5, there's a 6th one that's like a secret type that you can get. Of the 5 main ones, you're really only going to see 3. I'm barely going to use the 4th and 5th one, and I'll talk about why that is when we sort of get to the point in the game when I can use them and I choose not to. For now, I'm just going to be using the only one that I have now, which is the fairy type. It's a little bit more complicated than there just being 5 types. Not only are there 5 types, but each of the types of innocent devils can evolve, like Pokemon, into other more advanced versions of themselves. But the thing is that it's not like linear. It's not like the fairy evolves into something and then evolves into something else all the time. It can evolve into different things, and then those different things can evolve into different things. And what it evolves into is dependent on the weapon you're using. That's not going to become that hasn't become relevant yet because I haven't gotten the thing that lets me start getting the evolution crystals that you need to actually do the evolution, but that's what's gonna come up pretty soon. So that's sort of what incentivizes you to try out the different weapon types that are in this game. There are 6 weapon types. There's swords, there's axes, spears, and fist weapons, and special weapons. So I guess I was wrong. Only 5 types. Among the swords and axes, there are one-handed and two-handed swords and axes. The two-handed swords and axes are traps. They're really bad. They're extremely slow, which is what you would expect, but they don't give you any perceptible increase in range, which is usually the reason you would use a slower, heavier weapon, is because it increases your range. They don't do that. The only viable weapons that give you better, like, coverage of the area around you are spears, but I'm never going to use any spears in this footage either, because I think that the one-handed swords and one-handed axes are the best weapons in the game. They're fast, you can execute a lot of damage with a certain combo and then get out really fast, and then, like, cancel it quickly, which is important. In Curse of Darkness, just be able to keep yourself flexible. It doesn't have very good AoE, it doesn't like cover a lot of distance around you. Like, the spear can have certain combos that will, like, cover everything around you, but the spear is also kind of bad at, like, catching enemies and getting them to sit still so they can get hit by the rest of the combo. The two-handed swords, the two-handed axes, and the spears, none of them start with a horizontal sweep. And the reason that's important is because a horizontal sweep would give you the best odds, rather, of catching an enemy and, like, staggering it in place and then being able to orient yourself towards it to do the rest of the combo. Now, all three of those kinds of weapons that I just listed, two-handed axes, two-handed swords, and polearms, all start off with vertical swings, which means you have to be facing in exactly the right direction to catch an enemy with your swing in order to stagger them. Like I said before, that's going to be a problem with me and my technical limitations, so the fact that the one-handed swords and one-handed axes start off with a horizontal sweep, even though they're not, like, going to go as far forward as the two-handed weapons, still makes them better for controlling enemies and letting you get full value out of your combos. So that's why I use them. Also, the evolution trees for the Innocent Devils. I can get every Innocent Devil I want just by either using axes or swords. So I'm going to kind of swap back and forth between those as the game goes on. And I don't have to worry about ever picking up a spear or picking up fist weapons. I am going to use a special weapon towards the end of the game, but that's not for like fucking 4 hours or something, so we'll get to that when we get to that. What else do I have to cover? Baseline. I think that's about it on the absolute bare bones basics of the game. Yeah, I think this... Oh yes, the crafting system. How could I forget? So there's also a crafting system in Curse of Darkness, which is similar to, or it feels similar anyway to the weapon synthesis system from Dawn of Sorrow. If you never watched my Dawn of Sorrow videos, if you've never played Dawn of Sorrow had a system where you had like baseline versions of each of the types of weapons, and then you could upgrade those weapons by picking up certain monster souls, which drop randomly off of monsters. The problem with the Dawn of Sorrow system was that if you didn't like specifically farm for any souls, if you just tried to upgrade your weapons with whatever souls you found naturally, you could end up going into the late game with like a terrible weapon, because the right swords you needed to upgrade in any of the particular weapon lines just like didn't show up. So that's why. So the Dawn of Sorrow weapon synthesis system was awful because it basically necessitated grinding for weapon souls, which is fucking terrible. But in Curse of Darkness, the crafting system is different because the raw materials are... Some of them are random drops, but most of them are either like very, very common random drops, or they're specific materials you can find out in the world, or they are materials that you can steal from enemies, which I'm going to talk about later, because that's going to be very important in terms of helping me craft the special weapon that I want for the late game. It requires materials that can only be gotten by stealing, which initially was like worrisome to me, but stealing in this game is not particularly hard, or at least not any of the stuff that I was trying to steal. The crafting system works for armor too. Because I'm not using that many weapons, I'm not too worried about getting that many crafting materials. My shopping list, so to speak, for the entirety of the game is very, very small. Much smaller than it could be under other circumstances if I was to force myself to arbitrarily use all 5 of the Innocent Devil types. And I should explain a little bit why I'm not going to be like showcasing the system in its entirety, which might be better in the context of like YouTube footage, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. So if I... How should I put this? Forcing myself to use every Innocent Devil type in a run would be a big pain in the ass, because number one, I would have to get a lot more... I have to worry a lot more about my weapon materials, because one of the Innocent Devil types can only be leveled up if you... by killing enemies and getting Evo crystals with a certain weapon, and the weapon is pretty complicated to craft, so... so that would be annoying. I would also... It would also just be like arbitrarily gimping myself, because I would just be using... I'd be using Innocent Devils that basically do the same thing, but are worse at it. I'm kind of in a funny position right now, because most of what I'm saying, like, this is the kind of thing that will be better to explain once I start actually getting more Innocent Devils, and I can sort of illustrate what I mean. But I just want to kind of get out ahead of the question of, you know, Shovitar, why aren't you using whatever other Innocent Devils besides the ones that are really, really good? It's because this fucking run is already going to be like 6 hours long. This game is way too fucking long. I'm going to say that right now as an unequivocal criticism. The combat has not gotten any more interesting than it was in Lament of Innocence, and there's a lot more of it. Because the levels are longer, because they want to incentivize, because they want to make sure that you're gaining levels at a good enough rate that that you can overcome the challenges smoothly. So they just throw a lot of enemies at you all the time, and unlike Lament of Innocence, you're now always incentivized to fight them, basically, except at like up until like the almost the end of the game is when I'm finally going to start skipping enemies in rooms. Most of the rest of the time I'm going to be killing almost every enemy I see, because I want Evo crystals for my Innocent Devils, because there are certain points in the game where I want the Devils to be at a certain tier and with a certain ability. Like, for example, I want this Ferryman here to be tier 3, like a tier 3 evolution with a certain with like a strong heal before I get to the end boss of the forest level, which I think is the what is that? The 5th level in the game, because the boss in that level hits pretty hard. So like that's the kind of thing that I'm going for. I can't just like skip every enemy, because then I'm going to be either under-leveled, or I'm not going to have my Innocent Devils at the place that I want them to be. So that is probably why this is... I don't even know necessarily if the levels are like that much longer than the Lament of Innocence levels, but the fact that you can't just like skip everything means that I am getting fucked up by these guys. Means that it ends up taking a much longer time in the end anyway. It still feels like it's too early in the game for me to give any more general comments about the Innocent Devil system. Suffice to say that I am usually not a big fan of game systems that make you like manage an AI partner and like worry about what they're doing and like where they're going and like what's going on with them. Even if like and I don't usually like things following me around in games, just like as a baseline thing. I used to play World of Warcraft, and I never liked playing Hunter or Warlock, because I just didn't like having something like following me around all the time. Maybe that's a little autistic, but that qualm didn't manifest so much in Curse of Darkness, because one thing that the game is good at is it's really good at incentivizing you to take full advantage of the Innocent Devils. Hector is not exactly underpowered, I wouldn't say, but he definitely greatly benefits from excuse me, from the Innocent Devil's presence, and that's especially going to be the case once I get the battle type Innocent Devil, which should be pretty soon, which is the best devil type in the game. These fucking skeleton blazes are such a weird archetype of enemy because they're really durable and they're really evasive and they hit pretty hard, as you can see, and they like knock you around. And I now can't see what the fuck I'm doing. So the Lament of Innocence camera would have been real nice there because I don't think there's any way I ever would have lost track of them. This is kind of like the issue with. I'll fess up. I'll admit that when I played Lament of Innocence, I said, "Oh, the camera should be closer." But that, if they're gonna do that, they also have to change the combat so that you're not like fucking constantly losing track of shit that's going on in front of you. And the thing is that there's a lock-on system, but the lock-on system doesn't like work as well as the one in Legacy of Darkness or C64. Like, you can lock onto enemies and like swing at them, but because you're not using like a whip with a long range that just like instantly goes to them, you can still miss. Sometimes I can't tell you how many times playing this game I've missed enemies that are like right next to me. And maybe that's a me problem, maybe that's an issue with my three-dimensional like depth perception, but that's just like literally an extra dimension of frustration that was never fucking present in the two-dimensional games, and was never really, honestly, even present in Castlevania 64. Like, I don't remember ever having any problems in Castlevania 64 with, like, trying to hit enemies. I mean, I guess maybe in, like, the Duel Tower, fighting, like, the spazzing out werewolf, maybe? But, like, in, like, 99% of circumstances, fighting enemies in Legacy of Darkness was as simple as, like, targeting them and then hitting them. And when I say, like, I shouldn't say fighting, damaging them was as simple as locking onto them and then just fucking hitting them. And then when you swung at them, they just got fucking hit. So, I don't know. I'm not gonna, like, harp on that too much, because I honestly can't tell if that's, like, a 8-way run shitty controller problem, or if the lock-on system really actually did need to be more generous. I don't know. Not only is there way more combat because they're trying to level you, but combat goes on for way too fucking long. The pacing in Curse of Darkness is not exceptional. Which is another reason why I didn't want to go out of my way to, like, farm a bunch of Evo crystals for innocent devils that were gonna suck and not do anything. The fact that Hector, like, advances forward with every swing is also a bit of a problem, because it means that if I am facing, like, past an enemy and I try to attack them, I'm now, like, on the other side of them and I've missed them. Which is meant to accommodate for the fact that your attacks usually knock enemies back. I get that, but that's only helpful if your first attack actually hits them, which doesn't always happen with me. And this is not a problem I ever encountered in Lament of Innocence. So that's Curse of Darkness in a nutshell. I guess I should say what I like about it. I like the innocent devil. Well, first of all, pulling the camera in tighter like this does give you a better sense of, like, place of being in these levels, and they don't feel as samey as the Lament of Innocence levels. You just kind of spend more time in them because there's so much more shit to fight. The boss fights in Curse of Darkness are not my favorite. They're a little bit less, like, turn-based than Lament of Innocence, but that's actually kind of a problem because Hector is not that much more flexible in terms of his ability to stop attacking than Leon Belmont was. And what I mean by that is that if you're in the middle of a combo, it's pretty hard to get out of it. You have to sort of anticipate. I mean, you have to just learn the fights, right? That's the bottom line. But it's also a case of, like, enemies, if you dodge an attack, boss enemies will very rarely let you get off a whole combo. They almost always start attacking before, like, a full 5-hit combo is finished, so you have to do a shorter one. Which is fine. None of the boss fights in Curse of Darkness are as good as like the Forgotten one from Lament of Innocence, or even the what's another good boss fight? I'd say the Walter and Death fights in Lament of Innocence are also pretty good. The Curse of Darkness boss fights mostly end up either feeling like kind of an unexciting Lament of Innocence fight, like that's kind of what this and the next boss are going to be, or there's like a ton of like doppelganger fights in Curse of Darkness. What I mean by doppelganger fight is not like a literal doppelganger fight where you're fighting a copy of yourself, but that's kind of a term that I use to describe boss fights where you're fighting an enemy that is roughly the same size as you, like another like dude running around attacking shit. Is what I think of as like a doppelganger type boss fight. Curse of Darkness has so many of those. Like half the boss fights in the game are that. And doppelganger fights are some of my favorite in the two-dimensional games. Like the Julius fight in Aria of Sorrow and the Albus fight in Order of Ecclesia are fucking awesome in the two-dimensional games because you can fucking see them the whole time and you can just fucking hit them when you get close enough to them to fucking hit them. And you don't have to worry about like losing track of where they are or them like going off screen or your first attack not hitting them so now they're not getting staggered for the full combo, which is all shit that happens in the Curse of Darkness doppelganger fights. It's so fucking annoying. Nothing is more frustrating in these games than like being so close to an enemy you could fucking smell their farts, but you swing and you just don't hit them. Anyway, enough of my bitching. Now, here is the Battle-type Innocent Devil, which the Fairy-type Innocent Devil mostly just floats around and then heals you. That's kind of its job. But the Battle-type Innocent Devil... The Battle-type's job is to actually follow you around in combat and hit things, and it also... the Fairy-type gives you a passive buff to your Luck stat, which is mostly irrelevant. But the Battle type gives you a passive buff to your Strength stat, which is the most important stat in the game. So, the Battle type is far and away the absolute best Innocent Devil type in the entire game, partially just because of it's the way that it works that gives you the best passive buff. It does the most damage out of any of them. And also because it has a particular final tier evolution that is comically overpowered, which is what I'm going to be using to basically, like, cheese a lot of the game. You could call it cheesing, I don't know. You could also just call it the best strategy to beat the game with. You could call it making sure this video isn't fucking 8 hours long, which is what it might be otherwise. But I'm gonna keep on leveling up my Fairy type for now, because I don't really need... I don't need my Battle type to be at final tier until the end of the 6th level in the game, which is Cordova Town. That's when I really want a final tier evolution Battle type, but prior to that point I don't really care. But so because I want a tier 3 Fairy type before the end boss of the 5th level, that's a little bit higher on my priority list, and I also don't want to use the Fairy type during the 4th level, the Aqueduct, because that one's very combat heavy. You're constantly fighting like packed rooms full of enemies, and that's where the Battle type is at its best. In the mountains, combat's a little bit more spaced out and sporadic, and also there are a couple of chests that only the Fairy type can open, so it's much more... It makes more like natural sense here to use the opportunity to level up the Fairy type in the mountains and then save the Battle type leveling until the Aqueduct and then probably the Temple a little bit. Definitely the Temple prior to that, because I do want the Battle type to be tier 2 by the end of the Temple, so... and I don't want to do any farming, I don't want to do any backtracking, so this is like kind of my opportunity that I have to level these guys up, is just as I'm going through the level. That was like one of my goals for this run, was this game is long as fuck no matter what. I don't want to do any backtracking, I don't want to do any grinding. Which is, like, you don't have to grind to beat this game. There are some parts of this game that are pretty hard, but if you just use the insanely overpowered battle type guy, then you will not really encounter any problems, and you can be fucking terrible at the boss fights like I am, and you'll still beat the game. But the boss fights here are going to be very bad. Another thing that I should say, probably should have said earlier, I'm not going to do a boss rush for this game. I'm not going to do boss rush footage for Curse of Darkness. I might do some, like, just regular boss rush footage for Trevor mode, which is the alternate mode in this game. I haven't quite decided yet. But I'm not going to do boss rush footage for Hector, because, like, if I wanted to no damage the boss rush on Hector and Curse of Darkness, then the best strategy would be to do something like completely degenerate, which is not what I'm interested in doing. The fact that you're not, like, level capped, or that you're not, like, at least I don't think you're level capped in the boss rush. Actually, maybe you are. Hang on a sec. Let me look this up. Okay, it doesn't say if you are or not. I'm guessing you're not level capped. This seems like the kind of game that wouldn't level cap you for the boss rush, because they really... I feel like they really want you to grind in this game, which I do not want to do. The reason I say that is because it's extremely difficult under normal circumstances to end the game with, like, appropriately leveled final tier Innocent Devils for all 5 types. It's much more, like, economical for your time to not use certain types. In my opinion, anyway. Because the fairy type heals you and then has some utility. The bird type coming up later in the game after the 4th level has some utility. But all the other... basically every other Innocent Devil type except for the fairy just kills things. And the battle type is the best at killing things, so it renders all of the other ones obsolete. In my opinion, anyway. And I'm not going to hold that against the game too much, because I know not everybody... Oh, it's a cutscene, fuck.
She can't be alive.
Oh. May I be of service?
No. Forgive me. My name is Hector. What are you doing in a place like this?
I could ask you the same question, sir.
I am searching for someone. A man bearing the same crest I'm wearing.
And this man, is he your enemy or your friend?
You sound as if you know him.
Yes, quite so. Now answer me. Be he your friend or foe?
He is my most bitter enemy.
I see. In that case, I shall help you.
Pardon me, milady, but by what reason would you offer me this boon? Indeed, by what reason should I trust it?
Your enemy is my enemy. That is reason enough. If you are a Devil Forge Master, you shall need a place to keep your little friends safe. Rest assured, you have no reason to refuse my help.
You seem quite knowledgeable. Who are you exactly?
A witch. I escaped from the Western lands where we were hunted like vermin. I have the power to envision the future.
How interesting. And your name?
Julia. My house is further on. I shall prepare an elixir that may be of use to you. Farewell, for now.
Julia. She is the very image of Rosalie.
So if you're ever wondering, they never explain why she looks just like his dead GF, by the way. I was waiting the whole game for them to explain that, and they never do. I don't know what the purpose of that is. I have a theory, but I'm going to have to wait to talk about that until a little bit later. I actually forget what I was talking about a second ago, because my brain is in 5 different places at once. I think I was talking about the Innocent Devils. I think I kind of made my point there so far. So this is where you buy shit in the game. One thing I will say about Curse of Darkness, I'll give it praise where praise is appropriate. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say not everybody likes to power game like I do, so I'm not gonna like the fact that the best strat is to just like only use one of the battle types and then just like keep on getting later and later generations of that one, which is a mechanic I'll explain in a moment. I'm not necessarily going to level that as a criticism, and in actuality, it's something I'm kind of grateful for because it helped really streamline the run and make things a lot simpler in terms of like the weapons I needed to worry about and the materials I needed to get. Anyway, one thing I will give Curse of Darkness credit for is that healing items are actually really well balanced in this game. They're very scarce. Money is also very scarce. There are torches in this game, but it seems like 60% of the time you hit a torch and it gives you nothing, and then if you do get money off of torches, it's a very small amount. So it's not easy in this game to get a huge stockpile of cash and then like max out your potion and high potion counts. You can sell materials, which is helpful, but you might also want to like hold on to some of those materials to make stuff later on, so the game kind of lightly de-incentivizes you from just dumping all your excess materials as soon as you get them into the shop. And anyway, even if you did do that, which you could probably get away with doing, the max amount of potions you can carry at a time is 5, and the max amount of high potions you can carry is 3. Now, for comparison, in Portrait of Ruin, which came out, I think, a little bit after this game, you could carry 9 of each of those at the same time. So you could you could cultivate a much larger safety net of healing items in those games than you could in Curse of Darkness. And I would say that is not what I meant to do. I would say that's definitely something in Curse of Darkness's favor, is that they don't, like, healing items are actually kind of balanced. Something that I will not say in Curse of Darkness's favor is this little segment right here. I'm going to be totally real with you guys. When I first got to this part, I almost just like turned the game off and just like decided I was never going to play it again. Not because, like, here I'm fucking up really badly and getting hit a lot. That wasn't it. It was like they added a fucking like turret vehicle section to my it's like a Castlevania game. And I was like, this is just so stupid and unnecessary, and like why is this in the game? You know what I mean? Like, why is this what I'm doing now? This little, like, mini-game that has absolutely nothing to do with any of the rest of the systems in the game. I don't get it at all. It reminds me of fucking World of Warcraft again. How, like, in Wrath of the Lich King, they just have, like, random vehicle sections, and they were always so boring to do. It's because you're supposed to be wowed by the spectacle, I guess. But for me, I was just so, like, I can't believe they're doing this. This is the thing about Curse of Darkness, is that it's a game where there's a lot of extremes. There's some things in Curse of Darkness I really, really like, and there are some things that I really, really don't like. I really like the Innocent Devil, system in theory. I really like. I like the fact that it has all these like branching evolution trees, and that really, like, what Innocent Devil you have out does actually make a big difference on like the baseline combat and gameplay. It's not like one of those things where you just like pick whatever and it doesn't make a difference. No, having a battle type out versus having a fairy type out is really substantially, significantly different. My problem with it is more just the fact that so much of the what is associated with it is tied into like grinding and like experience levels. I think it would have been much cooler if you just got access to higher tiers of Innocent Devils at certain set points in the game, kind of like how in Lament of Innocence you get new sub-weapon spells when you kill bosses. I think it's much like better for game design to be more strict about when the player can get access to certain abilities and certain tools, because I think that just makes it easier to balance the game. It means that players can't just like grind to cheese stuff. which is not what I do. I don't do any. Well, I actually do a little bit of grinding, but it's like very brief, and it's not in my plan. It happened basically because I got unlucky, which I'm gonna have to wait to talk about until a little bit later. I don't know why I'm... Okay, I guess that worked out. Usually I always kill those archers before I kill the skeleton blaze, but there, for some reason, I decided to risk getting hit by the archer pigs. What else should I talk about? The soundtrack in the game is, I would say, kind of mediocre. The same way the Lament of Innocence soundtrack was. I feel bad for saying that. I know some people say Lament of Innocence's soundtrack is like god tier. I think it has some pretty good songs, but most of it... nothing in Lament of Innocence really like jumped out at me as exceptional. And Curse of Darkness is the same way. None of the songs were like annoyingly bad, but most of them just kind of went in one ear and out the other. What's good about having these long stretches of inactivity, though, is that it gives me an opportunity to rest my voice. Same with the cutscenes. I guess I'll talk about the cutscenes in this game. I actually meant to say this all the way back in the Abandoned Castle, but I didn't. Another thing I will give Curse of Darkness credit for is that it's actually the only one of these games that I played where I was really looking forward to the cutscenes, because I like the way most of them play out. When I was doing practice runs of this game and I was figuring out my route and like what I was gonna do, I played with the Japanese voices on for the practice runs just to see the comparison. As perhaps could be expected, the Japanese voice cast is universally better. I think a particular example of that would be the Japanese voice actress for Rosalie, or for Julia, is way better in the Japanese audio. In the English one, she sounds very unconvincing. So the Japanese voice cast is all better except for Isaac. Isaac's English VA is perfect, and Isaac is like one of my favorite villains in any of these games because he's just hilarious. Every single cutscene with Isaac is like something I specifically look forward to because he's so fucking funny. Like, that whole, like, flamboyant, like, fucking Maximilian Pegg says, "Oh, Hector, you've betrayed Lord Dracula." Like, that's so fucking good. Like, that alone, like, is carrying my impression of the game really hard. Because the rest of the game is not, like, really that intriguing to me as it plays out. Like I said, the Innocent Devil concept could have been really good, but it's all just like farm Evo crystals and then farm or like wait till the late game to get these mats for this spear so you can farm Evo crystals to like evolve this thing, to get a weapon to evolve this thing, and then like and then they're just not balanced well. Like, you could go to so much trouble to get like a tier 4 mage type, for example, or like the 5th type of Innocent Devil you can get, which requires a specific... It's the one that I talked about before. It's the Devil type, requires a specific weapon in the late game. Like, you could go to all the trouble of getting that and then farming it up to tier 3 and end up with something that's just objectively worse than the best battle type. Which you don't have to use any specific weapons to... You do have to use specific weapon types, but you don't have to like make it literally a specific single weapon to evolve the battle types the way that you have to with the devil types. And another thing that I'll also talk about is the accessory slot in Curse of Darkness is like shockingly underwhelming. Accessories in Lament of Innocence were really fucking... well... They were pretty important. Like, the Brisingamen could be pretty important if you were trying to, like, take advantage of the Invincible Jar. The Drop Near was really fucking good. The aroma earring was really good. Like, all the accessories in Lament of Innocence were pretty impactful, I would say. Which is why a lot of them were, like, behind locked doors or in sort of hard-to-reach areas, because they were particularly important. In Curse of Darkness, most of the accessories are kind of, like, incidental and irrelevant. Like, there's a lot of elemental resistance accessories that you get. But whether... I don't know. They don't seem to be that important. Like, I've gotten hit by attacks with or without elemental resistance rings on, and the difference... I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. I guess I should clarify a little bit. There are some accessories that are good if you're trying to level up Innocent Devils. There's one that transfers all XP gains to your Innocent Devil. There's another one that transfers all damage to your Innocent Devil, which sounds good, but the thing is that I'm usually not, like, worried about me dying in most boss fights, which is when, like, you would be worried about an Innocent Devil, when you would be worried about taking damages during the boss fights. Like in Lament of Innocence, the baseline combat is mostly just sort of snooze fest massacre. The boss fights are where you'd be worried about dying, and I kind of am more worried about my Innocent Devil dying on boss fights than I am about me dying on boss fights, so... because I know I can dodge. You can put the battle type into, like, a guard mode, where it'll just stand still and it'll, like, block all attacks, but it can't do that, indefinitely, so... even if you have it on guard mode, if the situation is really hectic and the boss is, like, doing a lot of shit, you still might have to worry about it. So, this is all to say that, also, I don't know if this is clear, but the hearts that you get are both the Innocent Devil's health and also the resource they draw on to use their abilities. So transferring damage from you to your Innocent Devil doesn't sound very appealing to me unless it's, like, literally a life or death situation, which shouldn't really ever happen. So what I'm going to do in this fight is I'm going to have my battle-type dude just sit in the corner and guard, and just kind of be out of the way of the fight, so that way... but keep him out, so that way I still get the strength buff. This way I get the passive bonus of having the Innocent Devil out, and I don't have to worry about... but I don't have to worry about him getting his shit pushed in by Mr. Dragon Man here. Who, by the way, is reusing some sound effects from the Forgotten One fight on Lament of Innocence. That, like, screech sound. That's what that's from. I'm glad this is an option. I think that the Innocent Devil system, I'm really not in love with it, but I think it could have been a lot worse. Like, if you didn't have the option of, okay, Mr. Innocent Devil, just, like, sit in a corner and, like, don't do anything, so that way I can still take advantage of your passive buffs. If that wasn't in the game, I'd be pretty pissed. Because then... really, like, you would just have, like, a random span of time to take advantage. Because the way that this would play out if I didn't do this is Marrogar over there would just, like, run in and die, which is the persistent problem that every Innocent Devil type has. Even the ones that are supposed to be evasive, they all just end up, like, wandering around and dying. The battle type has the best guard and also is sturdier. So it's the best at not dying. But what I'm saying is that if I didn't have the option of just letting him sit in the corner, then because he's just wandering around and dying, he would just, like, randomly die, and I'd only get the strength buff for, like, an arbitrary, like, a random period of time. Was that a no damage? I think that might have been a no damage. I notice I'm missing some health, but I don't remember him ever actually hitting me. The Wyvern is a pretty simple boss fight. It's Lament of Innocence style. It's just like he attacks, then you have some time to wail on his face, then he attacks, and then repeat, rinse and repeat. Not much to say, really. Just kind of, don't get too cocky, don't try to get too much damage in. And that's really the problem that I have with... excuse me, sorry. With, the doppelganger-style fights in this game, is I just sort of... I'm not very good at figuring out when it's, like, my turn to attack or not. Like, how... and when it is, how long my turn lasts, so to speak, before they decide, okay, I'm through getting hit stunned, now I'm gonna attack you. I don't quite know where that line is for all the bosses. So the way the doppelganger bosses end up playing out is more just like DPS races. Where it's just like, can I kill them before they can kill me? But that's... Actually, we're going to have the first doppelganger-style fight at the end of the next level, but I think the footage is going to cut right before that point. But that's going to be a little while off still. The footage is going to cut... It doesn't matter. It's not going to matter for you. You're going to see this in a full, continuous YouTube video. If you can get through... If you can last this long, if you can get through fucking... You know, an hour of Hector hitting the same skeletons over and over again. Something I should mention this too. Curse of Darkness brought back the infinitely respawning enemies in certain rooms, or if there is a limit to their spawn, or like functionally infinite spawns where they just respawn either forever or so many times that I can't tell the difference, which is something that they had in Castlevania 64, and I guess which they felt like bringing back in Curse of Darkness, just in case you want to grind! Just in case you want to fucking do boring shit for 20 minutes. Which is something that should never ever be encouraged in any video game ever. Even in RPGs. RPGs should just have manageable level curves.
I've been waiting for you, Hector. Devil Forge Master.
How do you know me? Who are you?
Saint Germain. I won't bandy words with you. I have an urgent request. Please, refrain from pursuing Isaac any further.
Bastard! So you're with Isaac! But that does not follow. Isaac wishes to fight me. For what purpose do you make this request?
This will not make sense to you, but to put it simply, I seek to maintain the flow of a greater will.
This is pointless. Out of my way!
Your beloved was killed on false allegations that she was a witch. I know how you feel, and I sympathize truly, but please look past
Wretch!
your own...
How do you know of these things?
That I cannot tell. I know far more than you imagine, but I cannot act upon that knowledge. That is my arrangement. I may only observe. I have no choice but to excuse myself. Please, consider my request. The world hangs in the balance. Goodbye.
This is another very, very interesting character.
Who was that?
He's not hilarious the way Isaac is. But he's a neat little guy. I guess the idea with Saint Germain is actually a I looked this up. He's actually a historical figure, kind of. He's kind of in that gray area where historians don't know a lot about his life, but like there's a lot of stuff written about him, and like some of it is reliable, some of it isn't. Basically, he was a guy who hung around in, I believe, the 19th century or 18th century in Europe, and he knew a bunch of other like high society people in France, I think, and made a lot of outrageous claims. Like he claimed that he was like 500 years old, and had discovered the secret to eternal youth, and that he was very like mysterious about his past and who he actually was, even though he clearly had like enough money to schmooze with the upper classes. So, and I want to say he was a musician. He created like some symphonies or something. He did some stuff, and I think like the pop culture, like theory, and so he became sort of like a figure in like historical fiction, and like pop culture as some kind of like mystical figure, and he became important in some like weird mystical, like almost like occultist religion, weird religions. So pretty interesting little historical tie-in there. Here he's a time traveler. I'm just gonna spoil that for you because it should be. This game takes place in the 15th century, people, I don't think, started wearing top hats until far beyond that point. The game is a little bit like Aria of Sorrow, in that it has a lot of these scenes where the character meets mysterious characters who say cryptic things, and then the conversation just kind of ends. But here it's a lot more entertaining than it is in Aria of Sorrow, because the characters are more distinct, more memorable, and that's kind of the only thing this game does better than Aria of Sorrow. It's the kind of crypticness I like, where it's like, it's not just like boring characters just saying exactly who they are and what they're doing. It's a hint of a greater conflict in the works. That's what I like about Saint Germain. I was very surprised. I actually was very surprised to learn that Saint Germain appeared in the Castlevania television show, because seasons 2 and 3 of the Netflix Castlevania show, or rather seasons 1 and 2 of the Netflix Castlevania show, are based off of Dracula's Curse, and then seasons 3 and 4 are more like Curse of Darkness. And I feel like I think somebody involved in the show might have actually played Curse of Darkness, because Slogra and Gaben appear in the Castlevania show, but they look like they're Curse of Darkness incarnations. Slogra's not like a skeleton. Yes, I should say, yes, Slogra and Gaben show up in this game eventually. Oh, and they completely redesigned Isaac in the show. I guess because they didn't want to make like a flamboyant, like scantily dressed, like satanic dude. I mean, I was under the impression Netflix Castlevania was all about like gay representation, but I guess they don't want that kind of gay representation. Anyway, I bring this all up because apparently Saint Germain also appears in the Netflix adaptation, which I was surprised by. But they basically completely changed his character. He's not like a time traveler. He's basically like an idiot who gets tricked by death. Spoiler alert. Which is pretty disappointing, but I'm not surprised. You know, it takes a certain level of talent to replicate a character like that, like a time-traveling dapper dude in your show. Much easier to just make him fit into whatever plot you already have written and then just change everything about the character while keeping the name the same. Not that they'd ever do that, ha 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 ha. I'm not going to talk any more about the Netflix show because I don't know anything about it and I don't care. I just wanted to bring that up because I was, despite everything, I was still disappointed, even though my expectations were very low. When I read that on some fucking, like Warren Ellis for Castlevania, I get all my information about his show from fan sites and wikis instead of actually watching it. So, which according to him should be good enough to get the gist of it and to basically experience what I need to experience out of it. So that's all I do. Oh, I should explain this. Okay, this is stealing. So stealing in this game is really important. It's how you get material that could otherwise be like really prohibitively rare. You can steal once from each enemy, but because a lot of enemies respawn in this game, technically if something can be stolen, you can get like as many copies of it as you want. The caveat is that stealing can only be done after enemies execute certain attacks, and some enemies have like really specific stealing windows, which makes the materials that you can steal from them like technically just as plentiful and just as accessible, but like in practice is a lot trickier to get because I don't want to just waste a bunch of time in the footage like trying to steal from an enemy. Like there's a fortunately, the fact that I've streamlined everything so much in this footage means that there's not really any point in the game where like I don't make a certain weapon because it would be too hard to steal the mats. There's one kind of example like that, but it's very minor, and I'm going to talk about that when we get to it. Actually, I should remind myself to do that. I'm going to write this down. Talk about stealing later. Idiot. Okay. The reason I'm coming up to the second floor here on the temple is partially to get the serum earlier, because part of item scarcity in these games means that status effects are a lot scarier. The ferryman will eventually learn a way to cure curse, but that's not going to be for a little bit. So I want to make sure that I can get access to, like, as many, not that, well, serum is anti-poison, not anti-curse, but my point is that I want to get access to as many, like, anti-status items as I can. I'm also, but really, like, the main reason I'm coming up here is just kind of as an excuse to get more Evo crystals for the fairy, because really, like, the sooner the fairy gets to his tier 3 evolution, and is pretty close, because as soon as he hits tier 3, there's some like innocent devil abilities that only get unlocked after you kill a certain number of enemies with the innocent devil out. The higher tier of healing for the fairy type innocent devil is an ability that's only available for generation 3, or rather for tier 3, I should say. And I'll explain why it's important to make that distinction later. And it doesn't take that many enemy kills to unlock it. So basically, once this thing evolves again, then I can kind of stop worrying about it, and I can purely focus on only playing with the battle type. So that's the other reason I'm coming up here, is just to make sure that I'm kind of staying ahead of my, or rather staying on top of, like, making sure I get things when I want to get them. I'm stealing the Holy Man's Vein from this dude, because I actually only needed to steal one. I made a mistake. I stole more than I needed to from these guys. But that was a very minor... I thought I needed more than I actually did, but it was like a very minor, like very specific late game crafting thing. For now, getting one Holy Vein is really important, because once I get into the forest, I'll be able to steal a second piece of material that will let me get a really good mace early on. And the maces and the axes in this game are necessary because the evolutions that I want for the fairy type are both sword evolutions, or like from red Evo crystals, but for the battle type I want a blue Evo crystal evolution, then I want a red one for his second transformation. So, excuse me, I have to go back and forth like that for that reason, but those two weapon types cover everything I need. So I don't have to worry about spears or fist weapons. I already said that, but now that you have more like context for what I'm talking about, I just figured I would reiterate that. The battle types actually also have some utility, in that some of the evolutionary line for the battle type that I'm not going to be taking has some abilities that can open up alternate pathways in some of the levels. Like there's a part in the forest that can only get opened if you have a certain battle type evolution, which I will not have. The reason I didn't bother with that is just because because that's the evolutionary, the path down the evolutionary tree that gives you the utility abilities is not the path that I want to take for general usage. So it would just be simpler if I didn't have to worry about that, and I could just focus on getting the one evolutionary line. And also, because nothing that was available in those alternate pathways, everything that I could have gotten by, like, fucking with the battle type's evolution line, I could also just get by stealing something. And anything that didn't fall under that heading, was just not really worth going for. Like, there's a ring that raises drop rates for rare items from enemies, but most of the things that are rare drops from enemies I can just steal, and the things that aren't are not, like, part of any... are not something that I'm interested in crafting. There's, like, one weapon in the game that is, like, a wild card, where it's like, I might craft this if a particular random drop happens. That's going to be a late game thing that I'm going to have to explain. That I'm going to explain later. For now, my weapon situation is very simple, and I'm going to try to keep it simple. That was kind of my big goal for like routing in Curse of Darkness, was to keep everything as simple as possible. Because it's very easy to get lost in the weeds with Curse of Darkness and like craft a bunch of shit you never end up using and like worry a lot about like maxing out all your innocent devils or like shit like that, which is really not like necessary. You really only need 1 or 2 good tools to beat the game. Yeah, the sword plus Knight's Vein crafting option that I'm ignoring gives you your first 2-handed sword, which like I thought was pretty good at first because the 2-hit combo for the 2-handed swords hits pretty hard, but it's just ultimately not as good because it just makes you you're just so much more vulnerable. Some of the big combos for the 2-handed swords and axes take so fucking long to wind up. You're just always gonna get hit. I fucking hate these things so much. Like, this is so, like these fucking dogs running around and, like, the fucking Blaze Masters, like, endlessly hopping away from you. This shit is so frustrating. Like, in Lament of Innocence, Leon's whip was so fucking huge that you could just hit whatever you needed to hit and it would just die. And you could just get this fucking boring interaction out of the way. But with these guys, it's just, like... It doesn't feel like a more interesting combat interaction. It just feels like my time is being wasted. So there's the first evolution. The Speed Mail is an excellent battle type companion because what I was just complaining about, evasive enemies, he like hard counters them because he's so fucking fast. He can always catch up to enemies, pretty much no matter where they are. If he knows he's supposed to attack something, he'll almost always catch it. Which actually makes me kind of sad, because when on his next evolution, he's gonna get way better overall, but he is gonna get slower, so the second battle-type evolution that I do does kind of feel a little bit bad, but that's gonna be made up for in a very dramatic way, which I'm gonna wait to explain until I get to it. And I should, like, I don't mean, like... When I say that I get, like, really frustrated when these interactions are drawn out, I don't mean, like... It's just a complaint about pacing. I don't mean everything should be brain-dead easy. I just mean that, like, chasing after the same enemy for, like, 15 seconds just to try to fucking hit him is just not fun. In 2D Castlevania, combat was lightning fast. You hit something... it died. Obviously, not so much the case in some of the Metroidvanias, but those had other things going for them. Fighting airborne enemies is also really annoying because I just can't really always tell how far away I am from something in the air. Them being airborne adds like another angle for me to try to like visually calculate, which I'm not used to doing. So there are many times when I'm fighting airborne enemies that I'll just like kind of jump towards where I kind of think they are and then try to hit them and then just like miss. Like I think that's probably going to happen here a few times. Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. There we go. And again, it's like... I don't know, what's the point of that? I think it's because it's because the combat is so easy. That when enemies don't just, like, die when I hit them, then I don't feel like the game is constructing an interesting combat challenge. I feel like it's just wasting my time, because there is nothing... All you're doing is delaying the inevitable, right? In the two-dimensional games, the presence or absence of a particular enemy in a particular room could be, like, really important. But here... There's only one place in the game, really, where that's the case, and that's the Tower of Eternity. And even then, the Tower of Eternity is like kind of like a challenge area, which I'm going to go to towards the very end of the game. Kind of like the Battle Arena in Circle of the Moon or the Nest of Evil in Portrait of Ruin. It's the one place in the game where like every individual enemy is important. But But at that point of the game, I'm going to have my my tier 3 battle type, who's going to be just incredibly overpowered and roided up, and he's going to basically win the whole thing for me. So, I'll you'll see that when we get to that. These things also have way too much health. These things take so long to kill. And I don't know if it's because I'm like not farming or like not grinding the way the game wants me to be. I don't know if I'm under-leveled or what, but these things just take way more hits to kill than is necessary. This is a game that could, ironically, this game doesn't have a pumpkin mode, but this is one that could really fucking use it. Because I barely get hit in these fights, but these enemies take so long to die, so this would actually be a perfect context to introduce some kind of like drastic nerf to your health plus buff to your attack power, because it would make them actually feel dangerous, but they would die a lot faster, and the pacing would be better. Like, I guarantee, like, that's why this fucking run is going to take so long. It's not necessarily because these levels themselves are, like, that much longer than the levels in Lament of Innocence. It's just the combat takes so fucking long. Everything takes so fucking long. So the result is a run that's, like, almost twice as long as my Lament run. And I think this is going to be the first break. I decided to put a break here because I anticipated that at this point my voice would be starting to go. And I have a lot to say about this next boss fight that I don't want to, and I want to make sure I have my full voice for that, so I think this was a prudent decision on my part. I like the save state chair, I guess I'll say that. Another thing that the game does right. The game looks pretty cool, but I'm going to talk more about that when I get back. In 2 seconds. Okay, so, as I believe I've already said at some point, Curse of Darkness is enamored with its, like, doppelganger-style, bosses who are, like, the same size as you, and this is the first one of those.
Wait! That crest! Are you the Devil Forge Master?
That whip.
Masaka.
Answer me! Are you the Devil Forge Master?
I am.
Then this is the hour of your death.
Oh, who could that be? So, this is the first of those. Dealing with the doppelganger fights in Lament of Innocence was sort of, was like very hard to do because it's very easy when enemies are the same size as you or when they're on the smaller side for them to get sort of knocked out of your combos and for you to be stuck executing like the last step of what you thought would be a complete combo when the enemy is perfectly free, is suddenly like out of your combo, is not being hit stunned, is like revving up to hit you again. And having the battle type like running around like knocking our enemy here all over the place really exacerbates that problem, but I'm putting up with it because it honestly does make the fight go faster. It makes it more chaotic, but it also makes it it's just smarter to let him just kind of do his thing. The issue also is that, like, it's pretty... There's just not much time between our enemy here finishing his attack set and then, like, starting a new one. And sometimes you can chain multiple combos, but sometimes he doesn't let you do it. Like, sometimes, like, you can hit him with, like, 3 hits and then follow that up with 2. Sometimes you can hit him with 3, and then if you try to follow him up with 2 again, he's started up another attack. I'm not gonna fight this guy for 10 minutes. By the way, if you're worried about the health bar, it ends when he hits like 25% health.
On your oath, are you truly the Devil Forge Master?
And if I am?
For one that served under Dracula, you seem much too weak. It's been said that the Devil Forge Master's power rivals that of death.
Ah, so you are hunting for Isaac as well, I see.
As well? Then you're not... Wait... I recall there was another Devil Forge Master. They say he betrayed Dracula and forswore his powers, but that was 3 years ago during the war. Could he have survived? It cannot be.
Believe what you like, but answer me this. Are you not Trevor Belmont, the one who defeated Lord Dracula?
That I am, though I did not fight alone. There were many brave warriors beside me. And your name, sir?
Hector.
Hector. I shall remember that name.
So this was interesting. I actually wasn't really expecting this. Namely, I wasn't really expecting Trevor to show up in this game. I thought that he might. I thought that I hadn't really like considered like what the story of this game would be. I knew it was a sequel to Dracula's Curse. I did not, but beyond that, I really didn't know what to expect. So Trevor actually physically showing up was surprising to me because I thought to myself, well, wait, if Trevor's still around, then like, why isn't he just solving everything? But it would make more sense for him to be here than for him to not be here. Although of course, what's not answered is where's Sypha and where's my boy Grant McNasty? Surely they should be around helping out too if Trevor is still around, dealing with the curse or whatever, or chasing down Isaac. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. The doppelganger fight, when I did the doppelganger fight in Lament of Innocence, when I tried to no damage it for the boss rush footage, I basically had to resort to like a cheese. I had to resort to using a temporary invincibility relic to not take damage. So I never really, like, the whole 3D doppelganger fight wasn't something that I ever really felt like I had a perfect handle on, and that's why I'm not very good at them.
Ah, I'm pleased to see you are unharmed.
Did you think me dead?
I saw him earlier. I feared that perhaps...
I came too late then. Which way did he go?
Along this path lies a forest. He went there, probably making his way to the village on the other side.
And what of your mission? To purify this land and remove the curse?
Yes, the curse. In the end, it is all Isaac. He is the source of this pestilence. He... Ah, how could I forget? There is a matter I must attend to. By your leave.
You again?
Oh, it's you. I was expecting someone else. You spoke with him, didn't you?
And why should I answer to you?
Perhaps you'll accept my advice then. You would do well to avoid him. Do not be drawn in by his words.
Your advice is neither solicited nor welcome. I will use any means necessary to achieve my revenge.
You've been warned. I would like to speak with you further, but I must track him down quickly. He is the one being who is beyond my recollection. Goodbye for now.
Actually, take back everything I just said. I just remembered that I did know Trevor was in the game to some extent because I knew that Trevor mode existed. But I didn't think he'd be a boss fight necessarily. Although I didn't think he'd be a boss fight. Although I guess it makes sense that he would be. Now we're at the Aqueduct, which is, as you can see, just kind of an endless, there's lots of rooms like this that are packed full of these fishmen, which are an annoying enemy to fight. They do the same thing that the Blaze Masters did back in the castle, which is they love to just jump away from you and waste your time. And also they love to do a rolling attack, which can zoom in from off-screen and hit you, and I really do need to mention something now, because I left the temple with some parts of it still unexplored. There's this winding path through the basement. Well, actually, there are two basement areas, one of which isn't going to be available until later, but one of them is available. I could have gone to right before I left the temple. the winding basement path, at the end of which is an accessory called the Sixth Sense something. Sixth Sense accessory brooch whatever thing. And I didn't understand what this thing did. It said something about like when a thing appears above your head, do a thing, and I thought it was an accessory that let you like instantly kill enemies if a certain prompt appeared. Because after I picked it up in my initial playthroughs of the game, this little like exclamation mark would occasionally show up over my head, but it never seemed to react. Nothing ever seemed to happen pertaining to my like button presses. I couldn't tell what was going on. I eventually realized that what the Sixth Sense accessory does is it causes a little exclamation mark to appear above your head when an enemy is about to hit you. Now, this is the kind of thing that you would only put in your game if you did not really think that the graphics on the screen would be adequate to convey to the player that they are about to get hit by an attack. So that item was their solution, I guess, to situations like the ones that you're often in with the mermen, which is they're jumping all over the place, so you have to kill like one of them at a time, meaning there's like 3 or 4 of them off the screen, and then they have long-range rolling and fireball attacks that can just careen in from off the screen and hit you. And rather than just redesigning the combat so that that doesn't happen, they decided to put that accessory in the game. I don't know. I don't want to be a backseat game developer. I'll state once again that pulling the camera in to be tighter was something that I said in Lament of Innocence I wanted. I guess they just had to make a decision that that's what they were going to do. And since this is the same engine as Lament of Innocence, since you can't necessarily always make sure every enemy stays in front of the player, these are just the things that you have to do if you give yourself these parameters and force yourself to work inside of them. I think that this is just sort of like... I don't know. I haven't played that many 3D games. Like games like this, like third-person, three-dimensional, you're a guy, you're running around, you're fighting things in melee combat type games. The only experience I have with any games that fit that bill are outside of the Castlevania series are basically like Legend of Zelda. Like I've never played Dark Souls. I've never played what's another good example of this? So yeah, I can't even think of one because of how little experience I have. So this is something that's relatively new to me, newer to me than just like the whole retro side-scrolling action thing. I've played other side-scrollers besides Castlevania, but in terms of like 3D games, my experience is very limited. And in Legend of Zelda games, in like Wind Waker, which is the one that springs to mind, because as I've stated multiple times before on this channel, I am basically a zoomer, and I grew up with the GameCube. In that game, you had L targeting, which in Ocarina of Time you'd call Z targeting, where locking onto an enemy meant you were constantly oriented towards them and your attacks would consistently hit them, and it was just a matter of... Now this necessarily limited the scope of the combat to only a few enemies at a time, which is not something, I guess, that Curse of Darkness was interested in. Another thing that I really want to mention about, like, comparing it... Another big problem that I want to mention, I'll just sort of... I'll remove the comparison aspect and just mention this as an issue, is that The fact that your attack animations carry you so far forward is actually a huge problem, because, and the fact that your attacks like always not, because it's presuming that the attacks that you make are going to knock enemies back a certain way in a certain direction. And I think this actually is like an 8-way control stick problem that I'm having, so I'm not going to necessarily say that this is a problem with the game as designed. This is just a problem with the game as I encounter it, which is that I find myself having to like try to reorient myself mid-combo a lot, and that's a very difficult thing to do when your control is so imprecise as mine is. And that's kind of the thing that, because I spent the last like 24 hours, pretty much ever since I recorded the first segment of commentary of this video, just sort of like really laying out my thoughts on this game in my head formally to try to work through them. And I keep on thinking, like, are a lot of my frustrations with this game stemming from the fact that I'm having this, like, controller issue? Because if I come out of this saying I don't like this game, then I think that's a natural thing to have to consider. Is that because the game is bad, or is it just because I'm having this very particular technical issue? And, you know, my technical issues aren't helping. But I really do think that, I think that it's more than that. Because earlier today, I was collecting the last of my Trevor mode footage, speaking of our friend Trevor Belmont. And I was just so phenomenally bored playing this game. And it's not necessarily like... And the thing about Trevor mode is that Trevor mode is faster paced than the main game. So I wasn't even spending that much time like whittling enemies down or like chasing them around the way that I have to in the base game. I was just like... I was just so bored. Just wandering through these endless levels in the same room with this in the same rooms with like this mediocre music. It's just like autopiloting all these enemies. And it's just, I don't know. I just can't stand it. And that has nothing to do with the occasional awkward direct, like, positional redirect. That's just like a baseline issue with the game. I don't know. I think I'm just not on the same wavelength as the people who... Because a lot of things in this game really remind me of Dawn of Sorrow, where Dawn of Sorrow seemed to have this idea that the player should just play the game for like 8 hours. Or you should just like do Eternal New Game Plus over and over and over again on the same save file to just like get the weapons you want, or to build up like a soul arsenal or whatever, instead of like just the one game playthrough standing on its own. This game, it feels like Curse of Darkness wants you to play it like for like fucking 15 hours. To like it wants you to farm shit. That's what all these like these crowds of enemies feel like. It feels like they're there for like farming or grinding or something. Like leveling up all your fucking innocent devils to max tier, or like getting like later generations of them, which I don't think I've explained the generational thing yet. But I guess I might as well. So innocent devils, This is why speed mail is good, by the way. Speed mail can actually catch up with these guys, which the golem struggles to do, and which the next evolution is going to struggle to do. So, innocent devils have evolutions, right? They go up to 3 or sometimes 4 tiers. But also, every innocent devil has a random chance to drop basically like a Pokemon egg. Like an egg from Pokemon, where you can bring it back to the blonde lady in the mountains, and you can hatch the egg into a level 1 basic innocent devil of whatever type spawned it. Like, for example, if speed mail here right now were to like, were to produce an egg, which in Curse of Darkness is called a Devil Shard, I could bring it back to the lady in the mountains, and it would be the magma guy, the unevolved like magma guy again, because and it would have 10% of the base stats of its parent, quote unquote, just like from the beginning. So subsequent generations of innocent devils get like more and more powerful the later the generations are, and the higher level the parent is. So I'm going to end this game with a 3rd generation battle type innocent devil. There was actually, I could have done 4, but I decided not to. For reasons I'll get into. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. I'm recording this a little later than I usually do, and this game is, well, it's not very exciting, I gotta be honest. It's kind of, in terms of, like, the environments, it's kind of the, like, Lament of Innocence problem again, where the environments look fucking great, but, like, a lot of these rooms look very similar, to the point that I really feel like you could probably just erase half of them from the game. Except they want you to, like, plow through these, like, fields of enemies, because all of their core systems are based off of, like, gaining EXP. Or I should say their core system of the whole Innocent Devil thing. And again, it's like fucking Dawn of Sorrow. Like, Dawn of Sorrow is a game that is just like a shrine to fucking farming. Or it wants you to just farm for everything. It's so annoying. And it's like, here's the same thing. So that's what I mean when I say different wavelength, like different kind of game. Where they thought the best way to elaborate on the RPG elements of the series was to just make it more of an RPG by making it more grindy, which is the worst fucking decision that they could possibly have made. I'll say this about, like, you know, when I talked about Circle of the Moon, I talked a lot of shit. I would rather play Circle of the Moon than play this game again. Even with all of Circle of the Moon's, like, obnoxiousness and, like, the stiff movement and, like, the double tap running and the, like, the vertical, the, like, purely vertical fucking pencil jump and all the card farming, like, I would rather... I mean, I don't know if I'd rather do a run where I go to the battle arena again and Circle the Moon, but, like, doing a Circle the Moon run where, like, I just get fucking, Neptune Cockatrice to deal with Phase 3 of Dracula, and then I just skip the battle arena, like, that'd be fine. That'd be fucking fine. I'd be totally okay with that. And I feel bad, as I often do. There's a couple of games that I like. The only games that I don't feel bad about criticizing are, I guess I would say, Castlevania The Adventure and Castlevania Legends. But with Curse of Darkness, it's like, man, I get that it was very important to someone out there to make a 3D Castlevania game that was good. So this was something that somebody out there really wanted to do. And they took their shot with the N64 games. The N64 games, I don't know what their sales were like. I don't think they sold terribly, but I don't think they really sold that well. And of course their reputation shortly after release was pretty negative. Excuse me. So then, it's 2002. They decide to try again with Lament of Innocence. Doesn't quite hit the mark either. I can kind of tell just by how Curse of Darkness is designed that there were things about Lament of Innocence. A lot of people probably had similar complaints to the ones that I had about it, and I sort of sense an attempt to sorry, I had to adjust my microphone. I sense an attempt to, like, respond to those complaints. But why this? Why this idea? Maybe the problem was just... Maybe the problem was, like, the focus on action. Maybe... I think maybe good three-dimensional combat is just really hard to do. I don't know, like I've said, I've never played, like, combat-centric three-dimensional games, really, ever. Legend of Zelda is not a combat-centric game. Even like Twilight Princess, where the combat's like a little bit more focused on, is definitely not like a combat game. I shouldn't have these long stretches of silence. If I'm going to make a fucking commentary video, then I should actually make some commentary. There's an alternate path back through the aqueduct that I didn't take because it doesn't open up all the way until you get to almost the end of the game. I'm going to go back there at a certain point to get a very important piece of crafting material. You're not going to see that. It's going to happen between cuts. Just because it's very boring. It's wandering through more brown square rooms, killing a bunch of fishmen again. One of two times there's going to be like an awesome off-screen... Some stuff in the run is going to happen off-screen. The other time is going to be a little bit later. Out of necessity. So because bosses don't drop evolution crystals, I don't have to worry about what weapon I use to fight them in that respect. I can just use whatever weapon I have as best. So the skeleton diver, the star of this video's wonderful thumbnail, the skeleton diver is a very good indication of an issue that I was able to identify with the Curse of Darkness boss fights just today, actually. Which is that I once described the Lament of Innocence boss fights as turn-based, and I sort of said it like derisively, where Lament of Innocence's boss fights are very much like the boss attacks, and then you just wait for him to finish attacking, and then you dip in and you attack. But the thing is, that's kind of how like every boss fight is. I think in Lament of Innocence, what made it feel different was the fact that everything was like slower paced, like bosses could take a long time to finish their attack before they became vulnerable. Curse of Darkness's boss fights are also turn-based. But the bosses are much, much worse at letting you know when it's your turn. Like, for example, this guy's little, like trident sweep when he first lands is uninterruptible. He doesn't take hit stun at the start of that little attack. Except for the sometimes when he does. The speed mail sometimes seems to knock him out of that attack. And sometimes, a 2-hit combo from the mace can knock him out of it. So... But usually when I try to do a 2-hit combo, sometimes I just attack past him by accident. And now he's just not letting me attack him at all, except he is when the speed mail gets to him. And now this is happening, and I don't know what the fuck the game expects me to do when I have to both dodge roll out of the way of a beam attack and also not get hit by the trident swings, which could be on a timing that I can't avoid. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in half of the boss fights in this game. It just feels like a complete and total clusterfuck. It's not like... It's like either the boss just doesn't tell you when it's your turn, or it's just never your turn. And it's just always the boss's turn to do something, and the fights devolve into these, like... into these awkward slap fests, where you and the boss are just kind of, like, wailing on each other, and it's like a fucking RPG. I know that no-damaging these bosses is possible. I've seen videos where people no-damage these bosses, but it's just like... I haven't watched the videos. I know the videos exist, so I know that it's doable, but, like, I just don't fucking get it. Like, how patient should I be? Like, how much time am I expected to just fucking stand there and stare at the fucking enemy? And this attack is fucking stupid, too, because the fact that Hector loves to throw his whole body forward whenever he does an attack means that it's really easy to try to, like, get some hits in, but then accidentally, like, throw yourself into the fish's body during your attack animation and get knocked around. So that's really annoying, too. Fun fact, by the way, that video that I saw, that was every Curse of Darkness boss done without taking any damage. 50 minutes long. 50. 50. That's fucking stupid. I'm just gonna say it. I don't know what degenerate shit that guy did to not take any damage on, like, the fucking Isaac fight, which we're gonna get to at the end of the next level, or at the end of the level after the next level. But I have a feeling it has something to do with the fact that that video is fucking 50 minutes long. That's fucking ridiculous. So this is the bird type. Honestly, not a bad innocent devil type once it gets a certain ability called carpet bombs, which you guys aren't actually going to see for a very long time because I'm only going to use the bird for the gliding ability for a while. The bird is not going to kill any enemies until we're close to the end of the game, and I'll explain why when we get there. For now, the reason why, even though I think carpet bombs are good, even though I think bird types are pretty good, the reason that I'm not using it over the battle types is because, oh, actually I should be quiet, because there's going to be yet another cutscene.
Voices. Who could it be? Do not go beyond your bounds. You mustn't speak nor act upon matters related to fate. You had better refrain from saying anything unsuitable.
Oh, that is correct, of course, but what about you? Is it not ludicrous for you to be guiding a traveler in these circumstances?
I am merely lending assistance to one who is seeking what he already desires. It is the same with the curse.
That's ridiculous. You have different rules for yourself.
This discourse is at an end. I cannot have you interfering any...
I will keep returning until the day you finally surrender.
No one escapes from me.
So, those two are enemies.
Oh, really? You don't say. The reason why I don't use the bird type over the battle type is because, and I may have actually already said this, but I'll reiterate this whenever it becomes relevant. The battle types are a lot sturdier than... I mean, they're the sturdiest Innocent Devil type in the game, and even though the bird type... I was very excited when I first got the bird type, because initially, when I first played this game, I didn't really take advantage of the guard ability that the battle types have, which is their ability to just sort of stay in one place and block every attack coming to them. So when I had my battle types out during like the Wyvern fight or during the Skeleton Diver fight, they would just kind of like run in and die. But then once I started taking advantage of the guard thing, that I was able to sort of work around that. The bird types also have a guard feature, but the thing is that if you want to take full advantage of an Innocent Devil, you can't really just have it sitting in guard the whole time. You want it to be doing something. Speed Mail is pretty good because it moves very fast. It's good at just like kind of getting out of the way of enemy attacks, getting into like good positions, and also it tends to knock a lot of the bosses around, the ones that are like doppelganger-ish. Get knocked around a lot by the Speed Mail. And then Corpsey, which is what the Speed Mail is going to evolve into, has the Bone Storm ability, the most overpowered ability in the entire game, which I guess I didn't really want to talk about this until I actually got my first Corpsey, but I guess I will talk about it just to make this point. Bone Storm is a really good ability. It does a bunch of damage in like a cone in front of Corpsey, and also, and this is the crucial part, Corpsey is completely invincible rather while he's doing it. And it lasts for a really long time, so it serves as like this really good simultaneous offensive and defensive option, and it's what kind of keeps him from taking a bunch of damage and dying. But the bird types have a really bad habit. Even though they're supposed to be evasive, they're supposed to be like flying up in the air, they'll just fucking fly into enemy attacks and just get hit and die. So they're no matter, like, it'll just fucking happen, so they're totally unreliable. The reason I just did that is that's a material that I need to make the special item that I'm going to use for the end game. And I'm also going to steal something from this level's boss for the same purpose, even though the steal from the boss is kind of risky. The reason that I desummoned the fairy type there is because my little fairy friend now knows, I think I saw him learn this. He now knows an ability called Poison Powder. Again, it's like Pokemon, which poisons enemies, and poison ticks will actually stagger the Cyclopses. I think they must stagger like every enemy that can be poisoned, because those Cyclopses usually don't usually takes a lot to stagger them, but any poison tick will stagger them, and you can only steal from the Cyclopses during their jump. That creates a shockwave, and if he's poisoned and he starts to rev up a shockwave attack, he can get staggered, and that'll interrupt it, and he'll get and he won't finish the attack. So I actually don't want him to be poisoned in that one specific circumstance. But now I don't have to worry about that because he's dead, and I got my Galtite. Yeah, stealing is actually a really important mechanic in this game. It's what prevents you, it's what saves you from being stuck in, like, resource bottlenecks for the most part, and it also ensures that you don't have to get certain innocent devils to get certain materials at certain points in the game, because there's a, what's in this level? There's like an ether in this level, I think, that you can only get with a golem type, or a juggernaut type combat ID, which I don't have. I think I may have already made this point too. I guess maybe I should just accept that it's inevitable that during a 6-hour-long video I'm going to repeat myself once or twice. Okay, so my fairy type is now tier 3. All that's left for me is to kill enough enemies until it learns heal level 3, and then I can go back to using Marrowgar. Now, these skeleton guys don't actually infinitely respawn in this zone, but they do spawn for a long time, and I'm kind of taking advantage of that. I didn't really want to, because I didn't want to literally farm respawning enemies. I was happy to kill enemies that I didn't necessarily have to, just for Evo crystals or for, like, levels or whatever. But I didn't want to, like, I didn't want to, like, hit that level of degeneracy where I was literally just standing around farming enemies. This is really annoying because these guys, like, they can end up near the exit to a room, and because doorways are activated with the same button that attacks, if you're fighting enemies too close to a wall, or too close to a door, rather, it's very, very easy for your attacks to carry you forward in front of the door, and then for, like, a subsequent attack button press to fucking put you through the door when you didn't want to go through the door. Oh yes, this is another central feature of Curse of Darkness that I should have mentioned, the chairs. There are many chairs in Curse of Darkness. You are not going to see most of them, because a lot of them are in hidden places or squirreled away places that I have no reason to go to, because those places only contain, or just contain stuff that is not relevant to me. But there are many chairs. In fact, there's an entire chair room that I think I am going to show you guys. I think I did at least have to show you guys the chair room, just because it's silly and remarkable enough to be a mandatory inclusion in any video of this game, I think. But you're not going to see most of the chairs themselves. There's like an office chair, there's a like casino slot machine, there's a couch somewhere in the aqueducts. I don't quite know what the deal is, because I guess it must just be like the thing in Harmony of Dissonance, where in Harmony of Dissonance, Juiced Belmont could collect furniture, which had actually some consequence, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, look at this. Alright, Corpsey, my boy. So, Marrowgar is now at his final stage. He's much slower than Speed Mail. Corpsey is slower than Speed Mail, but does way more damage, and will eventually get access to Bone Storm, which I just talked about, and that's like the main reason, because Bone Storm is ridiculous. Another really important property of Corpsey, though, is that different Innocent Devil types have different, like, the amount of stats that they gain on level up is different. Like, some have higher growth rates of certain stats. With Corpsey, the thing about Corpsey that's really important is that he will gain 5 hearts per level, which, and hearts are both health and an ability resource. And because innocent devils are going to be in the thick of combat, especially with a slow innocent devil like Corpsey, they're going to be vulnerable to taking damage. And so the more health they have, the better. It's not an irrelevant stat, it's an extremely important stat. Even if I'm not, like, because I'm not necessarily worried about running out of hearts to use on abilities. I'm worried about I don't anticipate like abilities being the thing that drain my hearts too low. It's damage. So more hearts is a good thing. Not necessarily because you'll be able to like use your abilities more, but because if the threshold of damage you can take before you have to stop using your abilities or start worrying about not using your abilities is now much higher, if that makes sense. So in other words, I'm only concerned with heart growth as it manifests as like health growth, not as it manifests as like an MP growth, for example. I don't know if that made any sense. I don't know if that's even necessarily a relevant or significant distinction, but I already said it, and now it's too late. Oh, that's good too. So Corpsey will randomly like hit enemies really hard and stun them, which is what the yellow particles over that lizard man's head there was earlier. It sucks that it's random, but it's just good that he has it, because it is just like a normal ass auto attack. Grand Wave, by the way, the ability that he just got, kind of a strange ability. It hits enemies. It creates like a straight line energy wave from him to whatever he decides to aim at, but it doesn't do that much damage. I think it's supposed to be good because it's long range, but the thing is that I don't know how you would I don't know how you target it. I guess it must just target whatever you lock onto, but the thing is that if there's like enemies that are far away from you and enemies that are close to you, which is when it would be most important to kill enemies that are far away from you, then trying to target anything will just result in you locking onto the enemies that are close to you. And the reason that's the scenario where enemies that are far away from you are especially dangerous is because if the only enemies in the room are enemies that are far from you, then it would make more sense to just close distance with them and run over with your Corpsey to start fighting them instead of having him stand still far away and shoot a vertical line energy attack that's not even going to do that much damage. It makes much more sense for him to get close and actually take advantage of his pretty high strength stat to do damage with his melees. So Grand Wave is not good. Grand Wave, I don't think I ever really found a use for it. The good Corpsey ability is Bone Storm. Which I actually kind of wanted before this next boss coming up here, but I don't think I'm going to get it, because unlike Heal level 3 for the Fairy type, getting Bone Storm on Corpsey actually does require killing a good number of enemies. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay. The Grand Wave didn't kill everything, in case you're curious. The fucking, a cross drop. It looked like Grand Wave killed the pig archer, which I guess is all you would really need for it to do. So I guess that's fine. But not very sexy. And by that I mean not very like exciting, not very flashy, the way that the way the Bone Storm is. Yeah, I wanted Bone Storm for the boss of the forest, but I don't feel like I really need Bone Storm until the boss at the end of the next level, which is the town. There's somewhere in this forest level cavern area, there's a statue of the bird god from Dracula's Curse. What I think of Dracula Phase 3. The final phase of the final boss from Dracula's Curse. There's like a bird statue somewhere in here that looks like that. But I don't remember where it is. I might have already passed it. I think it's in like a weird like non-mandatory out of the way area, but I don't exactly recall. And I think we're coming up already, actually, on another break. This is because this is like not necessarily all the time that I had, but I don't get another save state after the next boss for a long time, so this is just where it made sense to do it. Save station, rather. So this next boss is one of the rare instances of a boss fight that actually I think goes pretty well in my Curse of Darkness footage, because it's not a doppelganger style boss. It's an actual big monster, as you'll see shortly. So the Minotaur is very similar to the Golem boss from Lament of Innocence in that it's mostly just the fight is really mostly just about kind of dodging out of the way of its attacks, except you have a little bit of an extra margin for error because a lot of his attacks can be blocked, although you can't block like too many of his attacks at the same time. Or rather, I should say, you can't block like too many of his attacks in a row. If you try to block 2 pillar swings in a row, then the second one will break your guard and hit you, but you can block one of them and be perfectly fine, like I just demonstrated there. So if you fuck up one of the dodges, it's not the end of the world. The frustrating part is that his attack patterns are much less regular than the Golems are. Like, for example, sometimes he'll do one swing with the pillar and then stop, but then sometimes he'll follow it up with a second one, and you kind of don't really know which of the two he's going to do until it's like already happening. So you have to constantly be prepared for the multi-swing, even when it doesn't happen. And additionally, this isn't the case so much anymore, but in Phase 1 he can also do a similar thing where like sometimes he'll do a single vertical slam down, and then nothing else, and then sometimes he'll follow that up with a horizontal sweep, and you don't know if he's going to do it until he's doing it. But the thing about this boss that makes it complicated, and the reason that I want a level 3 fairy type specifically for this boss, is because there's a material that I need to steal from him that I can only get from him, and the steal is pretty tough to do. You have to dodge backwards during that shockwave attack. So that shockwave attack is like when he's available to steal, which is why like the reticle turned purple. But the sequence you have to do to make it work is very specific, because he kind of aims at you, then he jumps. So I'm dodging backwards to not get hit by his feet, to not get hit by him. But then, and also in order to avoid the shockwave, I have to jump as soon as he lands. So like you have to dodge, because if you just try to jump, you'll hit him. But if you dodge backwards preemptively, he'll land in front of you, so you have to like dodge backwards, then jump over the shockwave, and then hit him. So it's very it's a pretty specific sequence, but what I like about it is that it's very regular. Once you have the timing down, you know what's going to happen. So that's why I was able to no damage it, because as scary as he is, he does a lot of damage if he hits you, which is why the fairy was important, because if I fucked up one of those like steal sequences, then I could actually take a lot of damage. But it turns out okay. And now we're going into the town. I don't remember what number level this is. I would say none of the levels themselves in Curse of Darkness are particularly interesting. Really, the only differentiating factor between the levels is mostly like how good the music is or how interesting the environments are. The town, I think, has okay music, but the environments are not super Or not super interesting. Aha, yeah, there's an egg, or devil shard. Which is good. I want that, before I get to the clock tower, which is the level after this one. That's kind of when I'm planning to level up my next Corpsey. Because I only really need... I don't need a Gen 3 with Bone Storm again until, or I don't, like, really want one, I should say, until, I guess, the end of the... Oh, the end of the Ruins. Which is the level after the clock tower. And the thing is that, like, as the game progresses, the rate at which you can level up, or the rate at which you can evolve your Innocent Devils accelerates. Like, for example, I just went through, like, 4 levels, and I was only barely able to get both of my dudes to like, a 3rd tier evolution, while completely neglecting my bird-type ID. But when you get later in the game, enemies will start dropping, like, 3 Evo crystals at a time, and they'll do that at much higher rates. So it's a lot easier to get later generations of IDs up to where you want them to in the late game, and it's also easier to level up and evolve IDs in the late game for that same reason. So that's why it is still technically, even though I'm not doing it, it would be technically viable to get all Innocent Devils up to their max evolution. The only problem is that you would be sacrificing the potential of having max evolved higher tier later generations of Innocent Devil, and I'm going to explain that more in a little bit. For now, I want to talk about this goofy-ass room that we just found. This is the chair room that I was talking about earlier. It's a fun little Easter egg. Every time you sit in a chair anywhere in the game, the chair becomes replicated in this room. And if you sit in all the chairs, then I think you get a little message that says, "Congratulations for sitting in all the chairs." And here's someone's desk in an office with a picture of a bear on a laptop. I don't know what exactly that's a reference to, but there it is. I had to include this. There's no reason to go in there gameplay-wise, but it's so silly and it's unique, so I had to show it. So what I mean by, like, what you lose out on is, let's imagine the following scenario. Let's say that I go into the run with the arbitrary goal of, I want to fully evolve all of my Innocent Devils, right? Just to show them all off for the sake of the footage, which is something I considered doing. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end the game with 5, like, kind of leveled first generation Innocent Devils, and they're all going to do basically the same thing, which is, or I should say 4, like, combat related ones, because the fairy type is kind of its own thing. The fairy type is unique in my opinion, but the other 4 types are all just, like, they just do damage in battle. So I'd be left with 4 mediocre combat-centric IDs, right? And I would also have to go through I would have to worry a lot more about my weapon usage to get the final evolutions that I want. Instead of just only swapping back and forth between axes and swords, I would probably have to incorporate spears in there at some point. I absolutely would for the devil type ID, which I'll talk more about when we get to it. Or I could spend the time that I would have spent, like, leveling up and evolving, like, the mage type and the devil type, leveling up and evolving later generations of the battle type. So I could end the game with, like, 1 roided up Corpsey and 1, like, semi-roided up Corpsey, right? Which is what's going to happen. I'm going to end with a really high level Generation 3 Corpsey and then kind of a backup Generation 2 Corpsey, which is just better in every conceivable way, in my opinion. Again, if you're not going into this game with any kind of concerns for efficiency, if you're not thinking about, I don't want to farm, if you're not thinking about, like, if you don't consider your time to be limited, then there's absolutely nothing stopping you from getting, like, you know, roided up Gen 2 max evos of every single Innocent Devil, but, like, what would that accomplish? if I really loved this game and I really loved like the Innocent Devil system, I would probably have tried to find a way to like do that for you guys, to like showcase everything, but the game is just not that fun to play, and I was more concerned with efficiency. I really didn't want to do a whole bunch of like off-camera farming. I didn't want to farm in general, so that was like kind of my baseline goal, was just doing what was fun for me, and that meant taking more of like taking an approach that was more concerned with efficiency. Yeah, Corpsey can also take a lot of damage, just kind of at baseline, but he has better health for it, and Bone Storm makes him invincible, so if you just spam Bone Storm, then he'll basically never die. I think this is maybe supposed to be the same town that's like level 1 of Dracula's Curse, because the song that plays is sort of a remix of Beginning, which is the level theme from that music, or it incorporates elements of it, but to be fair, a lot of Castlevania music incorporates stuff from Beginning or stuff from Vampire Killer. Pretty much almost every song, actually, in the soundtrack for Symphony of the Night incorporates Beginning in some way. At least that's my memory of it anyway. It's been a little while now since I played Symphony of the Night. But that's I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Yeah, these guys, this game is really kind of crying out for some kind of equivalent to the Leon Belmont heavy attack from Lament of Innocence, because like what happened there was I was able to like get 2 of them under control, but then the third one was just a little bit out of my reach and hit me from behind the other 2, and like, I mean, I guess that's what the Innocent Devil is for, right? He's there to manage things and to sort of like deal with enemies that are outside of your immediate sphere of influence, deal with whatever extra enemies you can't like keep under control, but it seems like why go to so much trouble to create a solution for a problem when you could just not create the problem in the first place, you know? I feel like Dawn of Sorrow, like, this game reminds me of Dawn of Sorrow a lot, and this game and Dawn of Sorrow were both kind of infatuated with this concept of, fucking with, like, the weapon systems, and I don't know why. I mean, like, what was, like, of all the problems that Lament of Innocence had, never in any of my my most, like, vitriolic criticisms of the game did I ever say that the biggest problem is that you have the same weapon the whole time. Like, having the same weapon the whole time is what lets you build up a consistent skill level. You know? It's not like what does it add? I mean, I guess it adds an extra element of like decision making, or like RPG type stuff. But like, because all I can think of, I just keep thinking about Dawn of Sorrow and how Dawn of Sorrow was just clogged up with all of these superfluous weapon types. Like, they didn't just have one-handed swords, two-handed swords. There's also, like, maces, and then axes, and then spears, and then katanas, and then, like, fist weapons, and it's like, why? Like... Portrait of Ruin was much more measured about that. They had the whip, and then they had, like, two-handed swords for Jonathan, and I'm pretty sure that was it. Or I guess two-handed axes, too, but... Like, it was much more... Because there's basically 2 types of, like, Castlevania weapons. There's, like, classic type, like if it's not literally a Belmont whip, it's meant to be replicating it. Something with a long range, and then a slow wind-up to compensate for it, right? That's the idea of the Belmont whip, is that it has a very long range, but it has this like startup time, this wind up, which means you have to think really carefully about your positioning, and you have to get the timing down and that kind of thing. But it's very good for making sure that you don't like accidentally take like contact damage while trying to close distance with something, which is kind of like a hazard of the era. If you watch like a lot of like NES shovelware Kusoge had the same problem where like it was just really hard to hit, like your attacks were like too short range basically, and it was hard to like the ideal distance to hit an enemy, to like close distance and deal damage to an enemy, was very specific, which could be very frustrating. But Castlevania managed to maintain difficulty with a different method, which was by increasing the range of the weapon, so that way you're not worried about accidentally taking contact damage. All you're trying to do is close distance, but at the same time added this wind-up swing, this brief period of invulnerability, so you can't attack immediately, and that was a really good idea. Then when you get to, I guess, Rondo Maria to a certain extent, but really like Symphony of the Night is when they really got rid of that. I mean, Maria and Rondo doesn't use a whip, but her like birds are kind of like even more overpowered, so they're not really relevant to the point that I'm trying to get to. In Symphony of the Night, they replaced the long-range slow whip with fast short-range sword, which, unless you're using like the Basilard or something, is still long range enough that you're not really worried about contact damage, but is not as long range of the whip, doesn't let you maintain the same distance while still doing damage, means you do have to think more about closing distance, but the compensating factor is that it's immediate. It's like almost instant, the swing in Symphony of the Night. So, So what I'm getting at is that if you're going to introduce... And so what I'm getting at is that in Dawn of Sorrow, the weapons basically broke down into those two types. Either the slow, long-range weapons or like the fast, shorter-range weapons, right? And then you had like weird, basically redundant or worse versions of those two weapon archetypes. Like, the katanas in Dawn of Sorrow were pretty much the same as the one-handed swords, except they had, like, awful, like, delays after attacks where you're just, like, standing there, like, doing nothing. The katanas in Dawn of Sorrow are so god-awful, I don't know why they exist. And then, this is, by the way, speaking of god-awful, that enemy always, like, fucks me up. The only way I can really figure out to kill it is with Bone Storm, because he moves too fast for you to execute any, like, real combos. You just either have to, like, plink him down with basic attacks when he runs fast, or Bone Storm to kill him. And I stole a Dragon Scale there as kind of, like, just-in-case type thing, because there's a one-handed sword that I know requires a Dragon Scale, but I'm not necessarily planning on crafting, because it doesn't, basically, it was a thing where there's this crafting line of one-handed swords where the last, not like the highest level of it, but like the highest level of it that I'm willing to go for, requires a random drop. So I kind of wanted to put myself in a situation where if that random thing dropped, I could still make that sword, but that also required having materials for like the levels of sword that came before it, which meant having a Dragon Scale. So I don't think I'm ever going to actually use that Dragon Scale, but I stole it anyway just in case I wanted to use it later. What was I saying? Yeah, redundant weapon types. Like, a lot of this shit in Dawn of Sorrow has been axed, like... And really, like... Because what's the point of... If all of these choices ultimately boil down to, like, the same two things, then... What's the point of having them? In Portrait of Ruin... And I think this is true in Dawn of Sorrow, too. They sort of tried to make, like, an elemental weakness system with the with the different weapon types, where some enemies were weak to slash damage and some were weak to strike damage, which were differentiated. That's fine. I mean, that's one way to do it. And I really like the two-handed weapons in Dawn of Sorrow and Portrait of Ruin, like the two-handed swords. Those feel really great to use. So I appreciate the inclusion of different weapon types to a certain extent. But my point is that, like, so much of this just feels like bloat. So much of this just feels like it really doesn't need to be in the game and like doesn't need to exist, when what you should probably be focusing on instead is just making the game more fun. You know what I mean? Like, if all of the effort, because that's why there's so many enemies, right? It's that's why this game takes so fucking long. It's to compensate all of these like RPG element features, where like you farm enemies for crafting material or Evo crystals to farm experience for your innocent devils to farm. You're farming to farm. Like, it's really annoying. And I just can't help but wonder why. Why not just make Lament of Innocence with, like, if you really would rather have the one-handed swords combat in the game, just do that, and then pull the camera in closer, but not so close that the player can't see what the fuck is going on. You need to add an item into the game to tell them when they're going to get attacked, instead of just showing it to them. And, like, I would say make Innocent Devils... rebalance the Innocent Devils. Probably... I don't know. Because the key problem with Innocent Devil balance is just the fact that they're so clunky and unpredictable. Like, there is an Innocent Devil that gives you invincibility in the same way that the invincibility jar did in Lament of Innocence, but the problem is that all Innocent Devil abilities have this, like, delay, where the idea might be in the middle of doing something else, so you can't do it, like, snappily and responsively. It's not, like, something you can just do. You have to, like, there's this element of unpredictability to it, which I really don't like.
You've caught up already.
Isaac.
It's still too soon, but all the same. I'll test your abilities and see how much of your power has been
So this fight is really frustrating and really annoying. Because, like, it's hard to even say. It's like, so in Lament of Innocence, right? Like, turn-based combat, like, enemies will attack, and then it's, like, your turn to attack, and then it's their turn to attack. Isaac is, like, the point at which he no longer can be attackable is sort of hard to determine. And also, the fact that he has his dude, like, flying around all the time, literally, like, flying off-camera hitting you. If there was some way to control that thing, or ensure that it was always, like, hitting your ID instead of you, then that would be fine. But, like... And I don't mind the presence of his devil type ID when it's like doing specific telegraphed attacks, like the attack where it like where it travels along the ground and then explodes, which it did there a little bit. It's when it's just like randomly flying around, like corkscrewing into you, that I don't know what the game wants me to do. I also feel like the game is really like, I still don't really know when Isaac stops taking hits done. Because it's like, there I could follow that up. Like I followed up that 3-hit with a 2-hit and knocked him out of it, but, like, is he now... how long can I keep doing that? Is it like an execution? Basically, when I can't, like, chain combo him, my question is this. Is that an execution problem, or does he just arbitrarily become immune to stagger and immune to hit stun at a certain point? If it is the latter, at what point does that occur? How many times do I get to hit him before he decides he's not going to get hit stunned anymore? You know what I mean? Like, that's my question, and I don't know. I was just never clear on that. And also the fact that, like, he's constantly getting knocked around means that it's pretty easy for me to end up in these corners and to end up in, like, weird camera situations where I don't quite know where like his little devil buddy there can end up just like off screen, and I don't know he's coming until he's already exploding on me, which is kind of what happened back there. To be fair, actually, Isaac does do like a verbal thing when he sends the exploding ID after you. This was like a snap decision where I knew he was almost dead at this point, but I wanted the XP from the kill to go to my second Marrow Guard that I just got from Julia's shop, so I brought him out at the last second to make sure that he got the levels for it. And I knew he'd be okay, because I knew his guard would protect him for long enough. Falcon! Punch!
Ah, how gratifying. Your power is indeed returning, but it's still not enough.
Brother, stop!
Julia! Return! Abel! Brother? What an annoying interruption. Well, so be it. It's still too early to finish you anyway. Regain more of your power first. You'll need it all if you hope to kill me.
You are not getting away!
No! Let him go!
So, I was taken in. You were in league with Isaac all along!
Think what you like, but I do wish for you to stop him, honestly.
Then why did you keep me from him?
Because it is too soon! You still lack the strength and spirit to defeat him.
I know that my strength is still growing. But what do you mean by my spirit?
You must understand this. My brother is in the venomous grip of Lord Dracula's curse. The desires of a single man mean nothing. The curse rules him.
Then go with Belmont or one of his vampire slayers. Someone you can be sure of.
No, Hector. You must be the one to defeat him. My brother has always respected you. Only you can free him from the curse. And also, if you are the one to slay him, only then could I live with it.
I understand. Of course, he is your brother. Forgive me. I was vexed. I did not mean to offend. I will take my leave of you now. And I will do what I can.
Be vigilant, Hector. I have an ill feeling. It bodes not well.
The classic Iga story female character, hot blonde who sits in the back and goes, "Be careful, guys." Okay, this is the mage type, and as much as I've kind of denigrated the other IDs aside from the battle type and the fairy type, the mage type is actually really interesting. Like it can learn a lot of different unique abilities depending on its evolutionary line. It seems like a lot of thought was put into sort of the balancing on them. You can get a really cool holy type ability if you take a certain evolutionary line, which involves using special weapons. But the problem is that like all those intricacies and all of those all that complexity ultimately just boiled down to dealing damage to enemies, and the battle type just does that better, unfortunately. The mage type can exploit elemental weaknesses better. Corpsey, as good as he is, doesn't have any like elemental attacks as far as I can tell. The mage type does, but the problem is that the mage type like the mage type has like a thunder attack, I think. No, I don't think, I know, and then like a fire attack. The problem is that like the only relevant enemies in this game are the bosses, and the bosses past this point, what? There's one with a lightning weakness. There's one with a Isaac has an ice weakness actually, which there is a mage type that I think that can take advantage of that. Etc., etc. But my larger point is that, like, even if you're taking advantage of those weaknesses, like, I still don't really think it's better than than a roided up Gen 2 or Gen 3 corpsey spamming Bone Storm, you know? I don't know, I could be wrong. But the other thing is that, and this is a point that I've already made, but I'm going to reiterate it again, even if the mage type was better at dealing consistent damage than Corpsey was in terms of like just the pure DPS output, the mage type is way more fragile and is way less reliable in terms of their survivability. And I don't just mean, and that might seem redundant, but what I mean by that is that not just that the mage types have less health than the battle types, but also that the mage types, like, either you have it sit on guard, and then it's not doing anything, or you micromanage its guarding when you think enemies might be hitting it, which is impossible because it's floating around, you can't always see it. Such combat situations in Curse of Darkness can get complicated. Or you try to just use it normally and have it fly around using its abilities, but then it just will randomly float into enemy attacks and die. This is a consistent problem with the mage type, the bird type, and the devil type, where they're just stupid. They just have no sense of self-preservation. And Corpsey is like that too, to a certain extent, but the difference is Bone Storm. Because with Bone Storm, you can just have him use Bone Storm, you know he's not going to take any damage while it's active, and it's just constantly dealing damage to everything in the entire room. And it's like, why would you ever... Like, what else do you need? Even if the mage types could do better damage, they're just less reliable because they're more prone to just fucking randomly dying. And I don't even really know if it was worth making innocent devils, like, killable. Because that's the problem that it creates. Mage types might be more interesting to use, but I can have the coolest, most interesting, most heavily invested mage type in the game, and that's all just going to be useless if, while he's charging up his Sorcerer's Flame or his Shooting Stars or whatever, he just gets randomly smacked by a level 75 Cyclops' club, and now he's just fucking dead. And it's like, I should have just used Corpsey and just had him stand there and spam Bone Storm, because then he wouldn't have died. Like, what does it add? Like, the fact that you have to worry about durability, the fact that you have to worry about enemy damage coming in, especially AoE damage, is like... all that does is make all, like, non-Corpsey IDs extremely unreliable. In my experience, anyway. Maybe there's some like trick I don't get, but that's been my experience with trying out the different IDs in this game. Is that like when I first got the bird type, I think I already said this, but I'll say this again. I was really excited to bring that in against the Minotaur because I had a lot of problems with the Minotaur fight when I first got to it, when I didn't have like the timing down for the dodges, and so I thought the bird type might be good for that. But the bird type, it like flies around, it does some damage, and then it just flies into the pillar swing, and then it just dies. And it's like, okay, well, that was fun for about 15 seconds, and now my fucking bro is dead, and why didn't I just use fucking Corpsey? Or why didn't I just have a battle type sit at the edge of the arena with guard on the entire time, because everything else is just gonna fucking die? Like... And if all you're going to do is have an ID sit on the sidelines with guard up, then use a battle type, because they have the best passive buffs. So, the fact that IDs can take damage just is basically the game saying over and over again, in my view, just use a fucking battle type. Because you'll get the most benefit from it just sitting on the sidelines, and because you can evolve it to Corpsey, who can just stand there being invincible and killing everything. So, like... Why engage with the other types at all? And the mage type, I mean, the mage type at least can do like some interesting stuff. Like it is better at exploiting elemental weaknesses for whatever that's worth. And the bird type, like, it's the same thing with all of them. It's like they're good if they don't just randomly explode. Maybe that's supposed to be the balancing factor. I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be like, this enemy is really good if you don't... If the gods don't roll snake eyes and just kill it. Those flame demons back there, when I had a different route, when I had like a different crafting material checklist, there's a material you can steal from those flame demon enemies called phlogiston, which is extremely hard to come by in the open world. You pretty much have to either steal it from the flame demons or get it from one particular spot in the late game, and there's only one available in the open world, so you pretty much have to steal from them if you want to use phlogiston for everything you can. But the stealing timing is really hard. Like, you have to knock them up into the air and then steal from them, and the window is extremely specific. And the fucking Game FAQs guide that I looked up for stealing, or this was Fandom, I think. Like the Castlevania Fandom wiki, where they said, use a guard attack to knock them up, and then use the mage type's time stop to freeze them in midair and take advantage of the steal window. I have a challenge to anybody out there who's played this game before. Try that shit. Try that shit. Go into one of those rooms with a mage type. Try to time the guard attack with the time stop to hit the steal window. You won't do it. Because there's a delay between you telling the ID to do something and it actually doing it, and there's a delay between, and obviously there's an attack timer, or like a swing time for the attack itself. It's impossible. I mean, it's probably not impossible, but it's like the timing is so specific. I never got it one time, and I tried for so fucking long. It was the worst advice I've ever seen. Then I went on Game FAQs, and somebody suggested using the battle type ID's brute force ability, which not only opens doors but also kind of throws enemies up in the air, and just have it spam brute force on one of them, and then try to like preemptively jump, and then steal and mash the steal button, and just hope that it gets like close enough to you while you're button mashing to steal from it after it gets hit by the brute force. And that worked in like 2 minutes. So I don't know what fucking psychopath on Fandom recommended that shit, but that's like a terrible idea. It's like trying to, what's it like? It's like trying to, it's like trying to stand on the side of a highway and hit like a particular car with a tennis ball. Not just hitting any car, but like you're trying to like aim at one specific car that's like zooming past you at fucking 75 miles an hour. That's what it's like. It's so fucking frustrating. Also, there's a breakable wall in this room that has something in it, but I forget what it is. And I also forgot that the wall existed, so... oh well. So, this is going to be really annoying, because I need to steal too. I actually don't need to steal from this enemy, but I wanted to, because, the material that you can steal from it gets you the best, well, the most defensive armor in the game. There's a couple of like paths you can go if you want the best armor you can get. One of them is to get for the highest defense armor, and then the other one is to get a set of armor called Dracula's Clothes, which doesn't have the highest defense boost in the game, but does boost like your strength by a pretty good chunk. But I was really, but it's a lot more complicated to get that one. You have to steal a lot more materials. It complicates your shopping list considerably, and I just figured it didn't make enough of a difference for me to want to go for it. I honestly probably could have skipped this too, but I figured I would just go for it. Very annoying. Yeah, you have to like double jump out of their little grab and then steal in that window. I'm guessing the steal is really hard because the material you get from the orichalcum that you get from them is like it's almost nowhere in the open world actually. The only place I think you can get it in the open world is when I say open world I mean like in like a level somewhere. This isn't an open world game, I shouldn't necessarily say open world. The only way you can get orichalcum outside of stealing is there's one orichalcum in a chest in a hidden area in the next level after this that you need a particular final evolved fairy type to get. So that's like a huge pain in the ass in and of itself. Even though stealing from these bitches is also a huge pain in the ass, it's the preferable option. Because it doesn't fuck with your EXP allocation, you don't have to, like, farm for it or anything. And I actually had a really hard time trying to steal this shit from them when I first did this route, because I had a hard time, I, like, couldn't tell the difference between their grabbing attack and their dive bombing attack. And I still can't tell the difference, but I realized that if I just stand there guarding, the guard will block their dive bomb attack, but it won't block their grab attack. So I'll always avoid the dive bomb attack, but then I'll always get hit by the grab attack, which is what I want. So with that little trick in mind, they're not that bad to steal from. It is still a pretty specific window, but I would rather steal Orichalcum from these chicks than try to steal fucking Phlogiston from the Flame Demons ever again. Because even with the brute force trick, it's like really hard. I mean, it's hard on purpose because Phlogiston is such a scarce material, but all the same. And there's actually one steal I was never able to get, no matter how hard I tried, which is that the big executioner, the executioner guys, the big guys with like the ball and chain on the end of their hand, you can steal a very rare material from them called Damascus Steel. But the steal timing, it's like when they do a certain attack, then they bow their head forward, and you're supposed to be able to jump and steal at that point, but I could never get it to work. I probably didn't need to do this, by the way. This is the second time now that I've done this, that I've used a teleporter to go back to the mountains, to use a save state, to restore all my health. Not really necessary. I probably could have just drank a potion in both cases and been perfectly fine. But, oh well. Excuse me. I did need to go back to the mountains during the last time I did it, because that way I could get I could turn in the Devil Shard. But here it's really not necessary, because I'm not getting anything out of it except for health restoration. What's funny about all this, by the way, is that I guess maybe this is supposed to be the same clock tower also from Dracula's Curse, because it's right next to the town. And of course, in Dracula's Curse, the clock tower was an optional level, but it was accessible right after the level 1, the town, the first level there. So maybe that's what it's supposed to be. Probably the most unmemorable clock tower level in any of these games. Since as I of course advise, oh yeah, I should mention this too. I can't believe I forgot to talk about this. So in the Aqueduct, I went out of my way to get an extra innocent devil slot. Normally, you can only have 5 innocent devil slots, and you get like a new one every time you find a new type of innocent devil. If you go to that spot in the Aqueduct that I went to all the way back then, you can get an extra slot, which will let you carry an extra innocent devil around. The way that I use that is that I'll have like whatever Corpsey in training I'm currently using, and then I'll have the previous generation Corpsey on standby in case I need to use Bone Storm to do something like what you just saw there, because those flea men respawn infinitely in that room, and they'll keep hitting you while you're trying to attack the pillar to lift up the elevator. So that's just the best solution for dealing with them. And I also had that Corpsey because I thought about maybe using it for the boss fight that's coming up, but the boss fight for this level is annoying, but it's not like really that hard, so I didn't bother. I think I end up just using the speed mail, because this guy should be a speed mail by the time I get to him. By the time I get to the boss, rather. I also forgot to talk about this weapon that I crafted earlier, the Zagnol. In terms of the comparison between scarcity of materials and efficacy of the weapon itself, I would say the Zagnol is like the best weapon in the game. Because it's way better than almost every other one-handed sword and axe in terms of the damage. The damage that it deals, and it also doesn't require any, like, weird, rare materials at all. It just requires 2 common drops and then a Gano. That's why these guys are dangerous, because they can stun you if you get hit by one of their attacks, which is very easy to do since you stand still while you do combos, and combos are how you do damage, and it's also very hard to see all 3 of them at the same time. When IDs guard, like when battle type IDs guard, enemies do have a tendency to just kind of like gravitate towards them and try to kill them, which is very nice, honestly. It's kind of like a tank in World of Warcraft using taunt to like pull an enemy over, but again, it's inconsistent. And also, it means you have to worry about the guard eventually breaking if they're fighting something that attacks too often or does too much damage. So it's an imperfect means of crowd control. Yeah, the Zagnol is one of 2 weapons I'm going to use all the way into the late game. The other is a special weapon that I'm not going to be able to make until much later. Shocked that there even is a much later, frankly. Considering we're like, what? Like 2.5 hours in? So this is the first clock tower level I think that incorporates literally 0 platforming, which I'm grateful for in this context, because trying to platform with this like 8-way run, janky ass control stick is really hard, as I demonstrated in my Lament of Innocence footage. But it does make the clock tower level feel completely identical to every other level in the game, which is kind of a problem the Curse of Darkness has already, to be honest. Lament of Innocence was similar. Like, there were different enemies in each level, but none of the enemies, I guess maybe with the exception of Fleamen, were ever, like, particularly hard to fight. I don't know. And now, unfortunately, the Zagnol is really good, but I have to stop using it because now I want red crystals instead of blue crystals, so I have to change up. And now I'm actually using a different kind of one-handed sword. There are 2 kinds of one-handed swords. There's, like, slashing swords, and then there's rapiers. Or I think they say piercing swords. I like the slashing swords a little bit better. The rapiers combos are a little bit worse at, like... Well... No, the issue is that the initial swings are smaller. The combos can still cover a lot of ground, and are not bad at controlling enemies, but just aren't as immediate. And also, there's no equivalent of like the 3-hit slashing sword combo where you throw the sword out and it does a bunch of damage, like a cross used to do, like a boomerang would do in the classic games. There is a piercing sword combo that does a lot of multi-hits, but it's a longer combo. It's like a 5th hit thing. And by that point, your animations probably would have carried you past whatever you're trying to hit, and you're probably just not going to fucking hit it.
Oh! An unexpected guest.
So, Zed hasn't slain you yet?
I see you were spying on us. But I am an expert at miraculous escapes. Despite that, however, I have fallen into his trap at last.
Trap? What trap?
Well, the space itself is a barrier. Which leads me to question, how did you get here?
On foot. There were no barriers.
Interesting. Most interesting. Yes, that is quite possible.
What are you saying?
Well, in this space, I may be partially freed of the fess of time. Well, that means I can have a direct physical effect here. For example, I can fight you.
So is that your intent? To stop me by force?
Not exactly. By fighting you, all that I need to know will be revealed.
The game, I think, in my opinion, does an inadequate job of explaining why this fight is happening. But I guess he's supposed to be mysterious, that's okay. I've praised Isaac's voice actor, but I guess I'll mention I like the way that Saint Germain sounds in the English dub, too. In the Japanese dub, when he leaves, instead of saying goodbye, he says adios. This is probably the easiest of all the doppelganger fights because Saint Germain doesn't ever really do that much damage to you, and because he can be chained more easily, like you saw me doing back there. Like, I'm just kind of bullying him here. He doesn't really, like, guard very often. This attack is pretty annoying, though. This is actually really obnoxious, because he keeps attacking you while he summons these vines, and the nature of combat in Curse of Darkness, the fact that, like, you're rooted in place while you're trying to do combos, means that, like, you don't really have that much time to do damage before the vines show up and hit you. That green sword swing, by the way, poisons you, which is also a bit of an issue. But, and I think that actually is going to hit me because I didn't ever really bother learning the timing on his teleport slashes. Perhaps I should have. Yeah, I always just set my ID on guard during the vine attack because I don't... I'm going to get hit by the vines plenty. I'm sure the ID is going to as well. There we go. This is what's weird about these doppelganger bosses, is that I'm at like half health, but I don't really feel like I fucked up at all. I don't like remember really even what hit me. I was just getting like nickeled and dimed by something, I don't know what. Okay, now he's guarding. I think he pulls his gun out here, doesn't he? He's supposed to. Or maybe not supposed to, but he can. Pretty awesome perfect guard, but completely unintentional. If I ever perfect guard in this game, it's only ever because like I'm trying to block. Like I never perfect guard on purpose. And at this point, I'm like normally I would consider bringing out my Gen 1 Corpsey to Bone Storm this guy because he gets staggered by Bone Storm like all of the doppelganger bosses too. But I wanted to just try to challenge myself a little bit, see if I could actually like fight him without resorting to Bone Storm spamming, and also give my my Gen 2 battle type some XP in the process. This is what's frustrating, is that, like, sometimes you can knock him out of, like, the 3-hit teleport combo. Like, sometimes he'll teleport, and he'll be, like, invisible, but you can still hit him and stagger him out of it. But then sometimes it, like, doesn't work.
I surrender! I promise not to interfere with you again.
Very well.
I now see how fascinating time, or rather, fate, truly is.
Just who are you?
A traveler. Only half here. Not allowed to speak the truth. Not allowed to act upon reality. Yet, one who knows all. That about covers it.
I see. Not allowed to speak the truth.
Please forget everything I have told you. A traveler merely passes through, touching nothing, changing nothing. But there is one thing I can tell you.
What is that?
I feel a new destiny flowing out of you. Walk the path that is meant for you, without fear, for you are no longer alone. Give my regards to Zed when you see him.
Yeah, I don't get it at all. I don't get why he's trapped here, how he's trapped here, why he fought you. I think it was just all an excuse to have the boss fight. Yeah, it's these blurred lines, man. It's these blurred lines between when bosses can and can't be safely attacked. It's very frustrating for me. Don't recall ever really having that problem in the two-dimensional games. So this is the devil type Innocent Devil. I could be completely off base in saying this, but with the experiences that I had with this game, this guy is like the biggest trap I've ever seen in a video game. And what I mean by that is, the devil type requires a lot of effort to fully evolve. He requires 200 evolution crystals to get to second tier, then another 100 for third tier, or is it? I think it's 100. But the third tier can only be achieved by getting evolution crystals from a specific weapon, which is very, very annoying to craft. You have to steal shit from Isaac, you have to steal shit from the Flame Demons to get Phlogiston, you have to get more Ether, you have to get Aquamarine, which is stolen from the Fishmen, or like go out of your way to get that. It's a big fat pain in the ass. All to get an ID, the tier 3 devil type ID, the end, who just fucking flies around and dies. Like, it does okay damage while it survives, but then it just flies around and dies. Like, absolutely no reason whatsoever to ever get this thing to tier 3. It is not worth it at all. It is a floor bug. It is there to get you through the little gaps on the floor. That is its purpose. I think this is the worst innocent devil type in terms of, like, the effort you put into it and the value you get out of it. That's just my opinion with my experiences with this game. This is a very depthful, very complicated game. It's possible there's something that I don't understand or that I don't know about, but based off of my experiences, that is my conclusion. The devil type is a complete and total waste of your time. Like even the bird type is better, because the bird type has like carpet bombs, which can do a lot of damage. And you'd want to get the bird type up to a third tier evolution anyway, in order to access a certain area of the game. There are 2 like challenge towers in Curse of Darkness, which I'll be doing. I'll be doing both of them in this run, and you can only get to the second one if you have Long Glide, which is an ability that requires a third tier evolution bird type ID in order to get. So if you're gonna be doing that anyway, like, just use the bird type if you want like an enemy type that like flies around and does a lot of damage. Then that's like your best bet. You don't have to like farm up a fucking annoying weapon and get 300 fucking Evo crystals in order to fully evolve it. So it's like, good luck ever having like a second gen devil type. You're gonna be playing this game for fucking 8 years. Even with the higher Evo crystal drop rates in the late game, it's still a pain in the ass. And again, it just begs the question of why. If all the devil type does is kill enemies, then why put in all that effort when you can just use Corpsey? I don't know. I almost named the devil type Benched, but I didn't want to be an asshole. But he is a serious bench warmer. Really kind of like shocking. I was expecting, like, with how hard it is to get the tier 3 devil type, I was expecting it to just like shred, but it's honestly like garbage. I don't know. Like, well, garbage is too harsh, but like I already said, it's just unreliable. And it can get a specific ability. I forget what it's called, but it can actually get like a specific usable ability. But the way that it has to get it is it has to get the killing blow on 30 enemies that have not dealt any damage to the player, which would probably happen in the course of regular gameplay, but if it doesn't, then now you have to like farm for that shit too, and it's like, why? Why? You get carpet bombs just by killing things. You get Bone Storm just by killing things. Like, what is this supposed to do for me? That those things can't. And I just never got a satisfactory answer to that question. Like, all of the Game FAQs guides hype this thing up so much. They're like, oh, when you get to the challenge tower, make sure you have your devil type out, because it'll destroy everything, and it's just wrong. It's just fucking wrong. It doesn't destroy shit. It spins around in the air, it does like 100 or 300 damage to some enemies, and then it flies into an attack and dies. That's the devil type. Congratulations. Useless. Floor bug. I mean, I don't know. I might like maybe well, am I supposed to fucking monitor the thing like all the time and then be ready to hit down on the D-pad, interrupt whatever I'm doing to put it into guard stance as soon as I think its stupid ass has wandered into some fucking AoE whirlwind attack? It's, like, do I have that luxury of my attention being that free from whatever else I'm doing? No, I don't. So I'm back at the town because the way you get to the ruins is through the town, and also there's an energy tank that I want to get. There's like an HP max up. Something that they did in Curse of Darkness, which is interesting, is that they made the HP max ups very scarce, it seems like. There just aren't that many of them. But then again, there just aren't that many power-ups in general. Like in Lament of Innocence, you had heart expansions, you had MP expansions, you had HP expansions. Here, there's no heart expansions that I know of. There are in Trevor mode, of course, but that's a different story. There's no MP. There's just HP, so... It's crazy watching like how much these attack animations are making me like fly around all over the place. The rapier is worse about that than the slashing swords are, but it's which is the main reason why I don't really like it as much. But the alternative would be trying to like get another like steal Damascus steel from the executioners to make a slashing sword with the equivalent attack power, which is not something that I want to do. Because I couldn't figure out how to do it. I mean, it is something I want to do, but it's something that I basically couldn't do, despite my best efforts. Also, another reason why I'm using like rapiers is because the next rapier I make after this, the Kalisha Mard, is an ingredient for the special weapon that I'm going to make for the endgame. Which is actually pretty cool. I'll give credit where credit is due. That special weapon that I make is going to be pretty neat, but that's not going to be for a while, because there's a bottleneck material for it that I can't get until the late game. Although, actually, now that I say that, I could go and get it right now from the temple, but I didn't want to. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that, aren't I? No, I'm wrong, I think. Actually, let me... Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna check this out real quick. Okay, no, I was wrong. I can't go get it right now. Yeah, the last material that I need for the special weapon that I'm gonna get is called Dark Matter. You can get it through a very hard steal in the second to last level, or you can just get it from the world in an area that opens up after you do the second to last level, so that's what I'm gonna go do. Much later on, or I guess later on. I don't know how much later. Shit. Wow, that made a loud ass noise. That really got picked up on the mic. This little detour through the town, I probably could have avoided, but I'm doing it partially to get the health up, and also because I want another Devil Shard to be produced before I get to the end of the next level. So this is my way of kind of cheekily killing more enemies to increase the odds of that happening. I don't quite know how the Devil Shard thing works. I don't know what causes it, but it does seem to be tied to killing enemies. So the more enemies I kill, I figure the better my odds are of getting to it. If you need to be tier 3 to create a shard, which I don't think is true, then this would also serve to get me to tier 3 faster. But again, I don't think that that's actually how it works. These are the guys you can steal. Well, actually, you can't steal Damascus Steel from these guys. You can steal Damascus Steel from the higher level versions that are in the clock tower. And here's the one naturally available Damascus Steel in the game. No, I think there's another one. There's another one somewhere. There's another one in the ruins, actually, coming up here. But you need you need some fire damage to access it, because you have to burn some vines off of a wall, and I don't have anything that could deal fire damage. If I leveled up a mage type enough, I could do it. But other than that, I'm up Shit's Creek, unfortunately. Oh well, not a huge deal. Just means that means I'm not going to be able to make the higher tier slashing sword that I talked about. I wonder if... there probably is a route you could do, that I could have done, rather, that could incorporate like a mage type into the, or maybe a bird type into the route better, because there's a bird type that turns into like a fire dragon if you evolve it all the way. And I'm sure that has something that could burn off the vines. But eventually, but again, it would all be in service of a weapon that I don't really need. And that's kind of like, that's what's frustrating about Curse of Darkness, is that a lot of the things that I might be inclined to go for are like no longer relevant at the point that they're available. Like the sword, like the high tier sword that I'm talking about is called the seven-bladed sword. And the seven-bladed sword is interesting because it's dark type, which has a couple of uses. I'm fairly sure Trevor is weak to dark damage in his boss fight. And also there's going to be a second Trevor boss fight at the end of this level, spoiler alert. But the thing is that the seven-bladed sword isn't available until after both of the Trevor boss fights, and the only other boss that's weak to dark after that is this game's like secret boss, which is like really, really easy, and gets cheesed super hard by corpses. So maybe if it was available before the second Trevor fight, I would think about it, but as it stands, it's like, why bother? That's the question that I kept on coming back to when I was dealing with stuff that was available in Curse of Darkness, is just like, why bother? This room is also really annoying because it makes you keep on going back and forth fighting these guys. I guess it's memorable. They created, it's an enemy wave in Curse of Darkness that I actually remember, so I guess that's worth something. At least the movement in the game feels alright. You know, it's fun to dodge and roll around in this game, but... And the animations look nice. The characters look good. That's, you know... These games don't falter on the presentation. I'd say that. It's just the actual game that's the problem. And also it doesn't achieve the same, like... It doesn't have the same level of, like, charm or atmosphere that the N64 games had, unfortunately. I think I said at some point in, like, a video, or maybe in, like, a video description somewhere, that I think Lament of Innocence is better than Castlevania 64. I'm gonna retract that. I think the N64 games are both better than both of the PS2 games. Which is a hard thing to say because of how weird and clunky the N64 games are, but I really like those games. Like, my initial impression was really, really, really positive. Well, not my initial impression. My initial impression was like, what have I gotten myself into? But once I started, that is so fucking annoying. That's like exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about like attack animations in this game carrying you forward. And it just being so frustrating. Like, I should never, ever, 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 ever in my life be trying to attack an enemy and get carried so far forward that I go through a door. That should never, ever happen in a video game. Ever. Period. Like, the combo-based combat, either, like, it doesn't just, either it fucking roots you in place, so, like, your combat becomes very modular, or it makes you fucking zoom around all over the place. And both are equally bad because you can't maintain minute control of your movement. Portrait of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia, Dawn of Sorrow, Aria of Sorrow, these games all had ways of letting you very carefully control where you were while you were attacking, while you were rapidly attacking. Usually in the form of like jumping, or like backdash attack canceling, or like something. Like, there was something you could do to control yourself in the game world. Curse of Darkness and Lament of Innocence, it's just like, whatever, man. Lament of Innocence was better about having you fight either lots of enemies that were easily controllable, or like big monster enemies with very clear attack patterns. Curse of Darkness is just like, whatever. You are just wherever you are, and wherever you end up at the end of your attack combo is just where you end up. And that's just how it is. I mean, and I also think it's somewhat damning how, like, the Innocent Devil's position as, like, an AI partner is so front and center, because it's like, oh, our biggest feature is this thing that's just gonna play the game for you. You know what I mean? I mean, the Innocent Devils are interesting when you think of them as, like, when they have, like, usable abilities, right? Because then it's basically just a glorified, like, extra thing that you have. Like the Aura Blast for the battle types, or the Carpet Bombs for the bird types, that kind of thing. That's why the Devil type sucks, because the Devil type's only activated ability is either the one that you have to get like 30 like specific killing blows to unlock, or like nothing. It just fucking flies around. I think I get the feeling that they were really trying very hard not to just do the soul mechanic again. Because this was like right around the time that they thought that the soul mechanic was like the best idea they had ever had. Because this is post Aria of Sorrow, this is around the same time as Dawn of Sorrow, so I feel like they still wanted to do a thing where like you're a guy using monsters' abilities, but this was the different way that they thought to implement it. Was, what if you just controlled the monsters themselves? Which is fine as an idea, it's just like the game isn't interesting enough to make the different decisions feel like important. Everything is just a training dummy that dies. And the bosses are like just clusterfucks. And would you look at that, new corpsey. Yeah, it takes a lot of kills to get Corpsey to learn Bone Storm, which is another reason why I took that little detour in the town, just to get everything in motion faster. Because I really want Bone Storm on Corpsey by the end of this level, for the second Trevor fight. It's more important for the Trevor fight than it is for either of the Isaac fights, because of a specific thing that I'll get to. That guy's shooting arrows through walls. Guess if it works, it works. What's happening over here? He can't beat one guy. Okay, oh, I had him on guard. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, take your time, dude. Just wander around. I guess if Corpsey was as fast as Speed Mail, he'd already be way more overpowered than he already is. And he's already too good. I think this is finally yet another break. With this weird little downtime before the actual break happens. The Zagnol is really good, but it looks kind of stupid, in my opinion. I think there's a certain kind of Japanese weapon design where what they'll do is they'll just take a weapon and then give it a certain theme and then just make the weapon as big as possible. This isn't universally the case, but it is a pattern that I feel like I see repeated a lot. Anyway, here we are in the ruins. I feel like I should take this opportunity now that I'm in another little like transitional stage of the game to formally apologize to anyone who's actually like listening to this, because I feel like this is one of the worst commentaries I've ever done. I feel like this is just like this is just going to be 6 hours of like non-stop complaining, and it's going to be the same complaints rephrased slightly differently over and over again. I don't know. I'm actually kind of on the fence about whether or not I'm even going to upload this. I mean, I'm going to upload the footage. I actually already have uploaded the footage as of this moment, but like as far as this commentary goes, I don't know. I mean, I'm already like 3 hours into it, so I might as well finish it, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually going to upload it or not. What the fuck is happening? Oh, the cannons are still hitting me, okay. That was so weird, because I killed the skeleton that was manning the cannon, and I was still getting hit by cannonballs, which confused me. But then I remembered that there are these other two turrets up here. Yeah, this is pretty stupid, but I already talked about this when it cropped up in the mountains. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, it's memorable, I suppose. But I don't understand what... I don't get what is, like, what this is. Okay, so that's the Innocent Supporter, which is a very strange name. It kind of feels like a direct translation of some Japanese thing. Basically, it's the Heart Brooch from Lament of Innocence. It reduces the heart cost of all your Innocent Devil abilities, so Bone Storm, which was already ridiculously overpowered, is now going to be even more ridiculously overpowered because it's going to cost way less. I think with the Innocent Supporter on, Bone Storm only costs like 9 hearts, so if you do some quick math, that's what, almost... It's like 39 Bone Storms for Marogar here in his current state. I wanted to have Bone Storm by the time I got to this room in particular, because these guys are really annoying to fight without Bone Storm. They just like constantly charge around, and you can't... If you run into them while they're charging, obviously they damage you, but the only long-range options you have for damaging them would be like... I guess if you had a mage type, that was leveled up, or if you had a bird type, maybe. But I feel like a bird type would probably just get hit by the charge, because that's just what they tend to do. They tend to just get hit by things. Here, I don't have Bone Storm, but I still... I have Aura Blast, and I try to take advantage of that to accomplish what I otherwise would have accomplished with Bone Storm. As you can see there, Heavenly Sword is not really effective unless you can somehow get them to stop on occasion. They don't, like... and I don't know what makes them start charging or stop charging. They seem to charge almost all the time, but then sometimes they'll stop. Once the rider, because you can actually kill the rider on the dinosaur. When the rider is dead, then the dinosaur will just charge non-stop. But prior to that, Heavenly Sword, and he'll just infinitely outrun Heavenly Sword. But prior to that, you might have a shot. You know how in The Last Jedi there's that fight scene in Snoke's throne room where Rey and Kylo Ren are back to back and they're fighting all the guards, the guys who were dressed up in red, and how, like, you know, this is probably true for a lot of action scenes in movies, but people liked to like slow the footage down and zoom in on the fact that there are guys in the background who just aren't doing anything, like they're just sitting waiting their turn to get attacked. Because it's like 2 versus 8 or whatever, so there's guys who are just like sitting in the background doing nothing. That's what every fight in Curse of Darkness feels like. Because, like, there's the enemy you're fighting, and then there are guys in the background who are just kind of, like, sitting around not doing anything, waiting for their turn. I mean, that's how it has to be, right? Or else otherwise every fight would be an impossible clusterfuck, but... It's just weird. I mean, it is supposed to be more about the... you know what it is? I think I'm supposed to think this is cool. You know? Like, because the way the camera zooms in on some of the combos is, I think, supposed to be like an action shot. Like look at this cool thing that's happening type thing, but... I don't know. It doesn't really feel like I'm doing anything. Alright, good. Good. I was fairly confident that I would have Bone Storm before the boss. The only problem, though, is that I also want another Devil Shard before the boss, so there's going to be a cut somewhere in here where I take a break to go farm, do a little bit of farming to get a Devil Shard to spawn. Because I want to level up my 3rd generation Corpsey in the next level. Because the next level is, like, very densely packed with a lot of enemies that drop a lot of Evo crystals, so... It's a great place for any kind of ID-related, shenanigans. Slogra making his triumphant return from Super Castlevania 4. Fun fact, actually, about Slogra there. So, apparently Slogra and Gaben both do make appearances in the Castlevania Netflix show, but they don't look right. Like, Slogra's not skeletal. He's like a blue monster. He looks the way that he looks here. And I initially figured that was like an animation, like an animating thing. Like, maybe it's probably easier to animate like a a single, like, solid blue bird monster than it would be to draw something with, like, that's like a skeleton with a bunch of these different intricate parts. It's probably a lot harder. But then it also occurred to me that maybe the only version of Slogra they've ever seen is the one in Curse of Darkness. No, that's probably not true, because, like, Slogra and Gaben are only really, like, noteworthy for their, like, the fact that they're, like, a tag team, and you wouldn't necessarily, be able to get that just from this game. There are a couple of rooms where Slogra and Gaben show up by themselves, but in Curse of Darkness, they're just, like, cannon fodder enemies like everything else. Where am I? Oh, here I am. Yeah, that was the cut, that little pause, to go and get a Devil Shard. And that was pretty much the only time that I had to do that. That, like, I didn't get what I needed to get when I needed to get it. That was the only time.
Come on in. What can I get you today? What will it be today? Will that do it? Thank you. Thanks as always. What will it be? Too bad. What will it be today? Well, that, thank you. Thanks as always. What will it be? Too bad.
This is where I think you're supposed to get money, because I talked before about how they make how money feels really scarce in Curse of Darkness, and it feels like you're never you're never you never have this giant reserve of materials or of some resource to fall back on. But I think what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to sell excess materials that enemies drop, or sell, like, armor or weapons you're not using anymore, to make up for the fact that there's not that much money that drops naturally out in the world. Which is a little annoying, because whenever you have, like, complicated crafting systems, it's easy to end up in situations where you're like, oh shit, I forgot that I needed this, like, one random thing that dropped from an enemy, like, 4 levels ago, but I sold it because I, like, forgot that I needed it. But fortunately, because my shopping list is so short, I'm gonna be able to dump all those materials when I want to towards the end of the game. The reason I'm not doing it right, I didn't do it, like, right then and there, is because I don't really need all the money yet. There's gonna be a couple of, like, challenge levels in the end game, and that's when I'm really gonna be worried about my about, like, making sure I have full potions and full serums and that kind of thing. Yeah, as I believe I may have already mentioned, there are 2 areas of the ruins that I'm not going to go to at all. One of them is behind a door that requires a fire spell to get through. The other one can only be is a room that can only be revealed by the Proboscis Fairy, which I don't have. I'm skipping both of them because neither have anything that I really need. Well, actually, if I could wave a magic wand and just shoot fire right this second, I would probably take the path. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I would, maybe I wouldn't, because the path that requires fire to open gets you Damascus Steel, which is a material I could probably make use of, but would only really be worth having if a certain item randomly drops from an enemy in the next level, which I'll talk about when we get there. Another thing that I haven't showcased so far is that there's some of the levels in Curse of Darkness have these alternate paths that that interconnect with other ones. Like, for example, in Cordova Town, I believe, there's a pathway you can take that will take you back to the Aqueduct. Or here in the ruins, I want to say there's a path that takes you back to the abandoned castle. There's also another path. I think there's a path in the forest level too that also takes you back to the abandoned castle. What purpose do these serve? I couldn't tell you. Because you already have, like, the teleport rooms that facilitate backtracking. I guess in case you wanted to go back to, like, the very beginning of the abandoned castle for some fucking reason, you could do it. I don't know. Because actually there is... You can... When you start off the game, you're in the abandoned castle in, like, the courtyard. But you can actually turn around and walk back across the bridge to get, and to go back to, like, this long, winding path to get, like, a potion, and then... a little, like, what's it? Some, like, other little item that's not important.
You are not without skill.
Vanquish Lord Dracula by a fluke, a mere twist of fortune, yet I grant you are adept. Hector! I need not linger here any longer. I've gotten what I need. But mark me well, I will slay both of you without fail. Without fail.
So he escaped. He fled when he saw you. There can be no doubt of it then. You are indeed his enemy.
Just as I told you when we first met.
Be that as it may, I am the one who shall vanquish him. Your meddling is unwelcome. Leave him to me.
Pity. How unfortunate. Such a rare opportunity squandered.
On the contrary, to obtain the vengeance I seek, Isaac must be slain by my hand alone. Ergo, nothing was lost.
Think you so? Then you shall be glad to know where he is bound.
And where might that be?
The castle ruins where we first met. Do you remember the place?
How could I forget?
Well said. At the top of those ruins there is a hidden chamber. 'Tis there you shall find him.
Then that is where I must go. Ah, I'd almost forgotten. Saint Germain gives you his regards.
Saint Germain, you say? Did you meet him in the clock tower?
Just so. He pledged he would no longer interfere in this matter.
It cannot be. No, that is not possible. I must make haste to complete the final touches. I beg your leave. Adieu.
It's interesting the different approaches that were taken in the Japanese and the English language versions to make Zed sound unassuming and non-threatening. Because in the Japanese version, he sounds like an old... he's very, like, soft-spoken. He sounds like an old man. Here they gave him that, I don't know what you call it, goofy British accent, or, like, lower-class British accent. Sorry to all my British listeners, I don't know what the differences are between different regional British accents. But I do know there are, like, lower class and, like, higher class ones. And that the absolute, like, highest class ones sound utterly ridiculous.
Is that you, Hector?
It is. I was told a hidden chamber lies beneath this castle. Isaac is there now.
What? That's not possible. In order to open the passage to that chamber, the blood of my clan must... Oh. So that is why he fought me earlier.
What is it, Belmont?
It cannot be avoided. You must show me just how much power you've gained.
Wait. I have no reason to fight you.
This is your reason. Defend yourself!
So this is the second Trevor fight. It's basically exactly the same as the first one in terms of how it's structured, where you just kind of like wait for him to attack, take an opening, and hope that the game agrees that it is an opening. What's noteworthy though is that Trevor will when he's like glowing golden, he becomes immune to knockback, to like damage staggering, not just arbitrarily like he is throughout the entirety of the rest of the fight, but permanently. And when he's at that, but that's fine for me, because that means that when I have my dude use Bone Storm, instead of him getting knocked all over the place and like taking scatter bits of damage here and there, I can rack up a bunch of damage all at once. I use Bone Storm here mostly just to like, if Trevor is like fucking me up too badly, I can just Bone Storm in an emergency, and then when he becomes invincible, Bone Storm can do serious damage because he'll just sit in front of Marrowgar and take all the damage. He has a few new tricks. The fire charge is not just a one-time thing, it's like 1, then 2, but I fucked up the timing for it because I didn't practice the boss fights in this game. Oh well. Much like the doppelganger, he has this the second Leon doppelganger fight. He has this like weird martial arts like kicking punching thing. I don't know, and I don't know when it was decided that that was something that the Belmonts did. I guess Richter with like the air dash and like the Wii and like his like slide kick, but when I think Belmont, I don't really think like punching or like kicking. It's very strange. If I want to be a total dick, I could just sit here and only hit him with Bone Storm over and over again now that he's in the corner, but it's faster to actually zoom in and get a little bit of damage in. This is the other reason why Bone Storm is so good. Even though like it is a little bit awkward against these doppelganger style enemies, the fact that it consistently staggers them lets you get in a few free hits.
So this is your true strength.
Why did you attack me?
The place to which Isaac has gone can only be entered by those who possess very advanced powers. I had to test you.
I see. Meaning you would have me pursue him.
Indeed. But first you shall need my help. Come. There. 'Tis done.
So, the Belmont blood acts as a key. And what lies beyond this point?
Do not ask. If you knew, your heart might waver. For now, hold the image of Isaac in your mind. Think only of defeating him.
Very well.
Hector, hunt him down. And when you have him, show him no mercy.
I guess it's in character for Hector, or for Trevor rather, to say, "You can help me, but only if I beat if I get to beat the shit out of you first." Although to be fair, he only does that to Grant and Alucard, not Sypha. He does it to Grant because he has to in Dracula's Curse, because Grant got turned into a shadow monster man by Dracula. Anyway, here we are in the Infinite Corridor. Despite the fact that it's called the Infinite Corridor, it's not the longest level in the game. But it does go on for a while. And it, the first section is kind of like has these transitional pathways where there's lots of spirits that infinitely respawn, and then there are rooms densely packed, rather, I almost said packedly dense. Densely packed full of enemies, and those are the rooms where I'm going to be getting most of my Evo crystals, most of my XP, most of my kills for my new Corpsean training. So, the Final Guard. The Final Guard is an enemy with a bit of a history in Castlevania games. I think the first Final Guard appears in, let me think, Symphony of the Night? Right? They're like really strong armored enemies in the reverse castle. Basically, the Final Guard conceptually, and then another notable one is in Aria of Sorrow, in the top floor. Conceptually, the Final Guard is just a very strong armored enemy. But in Curse of Darkness, for reasons that I presume are only known to the development team, they decided that the way to make the Final Guard challenging was to make it so that you could only damage him while he was in the process of attacking. What that means is that it's what seems like arbitrary periods of time, he'll just stand there being completely invulnerable, which is what those little green shields are. Sometimes it seems like you can dip in to bait him to attack pretty easily, which is what's happened here so far, but then other times it seems like it can take a long time to get him to actually attack, so you're stuck just kind of standing around waiting. That guy was fucking me up pretty badly. I don't know why they're gravitating towards the guarding invincible innocent devil, but it's making it easy for me. There's a lot of the Infinite Corridor that I'm going to skip because it's not really, well, just because it's not necessary. Like, there's going to be a part towards the middle of the level, I think, where there are these two diverging paths you can take. Well, three, technically. You can either just, like, continue through the level, and then there's two other paths you can take. One of the paths requires the long glide ability from the bird-type IDs, and then the other path requires, Brute Force level 2 from a battle type ID, but Brute Force level 2 can only be learned by a specific ID evolution that I don't have. And those two paths are noteworthy because they have crafting materials that are otherwise very hard to find. Like in one of those two paths, that's the only place you'll find phlogiston in the outside world. And then the other one is the other one has like a dark crystal, I think. But the only and then the other pathway, or is a lightning stone? I don't remember exactly, but I do know that one of those two pathways also has the Void Ring, which is a ring that provides elemental resistance to shadow damage, which could maybe be worth going for. But I ultimately decided not to bother, just because I was pretty I don't even know, like, what... The boss fights in the game that I'm worried about are, like, the Dullahan, who's the boss at this level, and then I'm a little bit worried about the first Isaac fight, and then I'm very worried about the Dracula fight. Those are, like, my primary concerns. And the Dracula fight, I don't really know if he does shadow damage or not from his attacks. So yeah, Dracula shows up in this game eventually. Spoiler, I guess. Which in and of itself was somewhat surprising me, but I'll talk more about that later. That is a long fucking sword. I like its design otherwise, though. I think the blade is a little bit unfeasibly long, but I should be happy because that means a longer reach. So these guys have a steel I could steal something from these guys, which would let me craft the special weapon that I want much earlier, but the way that you steal from them is, like, you can only steal from them during, like, while they're, like, backflipping, and you have to get them, like, up against a corner to do it. I don't know, I just, like, never really tried it because it seemed like it was too hard, and because I don't really need the special weapon until after the corridor is over. Because the thing is that you kind of have to corner these guys to fight them anyway, because if you don't corner, they just endlessly back up away from you, which is why Speed Mail is nice to have here. Obviously, I want him to become corpsey as soon as possible, but as long as he's not corpsey yet, this is a pretty good alternative. And actually, the Speed Mail can evolve into two different, final stage IDs. There's corpsey for red and green, and then there's red, green, and yellow, and then for blue and white there's, I forget what it's called, I think it's like Razettes or something? Rassets? It's like a samurai looking zombie thing. And I think it's supposed to be just as fast as Speed Mail, but it like does less damage AoE wise. But the main reason I'm not going for that is just because it doesn't have Bone Storm. It has something else that I think is pretty good, but it doesn't have Bone Storm, and nothing is as good as Bone Storm. Okay, so these guys are the enemies that randomly drop an item called Beelzebub's Seal. And Beelzebub's Seal is an ingredient to make a sword called the Seven-Bladed Sword, which is Dark Attribute. Despite the fact that a lot of enemies have elemental weaknesses, Hector has a very hard time actually taking advantage of them. The only way to really do it is through the Mage type, and then certain bird type evolutions have elemental attacks. The thing about the mage types is that the mage types can only really exploit elemental weaknesses via their abilities. When mage types do like magical auto attacks, they'll just kind of pick whatever, like fire or ice, to throw at an enemy. But like I was saying, elemental weaknesses. There's an important boss coming up before we get into the last level that's weak to dark. So I can still, like, if Beelzebub's Seal drops, then I might go to the trouble of finding the Damascus Steel that lets me make the sword that's required as a component for the Seven-Bladed Sword. But if Beelzebub's Seal doesn't drop, then I just forget about it. Because it would be nice to have the Seven-Bladed Sword for the only remaining boss that's weak to dark, but it's not really necessary, so I'm not gonna, like, so it's not something that I'm willing to, like, farm for. It would just be cool if it happened. Yeah, look at all these fucking Evo crystals that are dropping. The game is actually pretty nice about letting, when rooms lock you in and make you fight all the enemies, it usually doesn't make you fight literally all the enemies. Like here you'll notice that the door opened up even though those two turrets were still alive. It's because I think they don't want to like force you to fight evasive enemies. Like there are a couple of rooms where there were like Visago in them, like the little hooded floaty ghost guys, but the doors unlocked before I had to kill them. And then there, the turrets can be kind of tricky to fight. You just kind of have to make sure you're at the right angle directed towards them when you jump at them, which is easy under normal circumstances, but with me and my screwed up controller, that can sometimes be challenging. And what's interesting about the Speed Mail line of evolution is that the divergent lines of battle type evolution, there's one that has like 4 tiers and one that has 3 tiers. The 4-tier one is the one that I don't take, and I think the way that's balanced out is that there are 4 evolution tiers, but the tier, like going from tier 2 to tier 3 costs fewer Evo crystals to do. Like I want to say it's like Golem or Magmard, and then Golem, and then Juggernaut, and then either Ironside or Liquid Golem. And I want to say going from Golem to Juggernaut is only like 70 Evo crystals, whereas for the Speed Mail, going from Speed Mail to Corpsey or Razets is 90. I want to say there's something similar like that for the bird types. So the bird types have like a tier 3 evolution that's like a final form. But I don't remember what exactly it is. That chair back there, if you sit in that chair, it sends you up to like a higher level of that room with a bunch of chests that all have a bunch of really scarce crafting materials in them. And under normal circumstances, if this was like a normal run of the game, if I was interested in getting more weapon types, then that room back there is like a total godsend because it helps you get access to certain weapons. It would help you make certain weapons that you otherwise like wouldn't be able to make. Like it's a good example. Like there's a certain two-handed sword you can make that's like a big katana, but it's lightning attribute. It does like weapon damage, but then it also does lightning damage. And in order to make that, you need a lightning stone, which is really... And I think you also need like a dark crystal, both of which are really rare to find. And I want to say that room with the chair, there's like a dark crystal up top, or maybe a lightning stone? Fuck, I don't remember. Point is, there's a bunch of valuable stuff up there. It just so happens that I've pared everything down so much that I don't actually need anything up there. Just going for like the absolute essentials. What will minimize farming, what will minimize grinding, what will be the smoothest to actually execute from a routing perspective. That's what I was aiming for. What's nice though about... I mean, if I really wanted to, I could have gone for the... Well, no, I don't think it would have mattered. If I had stolen dark matter from the skeletons that backflip, that actually might have been smart, because the special weapon that I'm going to make is has light attribute damage associated with it, and the boss of this level is weak to earth damage and light damage, and it would have been nice to be able to exploit that, because this next boss is such a fucking pain in the ass. I did eventually figure this boss out, but not by the time I collected this footage. I did, I'm not going to upload any boss rush footage with Hector in it, but I am going to upload some boss rush footage for Trevor mode. It's not going to be no damage, just because, like, a lot of the boss fights in this game just seem like they're borderline... Like, I don't know how you would no damage the Isaac fights. That just seems like a complete and total crapshoot. So it's not going to be no damage. It's not going to be particularly high-level gameplay, but I am going to upload it just because the thing about Trevor mode is that Trevor mode is mostly pretty boring. So I'm going to upload a couple videos that only really highlight the interesting parts of the Trevor mode run. Like, I'm not going to upload a full Trevor mode run. Just because I just didn't have it in me. But I don't want to say too much more about it than that, because I want to make sure I still have things to say when I upload the videos themselves, because I don't know if I don't know what I'm going to commentate or not commentate as far as the Trevor mode footage goes. I'll have to decide that further down the line. But in any case, it wouldn't make sense to only talk about Trevor mode in this commentary. I'm only doing it because I'm fucking desperate for things to talk about. Ugh, man. I guess the Infinite Corridor is supposed to be like the, what's it called? Like the Chaos Realm from Aria of Sorrow, like a weird, like, floating platform, alternate reality type deal going on. But, I don't know. I guess it looks fine. The problem is just that it goes on too long, so the most, like, you could create the most, like, freaky, like, surreal environment design ever, but if you put the player in it for, like, you know, 30 minutes straight, then eventually it's gonna get old. Which is kind of how I feel about basically every level in Curse of Darkness. Okay, the Dullahan. The Dullahan is the most brutal... one of the most brutal boss fights in the game, which is why I brought out my old Marrogar first, because I'm anticipating two things. Number one, I'm anticipating killing this guy mostly with Bone Storm. Number two, I'm anticipating that my Innocent Devil is going to take a lot of damage. So my plan basically is to just get as much damage out of the Gen 2 Corpsey as I can, before swapping to the Gen 3 Corpsey to finish him off and hopefully get XP for the actual kill. So what makes the Dullahan so difficult to fight is the fact that he has these combos that he'll do. But the thing is that, like, the sword combos can be like slash slash charge, or like slash slash slash, or slash slash jump. The problem is that if he jumps and does the shockwave, you need to be ready to double jump immediately. So if you're anticipating like a third slash or a charge, and you're dodging out of the way, by the time you finish the dodging animation and you're ready to double jump, it'll be too late and the shockwave already would have started to happen. So you can't, like, it's this weird situation where you can't just, like, dodge, because if you do, then that happens, where, like, the charge will just hit you anyway, or, like, the shockwave will just hit you anyway. So you kind of have to, like, not really fight him most of the time, or like keep a significant distance, or like only dip in for like 2 hits or 1 hit. But the thing is that I'm so used to moving around by dodging that when he does the shockwave, I'm usually not ready for it. I'm usually like trying to dodge back away from him, and then by the time I finish dodging, the shockwave hit me, which is kind of exactly what happened back there. What brought me down to like almost sub 100 health. This attack's actually pretty easy to dodge once you figure it out. He aims at you at the end of the attack, so like a double roll at the start of the attack will get you out of the way of it, and then you can just dodge through it the rest of the time. You just have to get the timing down. Make sure that you're using the iframes when the beam goes over you. This is the situation I want more of. I want more of him trying to attack Corpsey while Corpsey is immune to Bone Storm. Less of him doing laser shit or shockwave shit or fucking wrecking me with like wombo combos like he just did back there. With that shockwave, the timing for jumping to dodge it is really, really specific. Like, you gotta jump, like, right before he hits the floor. So here, he's almost dead, so I want to bring out my second Corpsey to get the XP from it, because this is the one that I'm going to be using primarily for the rest of the game. But this one doesn't have Bone Storm, so I'm going to have to actually kill the Dullahan myself, which fortunately you can do, because the shockwave, as dangerous as it is, actually presents you the best opportunity to do big damage to him, because he takes a long time to recover from the shockwave. Most of the other fight, because he's like, he can constantly just like do something to fuck you up at any second, but after the shockwave you have a long window to go in and hit him, which is nice.
What is this?
Dracula's castle? Have I arrived too late?
Fiend! What are you doing here?
I can't have you interfering beyond this point. I left that seal to Hector.
Impossible! The seal cannot be undone except by a torrent of demonic energy. Hector could not know that.
Do not equate a Devil Forge Master's power with that of an ordinary sorcerer. For a seal like that, the magic produced in battle is more than enough. Placing a guard there proved to be your downfall. Enough talk. Time to die.
I don't quite understand what that was all about. Is that meant to imply that Trevor put the Dualahan there in the Infinite Corridor? If so, why didn't he tell Hector about that? Because that seems to be what Isaac is saying when he said, "Oh, placing a card there was your downfall." Like, what how did Trevor put a Dualahan in the Infinite Corridor? And also, I guess Isaac must not have actually been there. Or maybe he was and he left? Or he was in a different... I guess the implication is that Isaac went to a different chamber, or a different secret place, and then unlocked a different seal of the two seals needed to unseal Dracula's castle. So I guess there are two secret realms, each with their own seal, and they're both accessible via Belmont Blood, but Trevor sent Hector to the wrong one? He thought he was sending him to the one that Isaac was in, but Isaac was in a different one, getting a different seal? I'm very confused about what exactly was going on there, and I wonder if the original Japanese made more sense. I don't know. So with the Angel Halo, there's many different things you can use it on. You can use it to make a pretty good sword, the S-Talk, which has the ability to basically like infinitely combo over and over again, which can be pretty cool. Although it does also like lock you into animations for a long time, so it has the same downside that a lot of weapons in the game have. You can also use it for armor. I went with the helmet because the Angel Halo helmet provides 6 more armor than the one that precedes it. Whereas with the Angel Halo armor, you need to make it... It's only like a 5 armor upgrade if you use the Angel Halo to make a chest piece, but if it's a hat, it's a 6 armor upgrade. So very, very minor, but it's just no reason not to. And here's another break. And now we're going to be taking another detour. A detour that I forgot to mention, this is super important. So that's the special weapon. And that weapon that I just made is super duper important for this little detour that we're going to be taking. But I'm actually still not going to use it immediately. So what's going to happen now, I'm not sure where I'm going right now. I don't know what I'm exactly doing at the moment. I should be going to the... Oh no, I'm taking the teleporter, right. So there's a tower in the forest called the Tower of Eternity. And from the top of the Tower of Eternity, you can get to the Tower of Evermore. And the Tower of Eternity and the Tower of Evermore are two, like, challenge towers. Tower of Eternity is more of, like, a mid-game challenge tower. Like, it would be pretty tough to get through it if you were, like, if you tried to go to it right from the forest, for example, you'd be in over your head. But it's going to end up being pretty easy now that I'm high level, which is why I'm going to use it as an opportunity to evolve my Bird Man, because you need long glides to get from the Tower of Eternity to the Tower of Evermore. That requires you to have a certain Tier 3 Evo Bird ID, so I'm basically going to level it. I'm going to get it up to tier 3, evolve it up to tier 3, and then have it learn Long Glide in the first tower to be ready for the second tower. And here I'm just selling all this shit because now that I've made that special weapon, I'm done crafting. I don't think I'm going to craft anything again for the rest of the entire game. I can just sell all this stuff and then use the gold to buy max high potions, max serum, max uncurse, and then I figure that since I have so much like raw material that I can sell that I'm not going to use, I figured I might as well get the Death Doll too, which is an accessory that gives you like a get out of jail free card. Like if you die when you have the doll in the accessory slot, the doll will get destroyed and you will not. So I figured I might as well. I have all this shit sitting in here, why not use it, right? This was not originally like something that I planned on doing, it was just like a spur of the moment thing. Because I'm not necessarily expecting to die in the tower. Like it's not something where I feel like I have a less than 80% chance of getting through it, but there is a risk here. So ultimately putting on the Death Doll was a good call. And it's not really going to cost me anything because at the end of the Tower of Evermore you get a third accessory slot. So works out perfectly. I can use the Death Doll and the Innocent Supporter for the first two, then probably just put on the Anti-Fire Ring for the third slot, since fire is roughly the most common elemental attack that I'm going to be dealing with in the tower. Although really, I'm not anticipating getting hit by much of any like elemental attacks once I get into the tower. All the dangerous stuff in the Tower of Eternity, or Tower of Evermore, the second tower, is going to be physical, which I'll talk about more once we're actually there. For now, there's going to be a pretty boring stretch of footage, I'm going to be honest. I know a lot of this hasn't exactly been scintillating, but this is going to be especially, I don't know, maybe it'll be entertaining to watch, but it's not particularly engaging to play. I'm pretty much just going to steamroll through the first part of the Tower of Evermore, or Tower of Eternity. The bird is just going to farm, I'm just going to farm. But it's weird because this is like the best way to do it. Because the thing is that the only way to get to the Tower of Evermore is from the top of the Tower of Eternity. But the thing is that there's no like teleport room at the top of the Tower of Eternity. So the optimal way to do the Tower of Evermore, which is necessary to get to the Tower of Eternity, is to only do it once on your way to the Tower of Eternity. If there was something else in the game that made a third accessory slot absolutely necessary, or that even particularly incentivized it, then that would be like the only reason to go to the Tower of Eternity before the Tower of Evermore. But then if you did that, you'd be going through the Tower of Eternity twice. And either way, one of your two trips through the Tower of Eternity is gonna be a steamroll, because you have to go through it on your way to the Tower of Evermore. And you'd only be doing the Tower of Evermore if you're like at endgame. So it's a very strange system. It kind of reminds me of Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, which came out around the same time as this. Fire Emblem is a series. It's very different now from the way that it used to be. I know a lot of the new games are very like not what I grew up playing. I grew up playing like FE7, FE8, FE9. But in most like early Fire Emblem games, you can't really like farm. You can't really like grind in those games. Like you can, kind of, but it's risky, and I can't really explain that without getting into like a bunch of detail about a game that I'm not playing and that I'm trying not to talk about. But then in Sacred Stones, they added these like optional towers you could go into to like grind up your dudes in your party, which was like weird and not necessary, because Sacred Stones was not really a particularly difficult game in the context of Fire Emblem. Anyway, I'm just mentioning that because that's kind of what it reminds me of, and it feels so like the Tower of Evermore is there to make it easy to like grind or like level up IDs, which is why I think it's like the game is trying to encourage you to do it multiple times by doing it once when it's level appropriate, and then a second time on your way to the Tower of Evermore. I, of course, am not doing that. You have to kill all these demon dudes before the doors open, unfortunately. And I thought about fighting these guys with my bird, but I want to be very careful about the bird, because the thing is, this is, to be honest, what I'm doing here is actually insanely risky, because if the bird dies before I get to the top of the tower, then I'm actually fucked. because I would have to use... I don't even know if I have a magical ticket in my inventory. I don't think I do. There's a magical ticket at the top of the tower, so I would still be able to get out. But if the bird dies while, like, en route to the top of the tower, I won't be able to use it for long glide. And so I'd have to leave and come back and do it again. So this is actually a little bit sketchy. But I did it anyway because I just couldn't find any other place in the run to evolve and level up the bird. Like, there just wasn't anywhere else to do it. And this just made the most sense because, as you can see, I'm just tearing through armies of really, really low-level enemies, and this just seems like the perfect... This is just like the perfect opportunity to level up an underpowered ID, and the only underpowered ID that I need at this point is the bird. So, like I already said, it just made the most sense to do it here. And, oh, there's a magical ticket here, too, okay. And I already have one, alright. And the bird type actually ends up being pretty good at clearing out, like, really tightly packed enemies once it learns Carpet Bomb, but that's not going to be until it's already evolved once, and then a little bit after that. So that's going to come into play once I start getting to, like, the mid-late floors. Most of the early floors are just going to be me wandering around killing things. And I'm going to be here for a long time. I don't know when exactly I'm going to get out of here, but this little final detour before Dracula's Castle is going to go from Tower of Eternity, Tower of Evermore, and then the Tower of Evermore is actually physically located near the Garibaldi Temple, or Garibaldi Temple? Garibaldi Temple, which is where the secret boss is, or like the super boss, the optional super boss in the game is in there. So I'm going to go from Tower of Evermore, Tower of Eternity, super boss. And then I'm finally going to get back to Dracula's Castle. And I decided to do it like that so that way I could just go do Dracula's Castle last. I wouldn't have to do the whole build-up of getting to the top floor of Dracula's Castle only to run away and go fight other shit and then come back and do it. I figured it would just make more sense for the footage to do it that way. Now, if I was really worried about the Tower of Evermore or about the secret boss, then I would probably not. I'd probably do it like... I would take the last teleporter out of Dracula's Castle to go back and do all this shit, so that way I was, like, the highest possible level. My battle type ID was the highest possible level. But I'm not really that worried. The problems that eventuate in the Tower of Evermore are not problems that, like, being 3 or 4 levels higher wouldn't really make much of a difference on, in my opinion. Okay, so now that I have carpet bombs, these floors are going to go by super fast, because even evasive enemies like the Blaze Masters will start off in the floors that they spawn in on, all spawning in around the same area, and they won't move immediately. And, well, these guys did. But a lot of enemies will, like, linger in the middle of the room for like a second or two, and they'll be damageable during that period of time. So carpet bombs is, like, really good to use immediately, before they spread out while they're still sort of congregated around the center. And that will take care of a lot of problems before they even start becoming problems. Because the thing is that since this tower is just like a farm fest, my concern is not really like, can I kill them or not? I'll be able to kill them. The question is how fast. So what's important here is efficiency and speed, and making sure that I don't have to, like, chase after 12 different enemies and hunt them down one by one and kill them, which is something that Curse of Darkness fucking loves to make you do, for reasons I'll never understand. There are some enemies that I think I'll put the bird on guard for, just to make sure that... Because some enemies, like the Executioners, the big guys with the ball and chain, have a bad habit of doing, like, these wide sweeping attacks that often hit bird types or mage types or devil types. So if I see something like that, I'll probably have it guard. Same with any Cyclopses, just because they do a lot of damage. And for the same reason, they have wide sweeping attacks. And all it takes for, like, a Cyclops or an Executioner to really put a dent in a bird type's health is just one hit. That was a pretty good run for carpet bombs, but these guys are mostly not like good candidates for carpet bombing, and that's why I have them on guard now, because they also have a bad habit of like jumping and swinging and hitting it, which I think happened earlier on that floor. Yeah, the Tower of Evermore, the like high level tower, is actually one of the two pieces of. This is interesting. Carpet bombs is doing less damage to them, but it's still like doing a lot. Like they have resistance to it. I guess carpet bombs must be doing fire damage. But it was still worth doing, just because the splash was hitting them like over and over again. Am I gonna drink a potion for 2 HP? Okay, good, I don't. The way the Tower of Evermore works is that every 5 floors you get an empty floor with a potion in it, just to kind of give you something to help you along. The Tower of Evermore is different. It has a high potion every 10 floors, and the rooms with the high potion in them are also full of like really high-level fleamen. So you could just kind of have to dash through them, grab the potion, and then dash right out again, because they don't close you in. But you'll see that when we get there. I'm already talking about the Tower of Evermore because, to be honest, it's one of the only two like interesting combat areas in the game. And even then, my solutions to the problems that it presents are not going to be very creative. It's mostly just going to be Corpsey comes out, Bone Storm, kill everything, that's the end of the story. But on Trevor mode, that's one of the two. I've decided what I'm going to do for Trevor mode. I'm not going to upload a full run, I can't do it. I'm just going to upload Trevor mode Tower of Eternity, and then, or Trevor mode Tower of Evermore, rather. I can never remember which one is which. The high level one. And then Trevor mode Boss Rush. That's what I've decided to do. And I don't know if I'm going to commentate those or not. Maybe I'll try and see what happens. There are 2 other enemies in the room, by the way, just in case you were curious. What are they doing? They're fucking sitting around waiting. Okay, there he is. I really want to use that special weapon that I crafted, but I can't do it yet because the evolutionary line that I want the bird type to take, both evolutions require red or blue crystals, and I don't have any good, and the axe that I have is better than the sword that I have. Yeah, the bird type is good at hitting airborne enemies, as you may have seen there, but the trade-off is that the bird types are also good at getting hit by airborne enemies. Airborne enemies will just like hit them sometimes. Although, to be fair, non-airborne enemies will sometimes just fucking hit them too, so maybe that doesn't make a difference. What's crazy about carpet bombs, I don't know if you guys are noticing this, but like it's doing so much damage to everything in the room, and it only costs like 4 hearts. If bird types were more reliable, like if he was invincible during carpet bombs, which I don't think he is, then I would maybe consider using a bird type instead of a combat type for certain late game things, because like this is so good, the way that he's just like clearing out everything. The one problem with Bone Storm off of Corpsey is that, as good as it is, the fact that it knocks enemies back, like it knocks them all around, can actually be a problem because it can mean that you're not doing like as much damage as you want to do. Because enemies are getting like knocked out of range, knocked out of like the front of the cone, and then so they're only taking like a hit here and there instead of getting like shredded at close range like a fucking lawnmower, which is what happens when you use Bone Storm against enemies that don't get knocked back by it, is they just stand there and they take a fucking million damage. So that is the one problem with Bone Storm. But again, it's a thing, but he's invincible while it's happening, and I can just spam it for that reason without concern. Yeah, if the bird type was invincible during carpet bombs and during like bone shot, then I would probably be a lot more enthusiastic about it. Maybe it is. Like, I honestly kind of can't tell, because it seems like enemies are sometimes swinging at him, but I can't determine always that that's the case. And Bone Storm is probably still better anyway, because it hits more things, and even if it doesn't kill them, it still incapacitates them, which is important. Although Carpet Bomb seems to be doing that too. I don't know. This would have been an important observation to make and an important an impactful thing to try if I was like still actually playing the game, but unfortunately now I'm done. I guess I'm never put in the position where, you know how in like old angry video game nerd episodes, like Mike Matei would dress up as the Joker, or he'd dress up as like some villainous character, and he'd tie up the angry video game nerd, and he'd say, "Haha, I'm going to make you play the video game now, angry video game nerd." If I'm ever in a situation like that, and like a comical supervillain ties me up and makes me play Curse of Darkness again, then I guess what I'll try to do is I'll try to push the limits of bird types and see how good they can actually be. Because I was really shocked by how effective this was, and like the sheer, just like the damage that was being put out by carpet bombs was really, really impressive to me. I suppose the caveat is that, you know, bird types don't have the same max hearts as combat types do. But I've never really seen what kind, like the kind of heart counts that like a 3rd gen, like high tier bird type would have. Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know if you guys saw what happened there, but the Cyclops shot like a little like flame gout on the floor, and the bird in its attempts to dive bomb the Cyclops just like happened to fly into the one fire patch that caused him to take damage. Fortunately, because I'm so over-leveled for this, it was only like 12 damage, it wasn't impactful. But if this was in the other tower where the Cyclopses are like level 70, or literally level 75, then that would have been a dead bird. So that's what I mean when I say, whenever I talk about the bird types and the devil types and the mage types, and I say they just fly around and die, that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Like here, everything's going so well because nothing's really living long enough to get any shots off at me or the bird, frankly. Like usually these archer guys will fucking destroy bird types, but here they're just dying so fast that it doesn't matter. Look at all these delicious Evo crystals. I love to see it. What floor am I on now? 42? Oh, I remember this now. This was actually starting to worry me, because the thing is that my bird isn't even at tier 3 yet. And I need it to not just be at tier 3 evolution, I need to be at tier 3 evolution, then it needs to learn something. Which means I have to get it to tier 3, then kill a certain number of things, in order to get it to learn the ability. So I was actually a little bit worried here, and I was very surprised too, because it seemed like I was getting like really good Evo Crystal drops. Like I had tested this out a couple times in the past, and I had never been in a situation where I like hadn't gotten enough Evo Crystals to drop, but fortunately my concerns were unfounded. He evolves at floor 43. Plenty of floors to learn Long Glide. And here I turn off Evo Crystals just to maximize the chances of heart drops, just, you know, because I'm not going to evolve him past this point. I only want him for Long Glide, to get to the Tower of Evermore. So, my priority at this point is just keeping him alive, making sure he can carpet bomb as much as possible, so I just want hearts. I don't care about Evo Crystals anymore. This is also a situation that's like uniquely good for carpet bombs because enemies are constantly grouped up in big clusters in the center of the room. So this might be a situation where carpet bombs like looks better than it actually is because the situation is so appropriate for it. Although Bone Shot also, okay, that looked like the demon was trying to hit him, but he was invincible. So maybe if Bone Shot is really just like a mini Bone Storm, and he's invincible while it's happening, then that actually would be pretty good. I don't know if you can. I do wonder if you can spam it though, like what the downtime is before you can just use it again, because it doesn't seem to last that long. The thing about Bone Storm is that it lasts a really long time, so you don't have to like manage him as frequently. And also, he's just invincible for longer, which gives you more. You don't have to like try to time it strategically. Like the odds are that he'll just dodge whatever. He'll be in Bone Storm whenever some some dangerous attack lands. You don't have to worry about that. I don't know. Because that's the thing about Innocent Devils that makes it tricky, is that you do have to keep in mind that concept of what I've called in the past the economy of attention, where if you're trying to focus on like dodging an enemy's attack patterns, or wow, I actually kept him out for this. I'm surprised. I thought I would have put him on guard for this room, but I guess not. I guess I figure he's already learned Long Glide. If I see him taking some damage and I'm worried about him dying, I can always just de-summon him. And are we at the top floor? We're at the top floor. Alright. Now it's time for the leap of faith. When I first read on the internet that you had to do Long Glide to get to the tower, I was afraid I'd have to glide all the way and that it was something that you could like miss. But no, you hit a loading screen once you get here. Now it's time for the destruction to begin. And the Tower of Evermore was like a really important moment for me the first time I tried it, because the first time I tried it, it was a run where I was trying to use one of every Innocent Devil type. Like, I had a full Mage type, I had a full Devil type, I didn't have a full Bird type, but I had like a level 3 Bird type for Long Glide, and then I had like one Corpsey that was like Gen 1. And I was going through the Tower of Evermore with my Devil type, because that was what like the people on Game FAQs said was good. Like, have your Devil type out, he'll like shred everything, he does so much damage. And so I have the Devil type out in the Tower of Evermore, and he fucking dies. He just randomly fucking dies in a room where I really needed him not to. I bring out the Mage type. The Mage type has some pretty good like massive nuke AoE abilities, but then at one point it just fucking dies. And now I can't use it. So I bring out my like Gen 1 underleveled Corpsey, and everything in the tower starts just toppling over. When I just bring out Corpsey and spam Bone Storm, everything in the entire tower just dies. And it's like, why did I go to all the trouble of crafting a special pole arm and getting 300 fucking Evo crystals to evolve this Devil type, when Corpsey accomplished exactly the same thing with about like 10 times as consistently and faster and safer and better? Like, what is the fucking point of the Devil type? It's so fucking aggressively useless. The Devil type is like so garbage. I don't know, maybe there's something I'm missing, but like, I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed. And now I finally get to explain this special weapon I got. So the Hien, the Fist, the punching weapon that I have now, is really important for several reasons. Reason number one is it's one of the very few weapons in the game that's light attribute, which is good because, well, it's like a little bit good because the first phase of Dracula is weak to light, and then the first phase of the secret boss is weak to light, but that's really not like what makes it important. What makes it important is the fact that it staggers almost everything. Lots of enemies in this game are like really big and really heavy and immune to staggering. The punch will stagger everything in the game except for like a fire elemental running around swinging its arms. But what's so crucial is that it staggers the Cyclopses in the tower, and these guys are by far the most dangerous enemy in the Tower of Evermore. They are so fucking scary. They will charge around the room, they'll do shockwaves, they'll petrify you, and if they hit you, they do a ton of damage. Like, you cannot get hit by these guys more than like twice before you're dead. So what I can do here is I can just have Corpsey spam Bone Storm. Usually one of the Cyclopses will try to go over and fight Corpsey, and then the second one will be running around, and I can just control the third one with the punch, so I only have to keep track of one extra Cyclops and like what he might be doing, as opposed to two. This is another room where Bone Storm is super important, because Here, the fact that it's knocking enemies back and not like racking up a bunch of damage doesn't matter, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to clear out all of the Death Rippers that are jumping around. So the fact that Bone Storm has such enormous coverage is, yeah, 187, as you can see. That's a lot of fucking damage. The fact that Bone Storm has such enormous coverage is really the only thing about it that is relevant if all you're trying to do is kill the Fleamen. And the Fleamen are also extremely dangerous. They're level 75. If one of them hits me, I'm going to take triple-digit damage. I don't know how much exactly, but it's going to be a lot. So Corpsey is also a gigantic godsend here, because he just shreds them. Like, nothing... I don't think anything would be better than Bone Storm in terms of clearing out those rooms. Like, nothing that I encountered. Because, like, the crucial thing is, like, it's sustained, and he's invulnerable while it happens. That's, like, so... That's so important, because it's like you don't have to worry about him. It removes the random death factor from the ID, which is like the thing about IDs that makes them like honestly balanced otherwise. Like, as much as I'm singing the praises of Corpsey in terms of his efficacy, like, this is absolutely overpowered. Like, I called the Tower of Evermore a place where there's interesting combat challenges, but that's only really true for Trevor mode. In Hector mode, you solve every room the same way, which is by focusing down, like, whatever the biggest threat in the room is with your fist weapon, and then just having Corpsey sit in a corner and then spam Bone Storm and slowly whittle everything down. Because if he sits in that corner, getting off enough Bone Storms, everything in the room will eventually die. And he's gonna get off enough Bone Storms, because with the Innocent Supporter, Bone Storm is only 9 hearts. So, 9 hearts per usage, 325 max hearts. That's like, what? That's like over 30 Bone Storms, and that's drastic overkill, and that's not counting the hearts that I get back from enemies that die. So, it is absolutely overpowered, Bone Storm is. Like, there's no two ways about that. But it also gives me a tool that means that I can clear this area out without having to worry about either, like, getting a few extra levels in Dracula's castle first, or worse, like, trying to farm levels to clear this shit out, which is what would perhaps be prudent to do otherwise. I don't know. What else? I don't know enough about, because the mage types are too clunky. There's just too much of a delay on them for them to, like, reliably clear out. Reliably and, like, what's the word? Not consistent. Sustainably clear out rooms full of level 75 Death Rippers. Like, and that's the thing, is that's what's important, is sustained damage. Sustained, because they keep spawning for a long time. Especially, there's a couple rooms towards the back of the tower, or towards the bottom of the tower, I should say, where they really do spawn for a long time. And I should also mention, in terms of, like, the difficulty of the tower, the difficulty curve of the Tower of Evermore is, it's sort of like a valley. Like, it starts off, there are some early floors, like there's one coming up here that I would say is the hardest floor in the game. Not yet, I guess. But it starts off with, like, some pretty hard floors. Then it gets pretty easy for a while, and then it gets really hard again at the end. But I would still say that there's, like, one particular floor in the first half that's harder than all the other ones. And we should be getting to it. Not yet. I didn't miss it, did I? No, there's no way I missed it. I would have noticed it. Fuck. What? Because I wasn't looking at anything else. I alt-tabbed for like 2 seconds to type, but I don't think I would have missed it, because I'm there for a long time is the thing. Weird. It doesn't really feel like I've been through 17 floors of this, I have to say. I guess that's the power of Bone Storm, making everything go by so fast. Look at him spinning around. It's funny. Yeah, the arm-swinging fire elemental is the one thing that the punch can't stagger. Everything else is fair game. And what's remarkable about the punch weapon is just how much easier it is to make it than a lot of the other, like, super weapons in the game. and how much easier... No, okay, we haven't gotten there yet. And how much easier... how much better it is, despite the fact that it's so much easier. Because all you have to do is a couple of tricky steals in the mid-game, and then you have everything you need. Okay, this is the hardest room in the whole floor. Or the hardest floor in the whole tower. Because... here's the issue. So the blood skeletons have a lot of health. Like, you're not gonna kill them. Maybe they'll go down, like, a little bit, like once or twice throughout the floor, but they're gonna be right back up again pretty fast. And they're level 75. Everything in this room is level 75, so if you get hit at all, you're gonna take a lot of damage. Furthermore, you've got 3 final guards in the room, all of whom take a long time to kill because they make themselves randomly invincible. So you're gonna be in this room for a long time, having to dodge around 3 final guards and 3 blood skeletons, and neither of these enemies are particularly fast, but the issue is that they're all really dangerous, and you're going to be fighting them for a really long time. So eventually, sooner or later, like, the chances of something going wrong, some random enemy, like, leaving your line of sight and jumping at you from off camera, like an attack breaking through your Bone Storm spamming Corpsey, like, sooner or later something's going to happen, and that's why I brought out my Gen 2 Corpsey specifically for this room, basically to use him as, like, a meat shield, or to use him as, like, fodder, because this is a room where, like, I've actually had Corpseys die, because all it takes is one blood skeleton swing to happen during, like, the downtime between Bone Storms, like, right there, and he's almost dead. So that's why I brought out my Gen 2 Corpsey, so that way my Gen 3 Corpsey would still have all of his hearts for the rest of the tower. And honestly, one Bone Storm is as good as another Bone Storm here, because most of what Corpsey is accomplishing is he's just keeping the blood skeletons busy, and now he's dead. So there goes my first Corpsey. Now I have to bring out my second Corpsey. And I don't really want to, but I figure this final guard is almost dead, so I'm probably not going to have to worry about him for too long. And if he takes one hit here, it's not so bad, because I'm probably going to get the hearts back from enemy drops. I just don't want him to get hit, like... He can't die. That's the really important thing, is he absolutely cannot die. But he also can't take too many hits. And you see there, this is what I'm talking about, attention. He had a lot of downtime there between Bone Storms just because I was so worried about dodging out of the way of the blood skeleton. So I left him open there for attack by not, like, just spamming triangle, because I didn't know that his first Bone Storm was over, because I was too busy focusing on myself and my positioning and what I was doing. So that's kind of the what's the word? The trade-off for Innocent Devils is that they're really strong, but you do have to worry about them, unless you literally just make them spam Bone Storm. So now that triple blood skeleton, triple final guard room is over, and a fun fact about that triple blood skeleton, triple final guard room is that you actually can kill blood skeletons in this game, but you need a specific mage type ID in order to do it, which I didn't get, just because I couldn't find space for, like, leveling him, or for evolving him, and because that was, like, the only room in the game where I really wanted it. And I figured I could just use my, like, backup Corpsey strat to get through the room, and it turned out I was right. And if you kill the blood skeletons, you don't have to kill the final guards. That's what's interesting about that room, is that if you kill all the final guards, the gate opens, but if you kill all the blood skeletons, the gate also opens. Which is interesting. I really like that, because it's basically rewarding you for coming in with the mage type ID that can do that, and more impressively, keeping him alive long enough to get him that far. And keeping him alive long enough in the room itself for him to get off the 3 Purify spells that cause him to permanently kill blood skeletons, which seems like a bit of a crapshoot, to be honest, which is another reason why I didn't bother going for it, because whenever you're dealing with mage types or devil types or bird types, they could just randomly die. But it basically means that, like, if you go to the trouble of coming into that room with the right Innocent Devil, they don't make you fight the final guards. So I think that's a good idea. And I know that because in Trevor mode, you can kill blood skeletons with the Holy Whip, which is like a holy elemental whip upgrade you can get in the game. And so that's what I did. I just killed the blood skeletons with that, and then I left. As you'll see in that footage. When it's uploaded. It'll be done when it's done. So now we're just kind of gonna go through like probably I'd say about like 10 or 15 snooze fest levels or snooze fest floors before anything dangerous crops up again. Oh, look at that, an anti-curse ring. That would have been really nice to have against the Dualahan, but oh well. It's actually crazy how much harder, like, some of the earlier floors are than these ones that are close to the late game. Like, all you need to do to make a floor hard is just have more Cyclopses in it. Like, no room with 2 Cyclopses is ever going to be harder than a room with 3 Cyclopses. Unless you also put, like, Death Rippers in there, I guess. But that's the only explanation, that's the only example I could think of. This room is supposed to be hard because the idea is that the wizards are supposed to, like, heal the Cyclops or, like, buff him, but there I killed him so fast that the wizards didn't have time to get into position and start casting everything before he died. So... What's nice about the punch being light attribute is that a lot of random enemies have light elemental darkness, light elemental weaknesses. That's not really super important to me, but it's just a nice little extra, Wow, I'm actually full on high potions? That's crazy. Wow, I'm doing so well, cheesing everything in this fucking level with the exact same overpowered ID ability. Whatever. This is the power of a Devil Forge Master, okay? Hector's power is not supposed to come from himself, it's supposed to come from his innocent devils. I'm just RPing out what the character is. By having Corpsey spam Bone Storm to kill everything. It's not my fault, it's the game's fault. Excuse me, shit. Fuck, that was really loud too. Okay, I should actually edit that out. Or edit it down at least. Do I have any, like... Shit, I always forget. I have these, like, post-it notes sitting on my desk, and I sometimes write down, like, timestamps to... I'm not missing anything important, am I? No, I'm not. Oh, actually I am. So this is the one, this is actually also a dangerous room. Because the Duke Mirage enemy, is really evasive and does a lot of damage. And he's weak to dark and he's resistant to light. So my punches aren't going to do that much damage. Bone Storm is. My punches are not. So it's a situation where if one of them happens to slip by my Corpsey's Bone Storm, they can actually really threaten me. So the Duke Mirages are actually really dangerous. They also do like 175 damage. Which is why I have to kind of keep an eye on how like Bone Storm is covering the room. If I feel like Bone Storm is following one enemy too far in a particular direction, then I'll like take stock and try to like reorient myself, make sure I know where the other Duke Mirage is, make sure that I'm not about to get blindsided, and just give them like a ton of respect, pretty much. I guess not so much respect that I don't feel like I can punch him to death, but I mean respect in the sense of like, don't get like too committed to a punching combo if you know there's a Duke Mirage that's still alive. Excuse me again, sorry. This room is so weird, like, I don't want to sound like, I don't know. all of these rooms feel very uneven to me because, like, the fact that I'm basically just, like, cheesing them all with Bone Storm means that it takes a lot for one of these rooms to feel like it's actually challenging. I guess what's supposed to be tricky about this room is just the fact that these guys all, poison you. That's what makes them tough to deal with in, like, the clock tower. And that's also why I bought 9 serums in here. Partially just because I needed something to do with my money, and partially also just because I know that room exists. Those ghouls that I killed are also level 75, which makes things interesting because it means that the little vomit puddles they create, if they get the chance to create them, are really dangerous and do a ton of damage. Which is a good way to make an otherwise... Why am I not picking up a potion? Okay, there we go. Where are the... Is this room not trapped? I guess this room must not be trapped. There it is. Okay, you have to pick up both of them to activate the Death Rippers. I see. Slogger and Gaben making their return. Not exactly putting up a very strong showing, but they're not feeling their best. They're not quite themselves. That's okay. This room's a little bit scary just because Slogger has a lot of health. He's weak to light, which is really, really good, but he still takes a couple of combos to kill. These cockroaches are such strange enemies. Because they're super heavy, like they're the first really heavy enemy you encounter in the game, and it's a little bit disconcerting because everything else gets staggered, and then suddenly you encounter these weird birds that just like don't get staggered by anything. Except for the punch attack, of course. And then they just kind of run around and try to petrify you. Harpies are a little bit more, like, understandable, although they're also very aggravating, as harpies tend to be. They're very, it's a good three-dimensional translation of how harpies usually are to fight in the 2D Castlevania games. Like in, in Rondo of Blood, they're like really evasive. You basically have to attack them once they're winding up an attack themselves. And then in Harmony of Dissonance, harpies are actually frustrating to fight just because, like, if you keep attacking them, you can end up knocking them off of the screen. Which is actually a little bit like what's going on here with Bone Storm, but this is a good knocking them off of the screen because I know I'm still doing damage to them. I would have been so mad. Okay, I got hit anyway. I would have been so mad if that harpy stunned me, and then, like, while I was stunned, that club swing hit me, because I really don't know... I mean, I don't know, I guess maybe what I'm supposed to do is try to track down the harpies one by one, but that involves devoting a lot of attention to them, and it involves, like, taking my eyes off of the Cyclops, and that's just not something I want to do. I want to be controlling one of the Cyclopses at all times, because the fewer Cyclopses there are that are in the process of attacking, the fewer chances, the smaller the chances are of them, like, doing a charge that I can't see coming until it hits me, or doing a, or, like, eyeball laser shooting at the floor, and I, like, wander into it, or something like that. I'm not really constructing grammatically correct sentences, but this room is nothing but flea men. So my strat here is just to hide behind my friend and have him just spam Bone Storm until everything's dead. And it generally works out, because they tend to gravitate towards you and towards wherever you are. The only thing that can be a problem is if one of them gets behind him and he ends up, like, staring at it and trying to Bone Storm it, but it ends up being, like, too small for him to hit. Because if they're right in front of him, then, as you can kind of see, he actually doesn't hit them with Bone Storm, but as soon as they jump, he'll hit them, and they have to jump to attack, so it all ultimately works out. Why is he looking at the wall? Stop looking at me. Oh, are we done? We're done, okay. And I think this is, like, the last floor, isn't it? One of the last floors? Okay, there it is. The reward you get for the Tower of Eternity is a third accessory slot. The reward you get for the Tower of Evermore are some rare crafting materials. There's one more Fleamen Rush room, along with the final boss of the Tower of Evermore, which is an enemy called the Golden Skeleton, which is a normal skeleton that has 12,000 HP and does 1 damage if it hits you. So this is the game just, like, fucking with you. And to be honest, I don't think you have to kill this guy, because the exit to the Tower of Evermore is, like, a breakable wall that's over there in the, you can't see it right now, it's off to my right. And I think I could just break it and leave, but I'm like, I don't know. They put an enemy in here, don't they want me to kill it? the golden skeleton actually drops is a really rare crafting item called the miracle egg, which is used to make what's it used for? It's used to make Dracula's clothes. It's used to make the pumpkin mace, which is a special weapon that you need to get the sixth is an innocent devil type, which is the pumpkin type, which I'm not going to bother with, but the pumpkin type is an ID type that doesn't really do much, but it buffs you by a lot, so it's kind of like the inverse of the typical innocent devil dynamic, where they're more about what they can do. The pumpkin type is more about buffing you, which is interesting, but not interesting enough to make me want to go for it and get all the... expand my shopping list and get all the materials that would be necessary. Now we're back at the temple, and it's time for the very long walk to the secret boss, because the secret boss is situated in a very inconvenient place. Basically, if I wanted to get from the Tower of Evermore to the secret boss, I have two options. Option number one, walk, which is what I'm doing. Option number two would be using a magical ticket to go back to Julia's shop, to go back to the mountain teleporter room, and then take the mountain teleporter to the teleporter inside the temple. The thing about that is that the temple teleporter is actually still a fair ways off from the path that you take to get to the secret boss, so it wouldn't really be... I honestly don't know which way would be faster. I've never, like, timed it. I've never tested it. But the teleporter method would be more complicated and would probably not be that much faster, so I went with, oh, don't go this way. There you go. Would be, I just decided to do this. This place reminds me a lot of the House of Sacred Arraigns in terms of the, just the way it's designed visually. I honestly have no opinion whatsoever about the music in Curse of Darkness. It's another, like, this was an unfortunate thing that started to happen around, I would say, like, the middle of the Igavania era. I guess I would say, like, honestly, almost every game post-Symphony of the Night. And even, I hate to say this, but even a little bit including Symphony of the Night in this, they had kind of forgettable soundtracks. So I know some people really disagree with me on that. I know there are some people who really love the soundtracks to Symphony of the Night. They really love the soundtrack to Lament of Innocence. They really love the soundtrack to this game. I don't know. It's you know, a lot of things involving art come down to personal tastes, and music is a very, very dramatic example of that, where the style of a lot of these like Igavania's music, where it's supposed trying to be more like atmospheric and less like fast-paced and actiony, it just doesn't gel with me. It just doesn't stick in my head. The big exception to that is Order of Ecclesia. Order of Ecclesia's soundtrack is excellent. And it's a strange exception because the same lady was in charge of almost all of the post-symphony Castlevania soundtracks, and some of the pre-ones too. She was involved in Bloodlines. I think Bloodlines was the one that like really got her like recognized. And the Bloodlines soundtrack is another soundtrack that I actually think is not amazing, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on that too. But I'm able to appreciate like the craft of the songs in Bloodlines, even if the end result is not really like, doesn't quite hit the same chord with me that it seems to with other people. I can still kind of detect the work and the thought and the care that went into the Bloodlines soundtrack. I can't And I'm not saying that the same amount of care wasn't taken with these later game soundtracks, but I just can't hear it. I just can't, like, feel it. And what ends up happening in a lot of the later games is that typically the most interesting, the most, like, dynamic tracks in the game are ones that are the ones that are like remixes of old songs. Like, that's what happened in Aria of Sorrow, where the best song in Aria of Sorrow is the one that plays during the Julius fight, which is a combination of 2 remixes of old Castlevania songs. So, I don't know. There's something missing. There's something missing. Speaking of something missing, we are now in the room where the secret boss is, Legion. Lament of Innocence was a game that I had a lot of praise for and then a lot of criticisms of. I kind of went back and forth. My opinion was very, like, middling. But one of the things that I consistently praised about Lament of Innocence was its secret boss, which was called the Forgotten One. The Forgotten One was extremely memorable, really took full advantage of the mechanics of the game, in my opinion. Every phase was really distinct. It really rewarded... It was the thing that made me finally engage with the relic system, which I had not done really prior to that point. So definitely very, very big fan of the Forgotten One. Legion is... I hate to say this, because I do like certain aspects of it. It's definitely a very ambitious concept. Legion is a big fat dud as far as boss fights go. And I don't exactly know why. First of all, the Forgotten One was nice about being very clear about where it could be hit and where it could not be hit. Legion it puts you in this weird position where, like, you can't exactly tell, like, where the next section of the body you're supposed to hit is, because I think what happens is that it, like, slowly lowers down the more segments you remove until it's down to just the core, but that's not always, like... It can leave you in this, like, weird, confusing no man's land where you're like, should I be jumping and attacking? Should I be, like, what am I supposed to be doing here? And it's especially because the fact that you have to constantly turn and fight zombies and constantly be worrying about their presence, because if they explode on you, they'll do a ton of damage, means that you're just, like, constantly, like, disoriented. The Forgotten One had a similar thing going on in Phase 1, but the Forgotten One, I think, was a lot better about, like, even though you did have to constantly turn and manage the maggots, you always knew where, like, the enemy, where, like, the Forgotten One's, like, organ cluster was. So, not quite comparable. I think it was an attempt to replicate a similar feeling to Forgotten One Phase 1, but Forgotten One Phase 1 was just so much better about, like, conveying information and forcing you to divide your attention in a way that made sense. So Phase 1 of Legion is weak to light, Phase 2 of Legion is weak to dark. I don't have my dark-type sword weapon, I do have the Zagnol. I don't really need a dark-type sword weapon because, as with so many other things in this game, Corpsey is going to absolutely demolish this guy. He does not get knocked back by Corpsey, which means that every Bone Storm is going to deal mega damage, and none of his attacks are particularly dangerous, and none of them do really that much damage. For that reason. And a lot of his attacks are pretty easy to dodge. The ones that do, and as far as, like, as much damage as they do, most of the time it's not dangerous. Or it's not that punishing if you fuck up. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get hit by some of these. Even though I feel like I probably shouldn't. Well, I guess I got too close to him. Oh well. So then, once he gets down to his second health bar, he starts transitioning into basically, like, Phase 2 of Phase 2. But the thing is, he's just sitting here. And it's really easy if you have Bone Storm to just burn him down almost before he has a chance to do anything. So, I've never even seen Phase 2 of Phase 2. I don't even really know what it entails when he gets really huge like that. I've heard it's pretty hard, but, like, I don't know. I've never seen it. So, I can't really speak to that component of the fight. And it's possible that that component, if you actually get to it, makes the fight a lot more memorable, but what you just saw is basically how every single Legion fight I did when I was practicing played out. So, not exactly awe-inspiring the way that I would say the Forgotten One was. And now that that's out of the way, the only challenge left in the game really is the Dracula fight, which does a good job of being a very consistent challenge, kind of regardless of what level you are, in my opinion. But I'm going to have to wait to talk about that until we actually get to it. Before then, we have to go back to the aqueduct, and then back to Dracula's castle. And I have some choice words about Dracula's castle in this game. I'm going to save them, because I don't think we're going to quite get there yet. Well, what a strange thing to say, because we're not quite there yet, is what I meant to say. In the meantime, we have another cutscene to enjoy.
Before you stands Dracula's castle.
Aye.
The curse that was unleashed 3 years ago still emanates from it. Does this mean the source of the curse is still present? At this rate...
'Tis likely the remnants of Dracula's magic. And all because of me. Damn.
I know not what happened to you in the past, but there's no time for regret. We must try to cleanse the castle and dispel the vile curse.
If the curse spurs from demonic power, I may be able to find the source. Indeed, I must. For this is something only I can do.
Then make haste. If the castle is fully resurrected, it is possible that Dracula is revived.
If that is so, we must call Belmont. It is he who slew Dracula before. He can help us now.
Alas, he cannot.
But why?
He suffered a terrible injury. I barely saved his life, but even now it hangs by a thread. 'Twas my brother's work and no other.
I see.
A Devil Forge Master is easily susceptible to Dracula's magic. Do not let the curse take hold of you. I'm certain that she would not wish you to pay such a price for your revenge.
So, you know about Rosalie?
The hour is late. Away to your purpose.
And you to safety. Back to your home.
Hector, please do not die.
Hector, please do not die. So, here we are. Dracula's castle. Or as I like to call it, the level that never fucking ends. This level is so long and so boring. You go through like the same hallways and the same rooms over and over and over again, and you really notice it here because the level is so fucking long. And I know what they were thinking. They were thinking, number one, it's the last level, so it has to be climactic. Number two, it's supposed to be like the entirety of Dracula's castle, right? So like it would be weird if you went through the whole castle and it was like shorter than, you know, the aqueduct or something, right? Or what's a better example? Like than the temple, or than one of the other levels, right? Dracula's castle is supposed to be a big fucking place. It's supposed to be where the entirety of Castlevania 1 happens, right? And so many other games. So I get it. I get the thought process. I get the logic behind the decision. But the end result of the decision is a level that is really fucking boring. Especially the way that I'm doing it, because this is post-Tower of Eternity, this is post-Tower of Evermore. I've got a fucking Gen 3 roided up corpsey that's gonna kill everything. I've got the special stagger everything punch weapon. Like, nothing in this level is going to threaten me. And I haven't done any, like, farming. So for a player who might be less averse to that, I might be more like, oh, I should do, like, the Tower of Evermore over and over again to, like, level up all my innocent devils, you know, to whatever. Like, it's gonna be even fucking easier for them. You know? Like, I don't know. Why is the combat music still playing? Oh, okay. I remember that confusing me at the time. I just remembered. Like, that's why I, like, ran back there. I thought the other Gaben was still back there. Because Dracula's Castle is so fucking long, I actually contemplated getting a Gen 4 Corpsey and using Dracula's Castle to level him up. I decided not to just because I didn't want to bother. Like, I don't know. I could have, but one Gen 2 Corpsey and then one Gen 3 Corpsey is more than sufficient for the Dracula fight, which is the only thing I'm really concerned about anymore, and it would just be more work. I'd have to worry more about babysitting like a weak, fresh Magmard in this scary castle full of big Cyclopses. So, but if I was like super duper de-duper worried about Dracula, I'd probably do that. But Bone Storm is really nice to have, like, against these guys, or against the Cyclopses just now, too. And that was the other reason I decided not to, just because I'd rather have Corpsey out for the whole thing. And I also, because this level takes so fucking long, I don't really want to kill, like, everything, which is what I would feel like... Which would feel like the smart thing to do if I was trying to level up a new ID. Like, you'll see in some of the later floors, there's lots of combat rooms that I just skip, because I just can't handle it. This is an interesting little section. Oh, don't do it. Okay, wow. I thought he was gonna get me. It's kind of coincidental how so many games have evil pigs, don't you think? And I'll say this too, I was just talking about the soundtrack. I actually think that the Dracula's Castle music is really good. But I hate it because you hear it for like 30 minutes straight. Or more. In this fucking endless level. So, I should like it, but through sheer repetition, it's completely worn out its welcome on me, and I don't like it anymore. Like, the fucking pagoda in Lament of Innocence felt like it was really long, but that's because that shit had backtracking, which, like, I'm not defending necessarily, but even then, like, the pagoda was so much shorter than this. I could literally play the entirety of Rondo of Blood in the time that it takes me to get through the Dracula's Castle level in Curse of Darkness, and I'd have about 15 times as much fun. Fuck. I hate being, like, I don't like being super negative in these videos. Like, I don't like it when I sit here and I, like, bitch for 6 hours, but, like, I would feel dishonest if I didn't express myself just because the opinion that I had was negative. I talked about that a lot when I did my fucking pumpkin mode video, because I didn't have much to talk about in Lament of Innocence either. To be fair. I mean, they weren't short on ideas, right? In Curse of Darkness, I mean. Lament of Innocence is kind of like... It's kind of like, what if we did Harmony of Dissonance again? Which isn't a criticism necessarily, because I love Harmony of Dissonance, but... It missed the things that made Harmony of Dissonance good. Which, to clarify, is the movement. That's what makes Harmony of Dissonance good. The dashing, the slide kicking, the dive kicking, and the fact that the slide kicking does consistent damage are all really important components of Harmony of Dissonance. If Curse of Darkness had some kind of movement mechanic, I think I would like it a lot more, but instead you're just kind of running the whole time. They should let you rocket jump like in Team Fortress 2. Then I'd fucking love this game. There's a suggestion. Hire me, Konami. Now you play the game of how many fucking Iron Maidens does Dracula even have? I don't think there's even any Iron Maidens decorating Dracula's castle in the classic games. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There are so many of those games. There's so much Dracula's castle environments, there's probably an Iron Maiden in one of them. But the only Iron Maidens I distinctly remember are from Circle of the Moon, which is not a classic Castlevania. And we are coming up now on our final break. We're in the home stretch. We're almost out of here, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost out of here. Alright. Let's get this shit done. I'm recording this last part a very, very long time after the other 5. And I'm doing it with the window open next to me, so sorry if there's a little bit of road noise, but I have to do this because I have fucking COVID, which is why it's taken me so long to record this last part after the first 5, so... Of course it's fucking Curse of Darkness, right? The fucking itch that I can't scratch. That ends up taking so long. This fucking 5/6 of the way finished commentary video just sitting in my fucking... Why am I standing here? I don't care. 5/6 of the way finished commentated video just sitting in my fucking folder while I die of COVID. And that's not a joke, by the way. I actually did get coronavirus in between recording the 5th and 6th sections of this video. I should actually be thankful because it will give me something to talk about that's more interesting than the last the last 5 years of the 50-year journey through Dracula's castle. I didn't even fucking know coronavirus was like still around, but apparently it is, and apparently I got it. Apparently it's some like fucked up new variant that's like appearing around my area like first, so it's like I'm fucking floored. I'm not like dying or anything because I'm young, but it did really suck and it seriously put me on my ass for like 4 days, and then for even longer than that I couldn't really record like any commentaries because if I talk for too long, then I start coughing my lungs out. So, fortunately, this last stretch is only going to be about 40 minutes, and half of that shit's going to be fucking cutscenes, so whatever. Not half, but... Oh, man. These things just happen sometimes. Life just kind of throws curveballs at you. I guess I should say I also like the big piles of skulls that are in Dracula's castle. What else has that? I feel like that's been in a ton of Castlevania games. Maybe Harmony? No, Dracula's Curse, Alucard Caves. There's like a bunch of big pile of skulls in the background. Those green-ass Alucard Caves. This is so funny. This like kept happening all throughout the time when I was recording these console Castlevania games. These like 3D ones where I would just keep on like talking about the other games in the series. I don't know. I just play games in a different way, I guess. Where to me a game like there are people who go into a game and it's like whatever happens, you know, and they're just kind of wandering around and you know, enjoying whatever, like the environment, the atmosphere. And that's what I'm like too in like my first playthroughs. Like I don't like go like super try hard min-max from the beginning. I kind of ease myself into it. But sooner or later I do want there to be like an optimal strategy to emerge, or like a smart like route, or a good like way to play. And that's what this is. So I don't know why I brought that up, as if I was going to say that's not what this is, but oh well. I might have to like fucking... I'm trying to talk quietly because of the fucking coronavirus. I don't want it to infect you guys through the electronics. So I might have to like modulate my voice separately from... This is gonna be such a fucking pain in the ass to make. Like, getting all this stuff together, making sure the audio's not delayed. That's all I'm thinking about right now. That's all I'm thinking about right now. Oh man. Look at me go. If you go down that other path, you can get another miracle egg, which I already talked about, but I don't need one miracle egg, so what would I do with two? I actually remember being paranoid here that the devil soul would, like, die somehow to one of these ghost men before I could get under that little fence. And I remember, like, worrying about, like, what I would do if that happened, but it didn't happen. Oh, God. Just keeps going. Okay, that's funny. The fact that when they get Bone Storm, they like spin around in the circle, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is when I started just running past enemies. I actually wonder how long like a speed run of this game is. Maybe I can guess. I'm gonna guess, let me think, because you can just run past a lot of enemies. They obviously wouldn't do the towers. There's a lot of cutscenes. It's a long-ass fucking game. It took me about 6 hours with, like, this kind of, like, casual optimized strat. Like, you know, DIY optimized strat. I'm gonna guess speedrunning Curse of Darkness. 3? No. I'm gonna say maybe 2.5 hours. Maybe that's too low. I don't know, speedrunners are crazy. Barring any, like, crazy sequence breaks or anything. Obviously, if there's some insane sequence breaks in the game that I don't know about, then all bets are off, but I'm gonna guess, like, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let me look it up and see if I was right. Because nobody would do a fucking 3-hour speedrun. I mean, people do, but you wouldn't want to. Fucking no script. Curse of Darkness. Let's see what we got. Wow. 1 hour 36 minutes. So I was off by an hour and 15 minutes. There must be some insane sequence breaks. There's also an... Yeah, this is any percent. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, not many people running this. That also makes sense. Shit. gonna have to edit out my death coughs too. No one wants to hear that. Don't worry, I'm not like pushing myself to do this or anything. I'm not suffering for my art here. I'm doing this, getting this done because it's bugging me that it's not done yet. And when I do cough, I'm not in any pain or anything. It's just a little bit, it's just a cough. I mean, I guess I am pushing myself in the sense that, you know, is this necessarily the #1 thing I want to be doing right now? No. I guess I'd rather be playing Harmony of Dissonance, but the fact is this is here, and it's 5/6 of the way finished. It's no different, honestly, than me playing through the rest of this game. Once I realized, like, what it was, I was kind of pushing myself to do it. And this is something you might say, well, Shovatar, you know, if you didn't like the game, why did you force yourself to finish it? Why did you force yourself to keep playing it? Because I want to be fair, and because sometimes there have been games that I played where at the start I couldn't stand them, but then the more I played them, like, the better they got, and, like, once I understood the game, then I really appreciated it. Like, that's happened before. And I just want to be fair, you know? it does make me more bitter if the greater expenditure of time doesn't, excuse me, get me back anything valuable, but I think it's necessary because you don't want to just, like, go off your first, like, you know, gut impulse to judge something, I feel like. I mean, you could, and there wouldn't necessarily be anything wrong with that. It's just not what I prefer to do. Can I skip this room? Please tell me I can skip this fucking room. Thank you. Thank you, Konami. Because, like, a lot of modern games, I feel like, are like... They're more like this, where it's like you go in and, like, you just kind of play the game for a while. I'm talking about, like, Ubisoft-type games, like sandbox, open world, that type of stuff, where it's like you just kind of go in and you just kind of play the game, like, forever. and like, what happens, happens, you know? That's probably what Starfield is like. Yeah, that's... Starfield came out recently, apparently, and everyone's talking about it. The new Bethesda game. I saw this thing on Twitter. I don't go on Twitter, but I go on 4chan. I said 4chan and God punished me. I went on 4chan and they love fucking posting shit from Twitter. But yeah, I saw this thing on Twitter. This guy, this like bald British guy was like playing the game. And the game asked him for his pronouns. And he gets like really upset, like he puts his head in his hands like someone just told him his mother died. And then he goes on this, like, and there weren't even, it was just like he, him, or like, it was like he or she or they or whatever. And it's not because he was having trouble deciding, it was because he didn't like the fact that it was there. So then he goes on this like 2-minute rant about like how mad this makes him. And I actually agree with like the letter of what he's saying. Like if I were to hear that rant like edited down a bit and removed from context, because what he's saying basically is like, I wish game devs would stop putting like modern day stuff in video games. And I agree with that statement in black and white, but I think that in this context it was definitely an overreaction. But the thing is, to get back to my point, so he goes on this like 2-minute long unhinged rant about like pronouns in Starfield, whatever, and how like fuck you Bethesda, you guys are suck, you guys suck, your game sucks, you know, I hate you all. And then you know what he does? He tabs back into the game and he keeps playing. Like, he was so mad that you could see like the veins on his head. He was like furious. That's how mad he was getting at this thing in the game. And then he keeps playing it. And it's like, not like at the game mechanically, but at the game's like, you know, whatever, woke agenda or whatever, and then he keeps playing it. And I'm just like, you can just stop, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you could be playing Castlevania Bloodlines right now. You know? But instead he's playing this game that he hates. Because I guess he has to, because he's a streamer, and if he doesn't stream whatever the current popular thing is, then he'll get less ad revenue, or whatever. So I guess for him as a streamer, like, the fact that he gets that mad and then he keeps playing it, like, makes sense from a purely cynical financial perspective. But there are a lot of people who have exactly that same, like, pattern of behavior where they're like, I hate this game because it's woke and I think it's like destroying Western civilization, but I'm also going to keep playing it, and then I'm going to keep talking about it, and then I'm going to keep posting about it, like, all the time. And I'm like, you don't have to do that. You can just stop. you can just walk away at any time. There's 40 years of wonderful video games that hopefully will not fucking trigger you. You can play at any time. Like, I feel like ever since I started doing this channel and like playing these games, like I feel like I've emerged from the Matrix. You know? Because it's like, it no longer matters to me how buggy the latest Bethesda game is. I mean, it never did, but it could have if my consuming habits had been slightly different. It no longer matters to me how bad the next World of Warcraft patch is. Like, it's not important. I'm not saying like retro games are all like beautiful, flawless works of art. Lots of them are really bad. Lots of them are bad in ways that a modern game like never could be. I mean, there's piles and piles of like borderline unplayable NES shovelware out there, obviously. So I'm not trying to put on rose-tinted goggles here, but like you could just stop, right? If a retro game's bad, you just stop playing and then you just play something else, because there's so much to play. People feel like they're limited, I guess, to the current releases. I guess that's in part because a lot of, not just like video gaming, but, you know, internet culture in general has become so much of like a social experience. So it's like if you don't play whatever the new thing is, then, you know, you won't be able to talk to other people on like Twitter about it, or Discord, I guess. There's no reason you couldn't talk to them about old games, but, you know, if people aren't playing it, so it's like a momentum thing. People buy the new thing because it's new, and then other people buy the new thing because other people bought the new thing. And it just snowballs. And I'm not trying to be like judgmental or anything. I'm not trying to say like, oh, everybody's a sheeple but me, but different people get different things out of what they consume, I suppose, is the bottom line. That bald guy who screamed at the pronouns probably made a smart move, honestly, by continuing to stream the game, because I saw that thing had like 2 million retweets or whatever, so a bunch of people probably tuned into his stream to see him get mad at the game. So he probably has more viewers now than he's ever had before. And he wouldn't want to throw that away. So I suppose my point doesn't quite hold up in relation to him specifically. Because if he stopped playing Starfield and started playing Castlevania Bloodlines, a lot of his viewers would probably leave. But how wonderful would that be if he did? Oh god, this fight. Jesus.
You resurrected the castle! Hector, bravo!
You wanted me to regain my powers. Now I see why. I fell right into your plot. After 3 years of peace, I'd lost my edge.
And I've sharpened mine. I've been waiting quite a long time to plot my revenge. Not only did my lord die because of you, you stripped me of my pride, my home.
Oh, I think he's still got his pride.
Shall make you suffer as I suffered. You shall die a most painful, gruesome death!
Okay, this fight is like This is just like a fucking clusterfuck shit show. I don't know. It's fine at the start when it's just Isaac. But at a certain point, he's going to start summoning his dudes. And he summons 3 different dudes. The first and the third ones suck. The second one's fine. This one sucks because, like, you can't hit it, really. And you can't focus Isaac because he's invulnerable while his dude is out. I just kind of have to blindly jump at this thing and punch and hope I'm hitting it. I mean, not blindly, but like I just kind of have to hope that my jump ends up where he is. And here it actually goes pretty well. I'm hitting a lot of things. He's not going too far above the ground. Okay, that actually wasn't bad. But that can get really annoying if he flies step too far. And then otherwise, it plays out kind of like the doppelganger fights from Lament of Innocence, where it's like you just wait for him to finish his combo, then you dip in. But I was consistently greedy and tried to just like keep attacking him, because the punch sometimes would just like keep staggering him, like right here actually. And I would do these like wombo combos with my with Marrogar. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I skipped the second guy completely because I was wombo comboing so much. So now we get to the third guy, who is really frustrating because he's basically going to start doing to me what I was doing to Isaac, that is, like, knocking me around all the time. He shoots these, like, those, like, blue projectiles that knock you back, and they're really hard to dodge. Especially if you're super close to him, which I am, because I really want this thing dead as fast as I possibly can. Get him dead. So, oh, here I actually can keep hitting Isaac. That's interesting. Okay, this actually worked out really well. This was actually a really good Isaac fight, considering. There's like a double fire rush like the second Trevor fight too. But I think it's over. I've got him up against the wall now. I have him on the ropes, as they say. Oh shit, he's fucking me up. Okay, there we go.
Die, Isaac, die!
Do not let the curse take hold of you. I'm certain that she would not wish you to pay such a price for your revenge.
This murderous impulse. This thirst for bloody vengeance. This is not me. 'Tis the curse! Dracula's curse!
Oh, and you would not fall prey to the curse. Praiseworthy indeed. I wonder why. Was your desire for vengeance weak, or was your spirit strong? No matter. Either way, 'tis well finished. Your efforts have been a great boon to me. The moment you wavered was all I needed.
Zed. So, you're the one behind all of this.
You could say that.
You used me to revive Lord Dracula.
Even so. Devil Forge Masters alone are suffused in my master's magic. Thus only a Devil Forge Master can be the vessel for his reawakening. I knew you would be the best material. Yes, much more so than Isaac. That is why I guided you here, so that you may fully regain your powers.
Who are you?
However, for Lord Dracula to be reborn in you, the curse had to take hold of you. When you rejected the curse, you proved to be useless. Truly, 'tis most unfortunate.
That weapon! You are none other than death!
Soon my master will enter Isaac's body. Though you were favored, Isaac will do. Dracula will once more walk the night.
And as for you, it is time for you to die.
Fortunately, this is not a doppelganger-style fight. Our friend just sits here, and as a result, this is a fight that is in large part going to be won by Marigar just spamming Bone Storm over and over again. Death is actually very frustrating to fight. His attacks are very hard to dodge. Like that fire wheel attack, you just kind of have to... You have to constantly be backing away from him. Like that fire wheel attack, you have to back up to dodge. But fortunately, here I'm like doing so much damage to him that he keeps doing the scythe swing that I can just back away from because he thinks I'm hitting him too much. So that actually worked out really well. But here he's going to do a massive explosion that if it hits me will pretty much kill me, so I have to run away. Marigar is abusing Bone Storm invincibility to stand right in the middle of it and not give a shit. These two boss fights are actually going really well. I'm genuinely surprised. Oh, here he does the flame gout thing. Yeah, you just have to kind of keep moving for that one. And wow, okay, jeez, that was pretty good. Okay, it's forgotten. I've forgotten. A little bit less interesting than the death fight in Lament of Innocence, I would say, but definitely harder. It probably didn't look like it, based on what happened, but if you actually let his abilities play out and try to, like, interact with them more normally, then you'll have some problems. But this is why Corpsey is so good, because, like... Did you see that? No other ID in the game is gonna be able to just sit there and be invincible and rack up that much damage.
The traitor Hector.
Lord Dracula, you are reborn.
Why did you betray me?
Why did you unleash your hatred upon the humans? When you began slaughtering them indiscriminately, I had no choice but to disobey you.
You side against me for the sake of humans. Humans are not worth the air they breathe. I was simply cleansing the world.
It is not your place to judge the worth of humans.
The powerful always judge the weak. The humans made their judgment of me as well. Thus, I sentenced them to extinction. Sympathy is merely a form of weakness. You betrayed me, Hector, and for that, the punishment is death.
I stand ready. I will not flee as I did before.
But I already fought death. Okay, Dracula. Dracula. Phase 2, really scary. Phase 1, not so much. Watch. Yeah.
Power of darkness!
Now the real fight starts. Okay, this fight is actually like really scary and really weird and really hard. When he's off in the background like that, the attacks are usually fairly simple to dodge. It gets hard once he gets close to you, like right now. And there, I remember I recorded this really late at night, so I actually that was just like a brain freeze where I didn't react fast enough to charge. I knew it was coming, I just didn't react in time. This fight's really hard, because it's hard to dodge his punches. Every punch that he does, except for that one, leaves behind blood trails that keep damaging you if they hit you. And the timing for dodging the punches correctly is like very specific, where the window for doing it is hard to find, and you can't just block all of them. You can't block the overhand one, and even if you try to block some of the horizontal ones, your guard can then get broken by the blood trail that gets left behind. So this fight's really hard. If I spent more time really learning the timings, then I wouldn't be getting my shit pushed in as badly as I am right now, but that's just not what happened. Yeah, I think I was nervous at this point too, because like this can actually like kill me, which is really bad. Once again, Marogar putting in a ton of work. Probably responsible for almost all the damage I did on this fight. But fortunately for me, this little intermission phase gives me time to heal up. Fairy doing the only thing it's good at. Alright. Got it that time. Okay. Yeah, it's harder to take advantage of the iframes from dodging when like every attack leaves behind blood trails. Probably an intentional choice. And now I think I'm just trying to burn him down because I know he's almost dead, and there it is. Terrible fight, but I won, haha.
The transformation, was it not complete? So it would seem. Oh, the curse. My soul may return to the abyss, but the curse will not be lifted. It will fester in the hearts of humans until they obliterate themselves.
Have you forgotten? I am a Devil Forge Master. I can turn your curse aside, transform it into something harmless, and so it shall be. Rest in peace. Now that I reflect upon it, Isaac's madness and Rosalie's death were both caused by the curse. This, then, is the final forge.
Heed my words, O great powers of darkness! Release to me one of the tortured souls. Let me infuse him with my life force and awaken him to the world of the living. Immaculate being, appear before me now! It is too monstrous!
Tis done. The struggle has ended. I feel I can let go now and die in peace.
You look ghastly.
Julia, why did you come here?
I thought you might be contemplating something foolish, like letting go.
You see through it all, don't you?
You've paid your debt, have you not? From this day on, you must live true to your own heart.
You are wise indeed, Julia. I cannot fall knowing that you would fall with me.
Now that you realize, we must go. Let us depart, quickly. Farewell, Isaac. 'Tis over at last.
Even so, I pray this will truly free the people's hearts.
Those hearts are yet filled with darkness. The curse has reached deep inside of them. Its mark will not easily vanish. For my brother, only death could erase it.
Julia.
All the same, people are not such fools. Their hope lies in one another. They shall realize that in time. Scars will fade and be lost to memory. Let us have faith in the morrow.
Indeed.
Faith in the morrow. Those are fine words. But not for me. As one who travels through time, I see the morrow a bit differently. All the same, the flow of time has stabilized at last. For myself, I think I will go far into the future and see what awaits. There is one great battle yet to be fought. The final battle between Lord Dracula and the humans. Perhaps they will remember your fight, or perhaps it will start anew.
What now, Hector? Where will you go?
Well, I have many friends I must conceal from the humans. I suppose I'll seek some hidden place where I can live in peace.
No need to search out such a place. I know of one.
Pray, lead me there. I am in your debt.
All that you may need, you shall find here. If that is fine with you.
Well, I suppose. To stay here with you, Julia, 'tis not a bad idea.
Okay, our long national nightmare is finally over. As far as the ending goes, you know, I'm not usually the type to shit on a happy ending. I prefer happy endings, but something about that feels a little bit like too perfect. It's like not only does he die, but he gets a new GF who happens to apparently look exactly like his GF who died. I don't know. Whatever. Not really a real complaint. And then that Saint Germain cutscene is really like kind of a knife in the heart in the modern day, because what he's talking about is the perennially mentioned 1999 Dracula War idea that was introduced in Aria of Sorrow, which is the idea that in 1999 the last fight against Dracula happens, and Julius Belmont kills him for good. This event, despite being alluded to very many times in the Castlevania series post-Aria, was never depicted in any games. And it's kind of like this big, weird, open spot in the series. So, Saint Germain making reference to it, like, oh, I'm gonna go see this now, is like, and I don't even really like the 1999 Dracula battle idea. I've talked about that in my Aria of Sorrow video and my Dawn of Sorrow video. But all the same, if it's gonna be in the series, if it's gonna be in the timeline, if you're gonna reference it all the time, like, might as well fucking see it, right? But unfortunately, that's not how it played out. I should also say, I really think this ending credits song is very strange. It reminds me, like, the Symphony of the Night ending credits song is pretty weird, too. And I also don't like the Symphony of the Night ending credits song, because every time I would upload a Symphony of the Night video, which I uploaded too many of, it would get a fucking copyright flag because of the ending credits song, and it was so annoying. Although, apparently this one isn't the same way, because I uploaded the uncommentated version of this already, and YouTube was like, we don't see any copyright problems, so... okay. I was afraid I was gonna have to edit it out and put in some fucking song from the 1920s in the public domain instead. Maybe I'll do that anyway. No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Just let it do its thing. So, Curse of Darkness, you know, I had a lot of complaints. I had a lot of complaints. I had a lot of the complaints that I said the same. I had the same complaints that I said multiple times. I'm sorry if this was obnoxious to listen to. But that's just how I feel. And I do kind of see how if the approach to this game was different, how it would be more enjoyable, and how a big part of like how I feel about the game has to do with the fact that I'm playing it in this certain way, where I'm not seeing it as like an infinite RPG exploration experience, right? So things that might work out better if you approach it from that direction, like all the different IDs being available, might be more understandable. So I'm not gonna moderate my opinion. I still don't like this game, but I am going to acknowledge that a different mindset, different set of priorities, other people might not share my opinion. That being said, I'm not done yet. I got more videos coming. In fact, I have a very, very special last series of videos for you guys. Keep your eyes up for that, and keep on Earth rocking.